You give me clear skies, we're raising the clouds above. Every song is mine to sing. With you, I can do anything. I should be terrified, 'cause I've got a lot to lose. But there's no doubt, whatever I feel, you'll feel it too. Every song is ours to sing. With us forever, it's just the beginning. In every lifetime, in every universe, I'll be by your side, accepting your best and your worst. Ticking clocks don't mean a thing. With us forever, it's just the
I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I told him I'm locked in. Forever I stuck to the vision. Did me some numbers, I'm talking to dish. Whole lot of moves, I ain't taking no breaks. Whole lot of steps trying to raise up the stakes. I'm in a lane, they ain't built to replace. Neck on freeze and the wrist on lay. They was asleep, now I'm all on their face. Came from the bottom, I handle the weight. Now when I talk, they record every phrase. I'm in that mode and I'm stuck in that phase. Bank account look like a highlight tape. Everything ground, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wade. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. Hey, new move, got them studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this page. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip then came in handy. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. Everything ground, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wade. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. Hey, new move, got them studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this page. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip then came in handy. Yeah, though. That little flip then came in handy. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick.
All you gotta do is just all you gotta do is just gotta do is just. Just all you gotta do is just. Do is just all you gotta do is just
big goals and all working, man. Still at it. Slim. Lost it all, made it back, that's the hustle. Fell ain't got up, man, I've been through some things. Going strong, got it all off the muscle. Kill the eyes and the ears that'll judge you. And you know it's really real when you fall out of love and run out of time. But stick to the plan and follow the grind. A loyal man, high in demand. I'm harder to kill and harder to find. I really came from the bottom, I done built up. I be praying when you spill, so I'm sealed up. 600 hard top, let it lift up. Can't forget what God gave me the gift for. So I'ma let it all out like it's meant for. But right now by collecting the green, too fly to fall off, no clipping my wings. Keep the stats, I be stacking the rings. Let me stand up and interview after that. Oh, this here by my ear for my cataracts. Ain't that boost on my hill since US and that. Off of that though, I'm still at the back though. From 27, my city the Atmo. Underground, but I'm still who they ask for. On the mic, but I'm doing it macro. I'm trying that cause I still keep the Mac code. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level. Eyes in the back of my head, on the move, on the rise, no signs up ahead. I'ma push through, it's divine, it was said that it's gonna shake soon. Keep your mind on the bread. Nothing changed, I done had one dream. Any mind call, get whatever they need. Hop on that plane when I want a quick breathe. Hop in my bag if you want a 16 from the pastor. Yes, it's all work, you can have the rest. They run it back and say that's the best, I'm too cold. Could clear them all in a half a step or lose it all in a half a breath, but who knows? All I know is I'm here for the run. And won't run away from nothing. When it get hit, they keep my head to the sky, to the sun. Even when it feel hellish, it's still a blessing. My releases get out on the road. In the wind, I get back in my mode. It's so heavily, really my medicine. Ain't too much else I can lean on the most. But I can't be too gone and too far, too deep in my getaways to forget the day that I still got a mission statement. I gotta put feet to pavement, yes sir. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever and then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit goal. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money sixfold. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rift. Tonight we are covering Titans TDL Finals. In this best-of-5 slugfest, Andromeda Esports Avengers steps up to bat, taking on Conduit terminally underage greed, or unhinged greed. Words are hard. And what's sure to be a match to remember, or at least a stubble to remember. I'm joined, of course, by Mr. Lean on color, Chris Sungan on production, and as always, I'm your local casting cowboy, Korak, and you are watching pure chaos, calculated risk, and beautiful disaster unfold right here, right now. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Korak, for the wonderful intro. As required by Loki, I am required to say that I like men, but most importantly, I'm happy to be here. We have a very good matchup tonight. We have Conduit Tug, not underage, but thankfully, given the way some of that team acts, and we also have it versus AES Avengers. This has been a really anticipated matchup. Both teams had a very drastically different experience getting the playoffs. Avengers had as someone very eloquently put it, a reign of terror regular season, looking very beatable though in playoffs, getting pushed to 5 games by Con Esports, a underdog people were really keen on picking this last week. On Tug's side, they do have a bit of a pedigree from last season. Slifer is in back-to-back finals. Also worth noting, so is Earthen. Earthen is coming off a finals appearance in BOL Platinum for Conduit Coin Flip Patrol. Tug has been steadily scaling up as the season has gone on. Last week's series, was a bit of a rough one for them, but they were able to pull it out, capitalize on those mistakes, and get everything going. Korak, anything to comment on that? Anything you want to add?
Nothing. I'm coming in blind for this one. I've got a cheat sheet, and that's really about it, Mr. Lean. So I'm going to be leaning on you, haha, there for that one. But something I do know is we do have a couple of things before the draft does kick off. We have some awards that I have been told about that I definitely know about beforehand, and I'm totally not relying on you completely as I pass it over to you.
Yeah, of course. So for player awards, we do have our first pro all team, but first, to go over the most valuable player and their running-up, we do have AESA Cyclone coming in as the league's most valuable player, playing in the mid lane. And then we also have the runner-up also for Andromeda Esports. It's a pretty big clean sweep for them on the MVPs and the first team All-Pros. Mepal, or otherwise known as ME, comes in as the runner-up. And then, as you can see, Andromeda Esports, the unanimous first team All-Pro. It's been a while since we've had that. I think a first team clean it so clearly. Last season's Divinity was a little bit more varied in that instance, but to go over the second team as well, we do have Tug The World, GCCE Jesus Juice, Tug Wall Street, Tug Slifer, and RES Yipsy. I think that's Ronduit Esports. We also have Narva showing up on MVEC, I Hades on SS, Con Real Peakers, SS Hype 23M1, and SS Cups and Fries. Unfortunately, it does not look like Tug's jungle or support made it onto the All-Pro, but definitely a very good showing for Andromeda and our other finals team, Conduit Tug.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice awards across the board. Something we also wanted to mention is a nice little bitty POB, pat on the back here for Tug. Because from what I understand, they went out of their way and they allowed a reschedule to happen. I'll have my colleague here correct me, and that's a massive thing. That is why we are casting here. From what I understand, league players can be very hard to get in one place at one time. So thanks to that, we are able to get things rolling out and going forward. I'm excited to see these teams going when we're seeing this. So other than stats aside, Mr. Lean, right? You know these players. You know everybody sort of floating around here. What I want to know is, what are the heroes in these lanes? What lanes do we need to be watching for? Do we need to be watching for a tricky support? Do we need to be watching for, like, a Thresh? Do we need to be watching for, a Azir? Like, what are the things we should be keeping an eye on other than just pure stats?
I think Avengers' largest advantage actually comes from bot lane. Now, don't get me wrong. When you think of Avengers, you look at the top jungle and mid lane. Ludacris, Coach Silent K, and Cyclone have been consistently top performers in the plat scene for multiple splits now. Cyclone's finally going up to D4 after he just robbed me of a chip in BOL. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. But Coach Silent K is still a top jungler. I'll say this again and again and again. He is the guy you want on your team. Oh, it looks like actually we're getting pushed into draft now, Korak. Let's take a look here and see what's going on for fans.
Quick items of housekeeping before we dive into the bans here for it. Keep in mind, Tug is going to be on the blue side, and we're going to have AESA. That is a mouthful for the red side. First ban, though, kicking off is going to be Caitlyn. And keep in mind, once again, this is Fearless. This is best of 5. So as the series go on, we're going to see less and less champions. And eventually, if we make it all the way to game number 5, we're going to be down to we're going to be down a third of the champions in the pool. So things are going to get harder and harder and harder. First, another ban coming out that makes a lot of sense here is we're seeing the Emerald King, in my opinion, which is Amumu. Amumu is gone. Amumu is knocked out of that, and so is Caitlyn. I'm not really too surprised for Caitlyn whatsoever. She still hits like a truck right now. Thresh is a little surprising, but Thresh is still in that category of it almost doesn't matter the meta if the player's really, really good, if the player's really, really comfortable for it. That's super, super awesome. Ban for the other side to round it out is going to be Sivir. That makes sense, but I think Sivir is a little tricky. Even though they are the best hyper carry in the game at 4 items, getting there can be a problem. Smolder is more of a comfort pick, that one being out for that one as well, but they kind of fallen by the wayside. And then Yone I actually do like as a ban, because Yone's a lot like Blitzcrank when it comes to he can miss all of his ultimates, but if he gets just 1 or 2, it can absolutely dramatically shift the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget please excuse me. Allow me to rephrase it this way. Earthen is a very good Yone player. I have seen him absolutely become Thanos on that pick. So it's a very good ban on the side of Avengers. We got 2 picks coming out now. It looks like we have Glada on the Wukong, and then we counter with Jinx Leona. Not a bad bot lane combo. They're definitely putting their eggs in the hyperscaling basket. Don't be surprised if the Coach Silent K whip out a Xin Zhao or a J4 in response to this. But, oh wow, looks like we got Ashe. We'll see. We have Ashe coming next.
Ashe Seraphine's still very, very powerful, especially in this league, because the nice thing about Ashe Seraphine is the utility never goes away, even if you go down and you get taken out. So another classic combo, picking up the Braum here for this one, and Braum is in a good position. Braum does like to fight those melee champions, so Braum into Leona is not the worst thing. Plus, we've got the shield to stop Super Mega Death Rocket, so that does make a lot of sense. Ooh, and finally, I've been seeing this get banned over and over and over here in Aegis, and one of my favorite champions, which is Shyvana, is finally getting played.
Yeah. Shyvana's been a very big prio pick for a lot of junglers right now. And it's important to note here that Wall Street can play the Sylas mid. Mid lane is not up there yet. Shyvana ult is one of the best ones for Sylas to take. It can be really powerful to have it on both sides of the game. So I'm interested to see. Oh, never mind. There we go. Good draft or good call by Avengers getting rid of that. So we'll see what they go over for here. The Zaheen ban coming out as well. I actually don't know if that Zaheen would be going jungle or top for the side of Andromeda. I've seen it played by both of them, so I guess a flex pick getting rid of. Can't complain. And there's Ludacris's Renekton going out as well.
In my opinion, I like the Zaheen much better in the top lane, but we've seen plenty of visitors into the jungle for this. That doesn't make that's not really too surprising. I do like the pickup here though. Syndra I think is a perfect blind pick. I also like Victor. Victor's another really good blind pick in most cases. Orianna's not the worst one, and it's going to be Xerath. Okay, so another champion I haven't seen in quite some time. And granted, I've been casting I think M600 or so, so maybe this is a different dynamic here. I'm kind of curious on your notions of Xerath in this elo, Xerath in this 5v5 competitive scene.
None of us know how to dodge skill shots, so even if you're even mildly aware of how to land them, you'll be fine. You will be fine. Jokes aside, the Xerath I think is a good pick, and then we do have obviously Syndra going up against that. Syndra did pick blind into that, so the Xerath is intended as a counter. Then with the Aatrox and followed up by Ludacris Darius. I do want to comment and say I think Ludacris has been in draft jail for a good portion of this season. The content that Soup, also from Conduit Esports, put out said that Earthen think he had, Earthen had the advantage over Ludacris. I personally disagree. Every time I've seen Ludacris play, he has been that rock in the top lane. He doesn't lose, and if he wins hard. So I'm excited to see how this top lane matchup will play out.
I haven't seen a good dunk champion in a while, and honestly, I've cast all different levels for the most part when it comes to a lot of the different games, and I have absolutely no problem casting this league or Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold. Honestly, I think my favorite is casting Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold because nobody knows what's going to happen, just absolutely no one, so it's absolute mayhem for that one, but I'm always happy to see how the dynamics are different here. I hope we get to see Darius pop off. He's one of those ones that really gets those endorphins flowing when that works, but looking at at the teams right now. If we take a look at Tug, I think we've got a good team for sort of locking down and murdering. It's not my favorite when it comes to lockdown and murder, but you've got the utility on Ashe, you've got the stuns on Braum, you've got the artillery mage, you've got the armor shred on Wukong, and then you've got Aatrox to go in there and either mess up backlines or just absolutely getting people in face. But, you know, as you mentioned, we've got a nice hyper carry setup. We've got Jinx on AESA for that hyper carry sort of setup. We've got a lot of back to front for them to play off of. Leona is still fantastic. There's almost no reason not to play her if you get the opportunity. Syndra, great damage across the side. So we're a little bit more generalized, I think, on red side to watch out for that one. Any final notes before we pass over to our break, though?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me personally, actually, is that I do like the pick of the Braum into the Shyvana as well. Shyvana likes to go in, Darius likes to go in, so does Leona. It can be a very good, effective anti-engage tool, and I think that's a little bit important. I don't think we'll be taking a break, but that's perfectly okay as well. But that being said, though, Mepal is... him on Jinx is actually scary to me, just a little bit. I'm kind of nervous to see how the lane phase is going to go. Ashe obviously can be a pretty big lane bully when she wants to be. So we'll see how this goes. How do you feel about the mid lane matchup? What do you think?
So here's the thing, right? I'm a support player. I'm sitting right about the diamond level right now. So I'm pretty used to dealing with Xerath. Especially one of my favorite things to play in a Xerath is Brand. I don't care, fight me. I'll play Brand in any elo whatsoever, and I'll play Brand in Xerath all day. I just do not care. I will murder you. So I'm not intimidated by Xerath. I'm more intimidated by the Clock Mage, who's popped out more and more. I still hate the Clock Mage, and I think that the people who play him are subhuman. But that's, you know, neither here nor there. But he's made a massive comeback for it. I've seen him in mid lane. I've seen him support. I think we've seen a little bit more in the mid lane. What I'm getting at is, like, I'm not super worried about Xerath. However, though, we're in a different elo. More people in this elo are more likely to funnel rather than to sort of go around, right? So if all of red side's coming at Xerath's in a great position to not only pick up stuns, but pick up a whole bunch of damage too. And if nobody decides to go for him, he's just going to be this constant damage. So him into Syndra, I'm a little bit more worried about having to deal with Syndra because, of course, Syndra is the hardest champion in the world to play. She presses one button and murders you, just plays the outplay button, you know, and that's it. You know, she's just more skilled than you by pressing one button. So that can be very frustrating to deal with. But if she can't dodge skill shots and she can't outpace Xerath, then it's a lot to really deal with. I could see it going either way. I don't know these players as much as you, so then I want to know, like, player to player, Wall Street versus Cyclone, what are their tendencies? Do we have to worry about Wall Street overstepping? Do we have to worry about Cyclone getting cocky? You know, what are we looking at when we're looking at the mid heroes?
Especially for the mid heroes, especially, honestly, like, I think no flame to Wall Street. Cyclone is the player with the biggest boom potential. Cyclone has the potential to either go, admittedly, 0-10 or 10-0. But when Cyclone is on, he is going crazy. He's got a little bit of a fight breaking
engagement.
Yeah, Meep
already sitting at about half HP, and that was basically just Ashe alone. And I think that's something people forget, is that Ashe kind of consistently does a whole bunch of damage, or we'll say like a consistent amount of damage. So I think people forget that she actually hurts, especially when you're playing like a hyper carry like Jinx. If we had been able to get that combination, like if the Q had landed for Braum, that could have been even more damage, especially because you could pin that off of that one. So that's something to watch out for. But now we're sitting at that level 2 on each side. I think this is a little bit more in the favor of red side. They've got to watch out for it, but you can't ignore Braum. Braum's kind of like Bard to where he can do a deceptive amount of damage. I think people forget that as well. So if a Bard gets his way on you, gets his stun, and you can't exactly ignore him like you could maybe a Nautilus, but even Nautilus is a struggle to go for as well.
Yeah, they're big, they're annoying, and they CC you long enough for the Odyssey to finish up. You know what I mean? So I definitely get it. But still, I think I'm gonna give this one still in the favor of red side. It looks like there's a call pickup for the Jinx as well. Got a little bit of a cheater back in from that first wave, and there was a little bit of an exchange we missed top side. And oh look, Wall Street's already half HP. That's kind of what I was talking about before. Cyclones are really dominant later.
I think that is something you still have to watch out for, though. There's a reason why we don't see Syndra, and while most of my meta knowledge is from Diamond up, right? That's typically what I look at. That's typically what I cast. The basics still apply here in these scenarios. Granted, like there's a couple of exceptions. Like I said, Amumu is the jungle king. Amumu is the king of the Emerald League and down, and there's a reason for that. I don't think Xerath has sort of the same luxury. He might do better in the team fight phase. He might do better with that level 6 when the map opens up for him. Ooh, they're kicking up for Scuttlecrab right now. This is a 2v2 kicking off right now. Syndra, ooh, already taking so much damage. First blood going to the Monkey King. That armor shred coming in clutch. Darius sticking around a little too far. Flash forward, flash to the other side, but the bleed is on the Aatrox as it gets taken down. Cyclone going for the support, but unfortunately, he's only going to get delivered directly into the jaws of death. Now, sitting at 2-1. One or two more shots are all it's going to take as the dash goes forward. The Q lands, and that is a 3-0 Monkey King.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want on Shyvana. An early fight before the timer hits 5 minutes. There goes the Scuttle Crab, and there goes 3 kills. Here comes a fight bot lane.
No massive engagement. However, it looks like Glada has overstepped their bounds just a little bit more. Shyvana going for a bit of a revenge. I don't think we want to chase this too heavily. League very much so favors the turns rather than it does the overplays, and I think that's going to be something to watch out for. And I don't think they should feel too bad about dying over Scuttlecrab because basically the last 7 weeks I've watched, Aussie and I have watched, these Masters players die over Scuttlecrab over and over and over in the top lane for no reason. Is a very, very greedy play. She already had the Scuttle Crab in the bot side, and she went top side to go get the second one. There's no reason for it. You already got out. But it's going to happen back and forward. That does bring us up to 3-1. This can still go either way. And something I want to keep people in mind is because this is a best of 5, oftentimes game number 1 in this series acts as sort of like a range setter. And by that I mean, boxing, right? You've got your jab and you've got your actual swing. Whichever dominant hand or non-dominant hand you're using for that, your jab is with your non-dominant hand, and essentially you're just sort of range finding. And in my opinion, that's what game number 1 is. It's this range finding. It's not the worst thing to lose it. Obviously, if you can win it, awesome. But you can run out of steam by game number 2, game number 3, and sweeps happen. Speaking of sweeps happening, gotta have to worry about Leona stepping a little bit too close to the sun. Monkey King once again out for a little bit of blood. That armor shred doing so much to take her down. Couple of shots rolling through, 1 or 2 more. Nice Q here, but unfortunately, Notorious is going to be able to walk away. Leona stepping way too close to the Braum, but I guess we did not know that Wukong was there. We did have a ward out and ready to go, but ultimately we managed to keep ourselves alive. That does turn into a transition here for Wukong, where they're able to take up this first streak.
Yeah, definitely some early misplays on the side of Avengers. Not generally what they're used to, but I think it'll even out. We'll have to go ahead and see here. It looks like Coach Silent K is on the top side. There's not a whole lot for him to do, but he's going to go in and check that top side jungle there. Okay. So taking a look at this, like you said, not too much of a gold lead. Oh, there goes actually an engage on the Wall Street, and this Wall Street's already out of mana again. Glad going to have to try and find a way to transition this lead a little bit more effectively to the rest of his lanes. A Fed Wukong, don't get me wrong, is an absolute weapon to have, but as Rondo at Esports learned last week, having all the gold on your jungler and him not being able to transfer that lead to the rest of the team can feel very, very bad. So fingers crossed for Glad if he can get something done on that end.
Well, and it's kind of like that for every lane. I think that the jungle, if anyone's going to get fed early on, the jungle getting fed is not the worst one because, like you said, They can transition that into a couple of other things. Got to worry about, though. Wukong's already sitting at level 5 at half HP. Nice little juke there, running away from the Darius, but there's going to be the ultimate for the Dragon as we go for a couple of more shots. The stun rolls through, and so do the tower shots. We do finally get with a Q, but Xerath's going to return it there with a couple of shots. Can he land the skill shots on the Dragon, buying maybe just enough time for Aatrox to go over to the other side? This will be some much needed gold. Long-winded transfer. Score still 4-2 at the 7-minute mark. Honestly, that's not the worst thing. Sure, Shyvana got a kill, but so did your Aatrox, which means Darius is going to have an even harder time dealing with him in the top lane. And granted, he has been up on CS, but anything that Aatrox gets his hands on is going to be harder and harder for him to have to deal with.
I approve of this roam by TLP, actually, now that I'm looking at it. There's not really anything for him to do here. His Jinx is under turret. They're losing a plate. Grubs isn't even up yet. How long do we have till Grubs?
Grubs is 8 minutes, I want to say.
So, yeah,
I'm pretty sure Grubs is 8 minutes.
Yeah, we're there like a minute, maybe like a minute and a half too early. Like around the time would have been able to go. The fact that Jinx is up CS actually, now that I look at that, is absolutely criminal, especially with her being pushed into the turret like that. Nonetheless, TLP is going back. Grove spawns in the next 15 seconds on the bot side, and oh yeah,
there's the cleanse. So
Yep.
Meep is now down to cleanse a good amount of HP, not mana. Sorry about that. We do still have the flash out and going, but that is going to be the unfortunate of that roam, that rotation that you were talking about. And rotation is something that I think that support struggle with. There's been a lot of changes over it, even from when I was there. Like Otacon no longer being in the game is like a real big mess up for me. I was a big fan of it. I know a lot of people hated it, but as a support, I liked it because it gave me more opportunities to roam, and I like being in other lanes. Nice little engage. Nothing really should happen for this. Notorious is going to take the lesser of that trade as the Q rolls through on the other end. Both level 6 here on the other side as World fight back and forth. But yeah, that roaming can be really, really important. It can be critical, or it can really set things up for your ADC to fail, as we saw right there with Meep. Not the worst thing, but we did lose a lot of advantages and a couple of tools and a bit of resources. So a bit unfortunate on that one. Ooh, speaking of, there's a flash gone.
Ooh, yeah, I know you're 100% right. Both AD carries not having cleanse there is actually pretty dire. I'd say so myself. Top lane not having the flash. See, that's kind of what I'm talking about with Ludicrous and whatnot. Darius is another one of his what I would call Thanos champs. Oh, okay. See, I thought it was going to be a little more involved, excuse me. But it is another one of his Thanos champs. He plays super well on, is always able to give himself a relatively large lead if left to his own devices. It looks like Shyvana's on the...
Ooh, flash back on the other side, but we're going to run into the Monkey King. Shyvana here for a bit of reinforcements here, really trying to look for that damage, but I'm not even sure Aatrox really needs it. Darius almost to get a kill. He does have the bleed, so there's an opportunity. He can take him down. The Dragon does manage to pick it up, but we trade it on the other side. Nice flash back there in the background as Braum takes the rocket directly to the face. Nice 1v1, 1v2 combination, as that's a 1-for-3 trade the long way around, as bot lane managed to keep themselves alive just barely. Q rolling through as Notorious takes another shots. Our score now sitting 7-3 with a minute on the clock for the next up-and-coming Drake.
Yeah, there's just again, this is just a lot of like unforced errors. And I like how Ludacris felt the need to make me eat my own words during that last exchange. I appreciate it, buddy. I'm kidding. But nonetheless, right, that was a very huge play for them. TLP, oh, here we go.
Ooh, starting another engagement. Leona goes in. That's the problem with Braum, though. You really want to go for this fight, but then just we don't win that. Well, I'm not sure what the plan is. We didn't have so much. We fell for the bait. The support doesn't care if he dies, if his ADC gets a kill. Even if you had gotten the Braum, there's not a bunch you could do for that. You don't need to get the hyper carry fed. You don't need to get Jinx fed. With Ashe, you need to play it sort of low and slow, and you very much so need that Braum. But I think when that pace, I think the whole goal for that one, for that one, words are hard, is Notorious really set that up for their ADC, did the exact play that they need to, and I gotta love to see it, even though they've sort of messed up a little bit further on. That definitely redeemed them in my eyes.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, Tug missed a really big opportunity to actually punish the Leona, the ill-fated Leona roam we talked about beforehand. Jinx is still up CS. Now she's up a kill, and it looks like they're going to be up another here if this goes the right way as well.
Oh, Fallen in a bad position. He does get the leap backwards. He does have the shield down, but he's going to get taken down as the Dragon rolls on the other side. Actually, Jinx managed to pick up the kill, so for having to worry about a bit of damage rolling through, the Crystalline Arrow buying herself some precious seconds, meaning only Braum was the one to go down. So we did stop some of the bleeding, at least in the bot lane. Tug does have a small advantage, but it's not super massive just quite yet. They need to be careful. They need to watch out for a couple of things, and then something I also need to watch out for is now Shyvana has been able to get their hands on that bot lane, get their hands on that Drake, having that prio now that the support is gone and that the ADC is not only down on ultimate, but is also down as support.
Yeah, it's a kind of a rough situation to be in now, because now you risk, aside from the overstay, excuse me.
Sticking around a little bit too long. There's going to be a Cyclone into an Armor Shred on the other side. We're going to take it down. Unfortunately, not giving that to Ashe would have been super amazing, but we did get really close to get taken down on Ashe. Notorious goes in for the Q, picks up a kill. Probably not what they want to see, as we get another kill on Gladys, sitting at 7-1. That's super nice with how aggressive he's being, but I agree with you. We need to be very careful. We need to transition this into gold for the rest of the team, or even better, transition this into objectives, because your KDA does not matter if your Nexus blows up. League of Legends is an objective-based game, and you need those objectives in order to win the game.
Yeah, 100%. We got a little bit of the Slifer special there, him walking back up when it's low. Of course, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I haven't done the exact same thing as well. But I'm the support player. It's fine if I do it. Nonetheless, yeah, this is a pretty precarious position for a Tug. The number looks good, but they're really only up ahead by 300 gold. A lot of the gold is on the Jinx. Ashe is not in the position she needs to be in. If Wukong falls off, Tug is in an extreme amount of danger. I'm actually kind of like a little nervous for how this is going to play out going forward, especially it looks like there's a gank happening here.
Yeah, Coach going in, looking for a spot here in World. However, World is very, very tanky right now, so I doubt this is going to transition into a kill, but that's at least going to be some pressure on top of them. We don't have TP back, so anything Darius can get their hands on is going to be super, super important. Notorious throwing down a good try-ward. That does make sense. Honestly, if the entire team wards and continues to watch out for Glada is going to be harder and harder, or is going to have a harder and harder time transitioning that gold into what they need because they haven't been able to get these objectives. They've just been forced to go for kill after kill after kill, which I've already mentioned the problem there for that one. But now we're sitting at the 13-minute mark, about 13 and a half. As you said, gold's still pretty tied. Drake's tied back and forth, but I do like the position here for Red Side. I think Red Side is in a better spot despite being down just a little bit on kills. Their gold is more diversified. It's not on one person. So Tug has a couple of options. They have to wait for Wukong to do the majority of the damage, but the thing is like if we target all our forces to take down Wukong, that's the majority of the damage down. Or we just go somewhere where Wukong's not. There's a lot of mobility for them to sort of avoid that gold.
Yeah, 100%. I think another thing you have to watch out as well with how fed the Wukong is that Stone Skin passive can be deceptively powerful. I've seen people fall victim to the ideology of kill the Wukong no matter what, only for him to survive long enough for the rest of his low damage team to actually manage to do something. So there's a needle to thread here, but I'm not unoptimistic about Andromeda's chances as this game progresses on. We're about 15 minutes in, Jinx already has a completed item, and the cull is almost done as well. Ashe does not have, it looks like it's still taking some time on that cull. Oh, here comes an invade, actually.
Going for the chickens. Another fight kicking off there. Nothing too major though, Mr. Lean. I don't really blame him though. This honestly, if you're Wukong and you can't get the ganks, this isn't the worst call to go for it. As long as you keep an idea of where the enemy team is, and most importantly, where your team is, to where if you need a bit of support. Because like we've spent the last 2.5 minutes, I want to say, on top of Glada, not really utilizing the fact that we are 7-1. To where like if for example, Jinx was 7-1, bot lane would already be destroyed, right? Like that's an example. Granted, Jinx is on the other side. We need to start transitioning this into more and more and more. We're running down the clock, and what's really, really important too is we've hit the 15-minute mark. The 15-minute mark is right about the team fight phase. I think 15-16 minute mark is like that mid team fight phase that a lot of people look forward to, which means we get our first real tempo shift, and this is where that gold on Wukong is going to matter even more. So as we go on, them not doing anything with their gold is going to get more and more critical.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is a good end around.
Coming in here, Coach. In a really good spot as we go, and there's a TP on the other side. We're looking for a nice 4v4. Nice knock up there on the other side. Unfortunately, Leona not able to hit too much TP in. This is going to be a dead dragon. There's the ultimate for Xerath. One down. Looking for another one. Notorious having a flash on the other end. Nice little smack on the behind from Xerath as we go to do on the other side. So far, worried about so much damage as Cyclone flashes forward, plays the autoplay button. It almost gets a kill, but this is neither a horseshoe or a hand grenade. So that Ashe walks away. Our score now 10-7, 30 seconds on the clock for the next up and coming Drake.
Yeah, that was a pretty big fight. They were able to collapse on Coach Silent K there, but unfortunately, nobody else still has a kill besides Aatrox and Wukong. It's you know what? It's good. I'm glad Earthen's getting the gold he needs. A fed Aatrox is probably the worst thing in the world to deal with. Oh no.
Ooh, we're so close. We were not able to get. Oh, we got the kill anyways.
Yeah.
Wait, Xerath was there? Oh, okay. I was thinking that was Braum for some reason. All right. So nice pickup there for Xerath. I don't know if you watched that, but we dashed in with, I believe it's the E on Wukong, and we had the Q primed. We were waiting for the Q. One Q would have been a dead Jinx, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get it. Although I guess more fortunately for his team, Xerath picked up a kill. So this is sort of what we were talking about. And not only that, Xerath's able to pick up a bit more CS and a plate or two, plus a Drake. So they got so much off of those two plays.
Yeah, really back-to-back, really good capitalization on the back-to-back bot plays there. This is definitely where Tug wants to be now. The game's a little bit more firmly in their control. It's still only a 400 or 500 gold lead, it looks like here. It looks like they're huddling around Rift right now. I don't think Andromeda is going to fight this. It'd be a little odd, in my opinion.
Well, the lower the elo, the more chaos, so I wouldn't rule it out just quite yet here for this one. Shelly is set up for it. We're looking for a fight potentially for it, but I do agree with you. I don't think Red Side should fight this, but I think they did exactly what they needed to. I think that they needed to sort of like test the environment, because sometimes it doesn't hurt to just test things. Sometimes it doesn't hurt to just do a little bit of poking to figure out what happened, because maybe you get in a good position to just snipe it and then walk out. Maybe you get in a good position to take someone down on your way out. I think that was a lot of really, really nice control. I appreciate them trying and then also backing out, because that's something that's really, really important with League of Legos is you need to learn how to play from behind, and that is one of the critical skills to have to watch out for. Crystalline Arrow in on Notorious, unfortunately not hitting Meep. I'm gonna have to worry about that. Another ultimate there. There is the barrier on Meep. Another shot rolling through as Wall Street manages to hit his skill shot. Now sitting at 2-0. Tug looking a little bit better as time goes on. Still not a massive lead, about a K or so different between the two teams. Don't quote me on that because I'm bad at math. Goes in on Notorious, taking a whole bunch of shots here. However, Braum did have his shield up, so not a whole bunch happening on that side. But our score now 12-7, 18 minutes on the clock, 2 Drakes to 1, and about a goal, about a K difference in gold.
Yeah, that exchange right there is a Xera's dream and an ADC's nightmare. Not being able to do anything, didn't get hit with any other ability
Cyclone.
except the ult.
Cyclone, picking up the Cyclone from the Wukong. I guess that's probably not the apt name to run into the Wukong in the middle of a jungle. I feel like if you're going to name yourself Cyclone, maybe you should expect a Cyclone. Either way, gotta take it down. That's really unfortunate for Cyclone, because you did mention that Cyclone was sort of not necessarily their star player, but someone to watch out for. And now the fact that we're sitting at 0-3 into Wall Street is a little devastating for it. Syndra is one of the ones that we needed to get fed. Syndra can do a decent amount of damage from behind, but it's not as good as someone like Victor or Hui or Oriana, who are still decent at doing that damage. They really need at least a kill or two. They need a couple of items to get us a little bit of itemization on for them. Unfortunately, there's going to be the ultimate for Leona as Wall Street is able to walk away, and we're picking up some nice plates in mid lane.
He flashed the ult because he was in dead center of it. If he didn't flash that, he's dead. But, we missed the Syndra Sun too. That's pressing. Feels like right now Andromeda's trying to grasp at straws when they don't really need to. Things feel a little frantic on their end. I think they're trying to fight their way back into the game. We have a Jinx with at least a 10 CS lead and still a little bit more gold. It looks like... What's that second item on Ashe? Is that Phantom Dancer? Am I seeing?
Oh, I am the wrong person to ask ADC items. I have completely turned my brain off when it comes to ADC items. I'm support, right? Like, those items don't involve me. I don't play Syndra, or not Syndra. I can't even remember her name. Help me out here. The support that's also an ADC. Senna. I did it.
Senna, yeah.
Caster.
Yeah, so no, that it's either Rune-Ins or Phantom Dancer, but I think I have U.GG showing me as Phantom Dancer, so I digress. But nonetheless, they're on a pretty even footing right now, I'd say, given the way some of these fights have gone. The top side of Tug doing a lot of work on this. Like I said, Andromeda needs to slow things down, try and scale. They have a very good front-to-back comp. They need to just fall back in line to that. Oh, here comes the ghost out from Darius, but...
He's a little overconfident, I think. We go for the grab. We go for a little bit of lunge here. We are starting to look for a fight, though. It looks like the world is using good utilization of the bush. Not sure why we didn't just sort of walk out of it. Maybe he's just waiting for the wave to make its way in there. Speaking of making a wave in there, Cyclone going to run directly into another Cyclone as Glada pops the Q, grabs a kill. Now Ludacris taking so much damage from the other side, but the dunk rolls through the shutdown on the Darius as a couple of shots from Xerath on the other side, taking Shyvana down to about half HP. This is a 2v3 with a Xerath making their way downtown, walking pretty fast, making the rest of the team back off. 1-for-1 trade, moving our score up 14-8.
Yeah, Cyclone just needs to... He's forgetting where he is on the side lane, and just getting punished for it every time. That bot side jungle is theirs, and Cyclone needs to play a little bit more respectful for that. But, you know, it's still not bad getting a trade back on that as well. Darius did at least get the kill top side, kind of proving, hey, you got a little bit of help. I'm still going to be able to 1v1 you. And that's really the fun part of a Darius. I used to be a Darius one-trick way back in the day. The fact that you can win any fight if you manage to land your Qs and whatnot has always been one of my favorite things about the champion. And we got to see that a little bit there as well.
Ooh, danger
boy.
bush.
Yeah.
We'll drink it down, though. Nice danger sense for that one. That game sense is going to be super, super important because, of course, the Drake is up, and this is going to be an important one. This is Drake point, Soul point here for this one, and it is going to be a Infernal Soul to watch out for, which Seraph is going to love. The whole team is going to love. Jinx would also love that too if they can get their hands on it, but we've got to watch how this goes because it can quickly turn around in the other team's favor. We just got to get some wards, and we got to watch control over the Banana Bush because he who controls the Banana Bush controls the Drake oftentimes. Nice double man stun, looking to make something happen. Cyclone already sitting at half HP, not looking good for Tug. Fallen Warrior doing the exact same thing, but he is the support. Unfortunately, massive solar miss on the other side. Not the same thing for Braum as we go into the back line, picking up an exhaust there on Coach. Coach picking up a Cyclone on the other end. Now, Glada going to the back line, but gets taken down and nuked. That's the majority of their gold. However, Wall Street is still alive, picking up one shutdown. This is a 3v3. Cyclone on the run, almost dead. Aatrox picking up more on the other side. Now going for the dunk, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. We have Wall Street here, flashed over to the other side, just barely keeping ourselves alive. The bleed is real. The Drake still up, but then most importantly, red side down. Drake going to blue side. 4-for-4 trade, 18-12.
Oh my God, Slifer needs to be he needs to be shot for flashing in there right there on the Darius. That was fucking egregious. Nonetheless, Luda deserves all of the praise in the world. He played that so well, flashing the Xerath skill shot right at the end there, going ahead and still being able to take down Aatrox. It's just so unfortunate he wasn't able to get the Drake as well. Luda played that exchange out, like, I think the best he could have possibly done there.
Honestly, you broke my brain when you said Luda, and I was like, "Who's Luda? Who's Luda?" I'm
sorry, Ludacris. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It makes sense. I was just like, "Who is Luda?" I don't understand. I looked at the names. I'm very confused. Either way, I do agree with you. A lot of really good points there. Although our needle right here hasn't moved too much, because despite the fact that we are at the third Drake for Tug, and we have those additional buffs going for us, and we have that tempo later on, the gold still has been very, very tight, which is a good sign. It means these teams are still relatively matched, and even though red side has been doing, they could have done better, right? But it's not the worst thing. Oh no, Crystalline Arrow going for the miss there. That's 2 ultimates down for that one. Meep is taking a quite the hammering now as Ludacris fights the world in the top lane. A little bit of weird statement there for that one between those two names. Nothing really going to happen to this, and we're just trying to pressure to get this tower down. That does make a lot of sense, right? Because we got another 3 minutes on the clock. We got Baron up. No one's going to get Baron without an advantage. So what we want to try to do is we need to get that mid tower down so we are prepped for that aggression. So we are prepped for taking this next Drake, which is going to be super, super important. And also, if Tug plays it right and Tug gets it beforehand, they're going to be able to set the tempo for this fight. Glada already taking a good amount of shots there. Cyclone, not sure going to be the best choice here for this one. Rocket running down the side, but unfortunately no execute. That is going to be a dead. Syndra on the other side. Cyclone on to Ludacris now going for the squishy mage. Wall Street is in danger. Going to get pulled back in. Dunked on. Shut down. Going to Ludacris. Ludacris out for more blood. Glada on the run right as the tower falls to pieces. There is going to be the clone. Glada so close to going down. No abilities to play for, but I like the counterplay on Tug. We've got a free tower to go for, so we're going to take the mid tower. We're going to take 2 mid towers and back our way out. So despite the fact that we got ganked there, despite the fact that fight turned around on us, we still managed to find the advantage on Tug's end.
Yeah, that trade's super worth. That's a trade I would take every single day of the week. Again, it falls back to Cyclone being disrespectful of the side lane play. Well, maybe disrespectful isn't the right term to use there because he did have Coach with him, but he's just very, very weak right now and probably needs to play a little bit more like it. But I digress. The tier 2 trade on the side of Tug, really good macro call from Slifer and Fallen, and it looks like, are we setting up Defend Baron here? I guess it makes sense with Dragon being 2 minutes up and that being actual soul point. I really don't want Tug to have Infernal Drake. That would... I think that'd be, like, really scary. The Wukong, the Xerath, and the Aatrox. I don't know how you survive their damage if they get Infernal Soul. That'd be really depressing.
I think it's scarier on red side.
True. No, 100%.
We have a lot to play off it. Not that I think we're going to get there anytime soon, right? Because like if red side's going to pick it up, it's about 5 minutes in between each Drake. So this game has got to go on for a very long time for them to pick it up. And each Drake they have does deny it. So even if they get this next one, that's going to be super, super critical. That's going to buy them more and more play. And you did mention earlier that one of the things that they need to be shooting for is they need to be slowing this game down. And taking those Drakes does specifically that. But now we've got a minute on the clock, and this is going to be a critical moment. Once again, Soul Point is going to be some of those things to watch out out for. Not just because it's a really powerful buff, it is, but because it usually results in the exchange of a lot of gold, tempo, and morale. And if you want to watch how the fight goes, pay attention to the banana bush, pay attention to the other bush beforehand, and pay attention to who is there about 30 to 40 seconds prior to the Drake.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's honestly criminal how close this game still is, despite the kill difference in the Drakes. It's still only 400 gold. We've been repeating that all game, but it doesn't really matter what the plays go how the plays go around. The game seems to be stuck in this stasis point. Maybe Dragon will be the thing that busts it wide open. That generally seems to be the modus operandi for both teams. Is hey, pick something we can work with. Scale. Oh, here comes an Ashe ult.
Oh no, there is indeed going to be 2 ults there on Ludicrous, already sitting down half HP TP, but it's a little too late as the exhaust comes down, blowing everything you absolutely can to get this one advantage. Is exactly what you need. That's such a key player to take down. Braum ultimate down. Fallen Warrior having to blow that. That is a little unfortunate. Aatrox going in the world. We're going to commit to this entire fight. Cyclone, nice knockback on the other side. Leona, Notorious, in a really bad spot. Not here to support the team, but able to grab at least Wall Street on the other side. Super Mega hitting absolutely nobody as Jinx is not able to get any of these shots whatsoever. We are doing a fighting retreat, but now we're going to get pulled into the Aatrox, flash on the other side of the wall. Sejuani into so much damage, but immediately going to pick up a stun, a death, as the world goes to the other side, picking up a double kill for the Wukong, leaving Cyclone here by themselves. I did mention how critical this exchange of gold, this fight was going to be, and I think at this point, red side is in trouble.
Absolutely, absolutely. It really... Not a great call on the side of Avengers to go ahead and take that fight after Luda had already been caught. They shouldn't have TP'd down there and kind of just let it happen. At this point, the Drake's gone. Luda's going to be dead before you get there. A 4v5 is never a fight you want to take. Especially now it's going to cost them, it looks like, Soul Point and... Oh, no, excuse me. Sorry, they were going up to Baron, so I thought they were about to go take that as well. Would have been a brave play, but I can't exactly blame them for feeling cocky given what they've been able to pull off so far.
For me, Baron is one of those ones I think is super, super critical because I think people get so hyper-focused on like, hey, we need to go there and we need to take Baron, but you don't need to just take Baron. You need to get out with it as well, and you need to remember the fact that Baron is honestly the original Otacon, right? So Otacon had this feature where it was like it would just mind control the players in real life to just lose the game, and Baron can do the same thing. It's not as bad as Otacon, but it is still the original one because of that, because of the debuff, and just because of sort of like spending all the time and damage and resources to try to take it down, and the other team sort of rolls in and sort of grabs that knock up. And so I think Baron is a very interesting objective to go for. So even the fact that Tug was ahead, I do like them to have the wherewithal and go, hey, sure, we're ahead, but we need to not be that cocky and back off.
Yeah, agreed. And to build on that as well, I believe Riot, I think they was said in the... Oh boy, here we go.
Ooh, Cyclone going to get taken down under tower, getting absolutely melted before really anything happens. We did have Sejuani there, we did have Coach there, but unfortunately, we're just not able to do too much of that. As World really doesn't even care. He's going to fight them underneath the tower. Whole bunch of resources here as the Super Magnetic goes in and hits absolutely nothing that it needs to. Glad already taken a whole bunch of shots going down to 1, 2. Now it's just going to be Notorious and the rest of the team. 1 for 2 trade, 25 to 14. I don't think we can take Baron, potentially. Maybe if we get Notorious and we stagger them, that could be a potential victory. Going to take the tower. Now Notorious is in trouble. Going to go for the stun. Going to grab the kill. So that's going to be a nice stagger. Glad is sitting at less than half HP. 30 seconds on the clock for Coach to pop their way up. I don't think we have the damage for this, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong.
I think they have the damage for it. Jinx doesn't have Mega Death Rocket either. Nah, this is a free Baron for them. And I think Andromeda needs to take a reset, take a deep breath, and get out of their own heads a little bit, because they're still very much have a pathway to win this game. It's what, only 4 now? It's a 4K gold lead? I've seen more insurmountable gold leads come back from. In fact, we came back from an 8K gold lead versus Cyclone when I was playing versus him against BOL. It's possible. It's possible. So I'm kind of interested to see if maybe they can turn around one of these bigger fights. Before that last fight broke out, I was commenting that that Riot had actually said they wanted to make objectives like Baron easier to fight into, to give opportunities to give games a little bit more parity and allow those fights to turn. So if they can find a good opportunity with Jinx Q, especially if she starts... Oh,
doesn't get a crystalline arrow. as the camera gets zoomed in on Xerath. Cyclone already said about a half HP. One or two more shots going to roll through. That's going to be 2 ultimates down, but not the worst thing. Ashe basically doesn't have a cooldown on that, so it's going to be up and ready before you can see that happen. We do pop the Leona ultimate on the other side as we go for a nice little gank here on Ludicrous. Ludicrous trying to lock down one, grabbing a dunk, but unfortunately going to take it down. The bleed does roll through as Jinx is just not able to find the damage, not able to find the other side. That Braum doing so much to stop so much work, and constantly, over and over and over, Braum is in the way. Braum is the meat shield. Braum is the literal shield for his team, stopping so much in a lot of that fight, and that's going to be a 1-for-3 trade, and we're going to lose so much off of that. We've got Baron, and now we're taking the mid tower. Now we're taking the inhib.
That might be game.
Things are not looking good for red side. There is a non-zero chance that we stop this. There's a non-zero chance that we go here for this, but I don't really see it. We still got 20 seconds of the clock before anyone else makes their way over there. One fountain turret down, looking for the second one, looking for the inhib. This indeed is looking like the end of game number 1, series number 1. Meat taking in there, already sitting at half HP. And yes, indeed, everyone, that is going to be the end of game number 1, series number 1, going to Tug. 29 on the board, coming out smelling like roses, Mr. Lean.
Wow. Yeah, no, they definitely turned that around. That was very good on Tug, their bot lane, all that. I'm really pleased with the performance, especially from the top side. Slifer understood that he needed to get in the backpack, and this is exactly what Soup was talking about before. I got to give a lot of praise to Wall Street and Glada especially. It's funny. Glada said he didn't need to imitate Coach to win, and yet he took his Wukong and it showed him how to play it. And on the side of Wall Street, one of the big things Cyclone said about him is that he fundamentally changes the way you need to approach mid lane. He can either play safely and enable his teammates, or become the main carry when the composition requires it. Didn't have to be the main carry there, had to be the second carry, but man, that Xerath and Ashe combo, that was brutal to deal with.
Absolutely, it was hard to deal with, and this is kind of what I was talking about too. Is one of the big reasons that Ashe Seraphine is so big is because that utility is always really, really good. And despite the fact that Ashe doesn't have the world's best KDA, both Ashe and Braum had a profound impact on the game because of their passes, because of their ultimates, so much to play off of. So even though we're not sitting super amazing, at least on the kill front, our KDA is pretty high. That's 3.3. That's nothing to scoff at whatsoever. We had a good amount of kill participation, and one of the biggest things is that I think red side maybe they're not awake yet. Maybe they're not good and going. I don't think you can say that for Ludicrous. I think Ludicrous is probably the MVP for their team. They seem to be very Johnny on the spot with a lot of that, so I really appreciate that. But I think Cyclone overstepping, Cyclone having some issues in the mid lane, especially with you saying like how dominant they should have been, or how the fight should have played out. It was something to watch out for. But that is going to be game number 1. Take that as just a bit of information, because remember, this is a best of 5, and fatigue is a real thing. Tilt is a real thing. This can turn around sooner rather than later. Either way, though, give us a couple of minutes. We're going to roll into a small little break. Grab yourself some drinks and some refreshments, because we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to game number 2, draft number 2. Tug, not quite having a dominant performance, but having a consistent and a strong performance in game number 1. Our score 0-1 in Tug's favor. Anything you think Avengers needs to do differently, Mr. Lean, other than just win the game?
Like I said, take a big old deep breath. It's game 1 of a best of 5 series. You mentioned fatigue and tilt are being one of the 2 big things that can absolutely sink a team. And I know the personalities on Avengers a little bit. They're definitely unhappy with how they play game 1. It's not what they're usually expecting themselves to play. Like I said, deep breath, reel it back in. In game 1, you got some of the you got some priority picks out as well. Game 1, you know, the Wukong, Ashe, Braum, Xerath, Aatrox, Jinx, Leona, Shyvana, Syndra, Darius, all out. 10 champions right there. Things can breathe a little bit more. You dealt with the Ashe game 1. You don't have. Like I said, deep breaths, Wusa, and I'm confident maybe Avengers will come back this game and hopefully take it. But like I said, Tug definitely showed a little bit of their grit there, being able to transition their lead just from the jungle, get Wall Street involved, punish a Cyclone and other people repeatedly with the Ashe ult and Xerath ult combo. So we've seen that they know how to play around each other and their win conditions. So fingers crossed they can go ahead and pull that off as well. Should be a fun one.
I think there's plenty of opportunities for them to happen. Like I said, we are sitting in this best of 5. They just need a couple of sort of like morale kills, right? Sometimes you need a kill or just something to get the tempo, get the adrenaline going too. And I think that's something also that Aussie actually brought up in my previous cast this week, is that adrenaline's pretty important because it plays off of tempo and it plays off of tilt and it plays off of morale, right? So like you can do really well. You can have this super great adrenaline and then you get this like massive spike in game number 1, and then game number 2, everything is slowed down and it's harder for you to play at a slower speed, so you start sort of like messing up and that starts to frustrate you. So the mental gymnastics is pretty important here too. We can't forget about though that this is fearless, and so those bans are going to be pretty important. We can have targeted bans. There's plenty of things that we can work out. You know, I don't know if Titan allows like just fully banning out one player or going for those 5-man bans. I know a couple leagues sort of do or do not do that, but that is a strategy that's available if Titan allows it. Someone will have to correct maybe my colleague here, but I think there's plenty of opportunities for Avengers to make those things happen. And I don't think they played super terrible. The biggest outlier, like I said, just being a Cyclone, and I'm not trying to harp on them too much, but it was something that they glared out. It was something that showed up. And all they really need to do, that's a pretty simple fix. Just play back, just play slower. Like you said, take those breaths. And there's champions that you can play that do specifically that. You can play someone who's got sort of like a weirder range, or you can go sort of the other side of the fence, especially when it comes to mid lane. You can play with someone who is good at escaping. Now, you can play with someone who's good at sort of like making up for your mistakes. Like there's Ahri, there's Aurora, there's plenty of other champions that you can grab. You can even grab Galio to sort of like help slow yourself down. So there's plenty of other options for them to dive into, Mr. Lean.
Yeah, absolutely. And concerning Cyclone specifically, aggression is one of the ways I would define them as a player. He's a perfectly nice person and whatnot, right? He's very calm, very collected, but when he gets into the game, I find that one of the reasons that makes him so strong and so lethal as a player is because he is aggressive. And it would not surprise me to see that come out in his picks for the next game. You know, maybe he picks something that allows him to play a little more up, or maybe he can pick something out like a LeBlanc. Like his LeBlanc could be classified as terrorism based on what I've seen him do to enemies. He's done it to me personally. No one likes a 10-0 LeBlanc destroying them before they get to press a single. The draft is kicking off.
Absolutely. And mid still has a couple of those champions that you could play people that are off meta. I remember when I did Sido, I always forget who it was. But for the most part, I think LeBlanc was off meta and so was Zoe. And they got their hands on Zoe, which apparently like was their champion. And they absolutely dominated the other Sido players. It was like a night and day difference. So there's plenty of opportunities for this to happen, especially if you've got someone who is very, very good at those levels of aggression. And sometimes when you take a player that is very good at doing a lot of those fast moving plays, a lot of that pure adrenaline sort of champions, they do like not as great on someone like Syndra who has to play a little bit slower. So maybe that's something to watch out for. Bans so far looking like they're going to be the same. It's going to be the Caitlyn, it's going to be the Sylas, it's going to be the Smolder, it's going to be the Thresh to watch out for. I don't really expect these to change too much. Sivir's going to get banned out too. I'm not sure I agree with the Sivir ban, especially because Sivir has a lot of counters to it. Alistair being one of the big ones we don't see too much. Banning out the Emerald King does make a lot of sense. bands. I'm curious, though, who our first pick is going to start off here for Tug, because like I said, this is going to be Tug on the blue side and Avengers on the red side. And if you look below our respective dumb heads, you'll see the fearless bands that have rolled out, and it's one of my favorites. We're getting Maokai. Maokai is a bit of a flex pick. He can still be played jungle. He's not the world's best jungler, but he is still a decent jungler. He can be played top. More than likely, this is going to be support. I do have a word of caution, though, if this is support, as somebody who does play Maokai and really loves Maokai as support, is people often play Maokai support like he is Rel, and that is not the case. He has a very, very powerful kit. Twisted Advance is still one of the most broken abilities in the game. Nature's Grass is super amazing, but you also need to use your saplings as additional vision, and you need to set up there before you get to those objectives. We are getting the Yone, which you said was something to watch out for. So we're getting Yone, and we're getting a Sejuani into an Aurora.
Yeah, that's a pretty good takeaway on the side of Avengers, taking the Yone out and then pairing it with a Sejuani as well. Really nice response on the R1, R2. I do want to point out for the Maokai as well. I actually enjoy really using that champion as an anti-engage champion for when Braum is out of the game. I really enjoy picking it into Camille support. I find that it cucks her just enough to prevent her from doing her usual business onto my AD carries and more squishier members of my team. Here comes out, so we got Maokai, Xayah, and Aurora for the side of Tug, and then we have the Ziggs coming in as well. Metball is a very good hyper carry player, so I think that's where the Sivir band's coming from. I think he has like a crazy win rate on it in solo queue when I was looking over OP.G earlier, which is probably why. And then, you know, just, I gotta say, I kind of like Avengers a little bit more with the Ziggs, but it really depends on how TOP can play the roaming support angle while Ziggs is doing its thing.
Interesting thing to note, though, is since the fact that we picked up Ziggs, that does put Avengers in a better position to get their hands on the Void Grubbies, so that is something to watch out for, especially if they grab some wave clear here. Void Grubbies is, of course, you know, it's significantly weaker than it's been the last couple of patches, you know, and so it's been one of the weakest objectives, and so it's you often see people give it up for good reasons, but Ziggs is a good reason to try to go for it. I think Sivir is also a good reason, too. Anyone who's got, like, really good wave clear. Rakan here for the pickup. I think denying it from Xayah. I've got a controversial opinion. I don't like Xayah Rakan. I think that there's better combinations, in my opinion, and I think Rakan, for me, is best played into once you know the other support. I think Rakan is a good place for hooks to go die, and is excellent. So even though he didn't know the Nautilus was coming, he's going to be good for that one. And here's a good one. Another good one coming up is the Gnar.
Yeah, absolutely. An appearance from our tongue twisters actually pops up here. Oh, followed up by the Olaf immediate R5. I gotta say, I think Tug's comp is the easier to play. They have a lot of very either point and click engage or wide engage, as I like to call it. They have the Gnar ult into a wall. They have the Maokai ult. They have the Nautilus ult. They have the Aurora ult. It's press R and win the game for the side of Tug. For Avengers, it's a little bit of the same. You have the Sejuani ult, you have the Yone ult, and you do have Ziggs as you lock someone up, drop Ziggs on them, drop Yone on the back line. Rakan goes in and does his as well. It'll be interesting to see, but I have a feeling this is going to be another game decided by the big drag fight as we saw game 1.
I think when we're looking at Tug, I think Tug has a lot of really, really nice setup that you're going to have to watch out for. You've got the Flash, Twisted Advance, Nature's Grass. That's a very hard combo to have to deal with. You've got a very scapey, you know, ADC in the form of Xayah. And then, you know, we've got plenty of things to mark it up. We've got Aurora for a good amount of damage. And I think Aurora's in a really good spot specifically on this team because of all the setup, because Aurora can sometimes have a hard time getting in range. It doesn't seem like it, but Aurora has kind of like an awkwardly short range area to get some of their abilities off safely. And so that's something always to watch out for. But I think having Gnar, Nautilus, and the Maokai are super good. And it looks like this is going to be Glada on the jungle. So this is jungle Maokai. I don't hate it. I'm a big fan of Maokai. I like him better in support, but there's no reason not to pick him up as jungle. He's a fantastic ganker.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The Maokai jungle, I feel like, is kind of like Sejuani. Is going to be that thing that's always picked in the jungle for the amount of utility it brings. It's a very safe pick. It's, hey, this is what we're planning on doing. I want to guarantee every engage we're ever going to take with the Flash Advance. Ooh, there's that early.
Yeah, Barbarian already doing a good amount of damage there to the World. World having a nice little sidestep right there, avoiding a very critical amount of damage that could have turned this fight entirely different. But you can't forget that Gnar has that annoying range to have to deal with, so Olaf has to really be aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, there's going to be the Ghost forward, but unfortunately Gnar is happy for these engagement. However, I can't forget that Olaf's got plenty of life regen, got plenty of pots to pay for. So despite the fact that we did blow a summoner, the World is also down a flash as well. So that's a summoner for summoner, and we do still have the flash forward on Ludicrous, and Ludicrous is very, very happy to go for these aggressive plays on the World. But difference being is Gnar is much more of a skirmisher than I think that Aatrox was. Aatrox was sort of like more kind of like go in on as sort of like a total thing. Gnar is very happy to go back and forward and then pop Mega Gnar and then go in.
Yeah. Earthen's profile as a player, or the World, I should say, is that they love to fight. They love, like, this guy should be a boxer. You know what I mean? You brought it up beforehand. He loves to get in those really, like knuckle, what do they call them? Slobber knockers, excuse me. He wants to be in those fights. He wants to go ahead and take them whenever he can. I think Gnar plays a little bit the antithesis to that. So if he can transition it out and not get put behind super hard by the Olaf early, I think he'll be fine in the long run.
Something I want to note here, I always try to bring it up as the support of Cyclone taking a whole bunch of damage, but Wall Street is mostly out of mana. Cyclone sort of repeating the mistakes as last time. The difference being, though, is, like I said, this is a perfect champion for Cyclone to get this reset that I was talking about. Even if Cyclone goes like 0-4, he just needs that 1 or 2 ultimate to absolutely upset the game and get that morale going, get those endorphins going that he needs to. The World overstaying their welcome. Ludicrous able to do a good amount of damage. Flash forward there as Coach goes for the kill, keeping the Olaf alive. Kill going to Sejuani. First blood going to Coach. 0-1 right now is our score. As no, we're not starting another fight over this, are we? Come on, don't do it.
It looks like it. Here comes Cyclone. Wall Street still has no mana. Oh no, Wall Street
coming in for some damage. Okay, we're just going to back off. I think the sapling bought us a bit of time with the slow. I think that's pretty underestimated. I don't know. Speaking of, I don't actually know what we go on the Maokai in the jungle. I don't know if AP is a bit better or if you go for something a little bit more tanky. Nice little flashback there for Notorious, able to get back with, I believe, the W or the E. Missed exactly which one it was. Coach getting out of dodge sooner rather than later, seeing that Fallen Warrior is coming their way. Nice little bit of game instincts. Game still a little bit slower than maybe they want. But something I want to note here is Notorious is in a really good position to go for a bit of a roam. If you can leave anyone, it's Ziggs. It's like, it's not possible for Nautilus to pick up a kill there, but with Satchel Charge, unless you Satchel Charge yourself into the enemy, which I have seen happen more than once, he should be very, very safe to play back, especially because Meep has TP. So what I would love to see is I'd love to see Notorious try to go for some ganks. People don't think Rakan can have some decent ganks, but he definitely can. Gonna start a fight there. Missing, fortunately, the W on top of the ADC. Not really a whole bunch gonna happen to that. Most people are out of mana. The exhaust did come down, and so did the flash. So that's an exhaust and a flash down for Tug, while we are still up on just about everything else. Well, gonna have to blow a flash there on Notorious, though.
Yeah. And to answer your question about the Maokai build, it looks like most people are going Leandries into Unending Despair. I know that's something I've seen on Ornn a little bit as a first item, so not surprised there. So it looks like he does the usual tank thing. I buy a burn item and then I go tank. In response to what's going on here bot lane, it's pretty good, but I'm not gonna lie, that play by Rakan onto the onto the Xayah, honestly, I saw the vision, I saw a kill there, I would have done the exact same thing. But nonetheless, everything kind of equalizes out. It looks like things are still getting pushed in for the World, though. He's kind of in a really rough spot, and they have Coach Silent Can there. I think they're choosing to make top lane their focal point here. He might get dove, actually.
I think that would be a little bit dangerous with the fact that we have Maokai here. Notorious is going for a bit of a roam. This is exactly what I want to see them do. Rakan's perfect for that. You can E and then W into Glada. However, we don't have a lot of damage to play for. We don't know where Aurora is, so this is going to be something to watch out for. We fish with the Q. Nothing really going to happen there. We go for the W, get a little bit of gold there, but that's not really what we want to do. No response from mid lane. We know it's there, so we are indeed going to go for a tower dive. The World in a bad position. We're going to get a dash forward. Ludicrous picking up a kill, now sitting at 1-0. However, now we got to make it out of this one. Aurora still late on the response. Cyclone is here, which means Glada is by themselves. If they're not careful, Glada may also get dove here in this engagement. The biggest thing to watch out for is what Wall Street ends up doing here. It looks like we're going to be able to back off. Now sitting at 0-2. 6 minutes on the clock so far. Drake is up. Wall Street looking to make something happen, getting some free damage on Cyclone on their way back.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly the type of top lane roam you want to see. Not with the Jinx. Please don't do that with Jinx. Ziggs, like you were mentioning before, the absolute quintessential champion you're meant to do that on. Rakan's a great pick there. Like I saw the dive right then and there. It definitely appears to be their goal to get Earthen out of the game now. That hurts.
So the positive thing though is, despite the fact that Cyclone's been down over and over and over, in 6 minutes after all of these trades, we're technically up on CS. We got one more CS on the other side, and we haven't died. That's the biggest thing. Meep going to run into a bit of danger. There's going to be the satchel charge to safety. This is exactly what I was talking about. Rakan, Notorious, looking for the roam. Once again, nice double knock-up into the other side. Yon goes on the other side, but unfortunately, we have the world shift for the other side for Wall Street, able to get out right there at the end. Glada now here with the level 6, so the map is opened up very much so. Going to be looking for those much needed ganks, and I'm really liking seeing this here on Avengers. Avengers has a really great game sense, at least in this one, doing a bit better than I think they were previously. Rakan and Meep maybe looking for a fight there. Unfortunately, the passive for the W right there is not going to pop off. Meep at least picking up some on the other side. Satchel charge there to space things out. Nothing real too major here for this one. And you can't forget that, so one of the biggest ways, if you want to figure out how the tempo for bot lane is going to go, is you need to pay attention to that Q for Rakan. That heal makes a bigger difference than people realize.
Yeah, absolutely. That Q heal has saved my behind more than once. I do want to critique Slifer for the mastery flash. Pipe down over there. You let it up in the back. You'll be all right, buddy. Nonetheless, it was if Rakan lands that W there, I think there's a kill out there actually. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like they might have had the damage for it. But nonetheless, no use crying over spilt milk.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of things you said you could have done or could have happened or could have killed this guy, but it doesn't matter unless it actually pops off right there. Then their flash going to burrow through in order to try to push out Mega Gnar switching back to Baby Gnar, but Baby Gnar still pretty happy for a lot of this skirmishing, despite the fact that Gnar is sitting at 0-2, which is not where you want to be. Gnar is still very powerful. I think they're one of the strongest top laners in the game. I believe Rumble is still the strongest, if I remember correctly, but Gnar is definitely up there in like top 5, something to watch out for. Speaking of something to watch out for, nice sidestep there for Cyclone. Cyclone decides to go back in at least for a little bit of CS. He's very happy to make these sort of like risky trades, knowing that he is comfortable on Yon and can get out of these where he needs to. The world maybe in a little bit more trouble. They need flash on each side. Now the world is in trouble, waiting for that passive to pop up, trying to buy ourselves a little HP, and unfortunately the world gonna get baited as Coach rolls around for the gank. This should be a dead Gnar. It's only a matter of time. There's the knockback. There is Maokai coming on the other side. Gotta take that plant on the other end, as Glada really wants this kill, but might also get baited out as well. This is just not what you want to see. You can't forget that Sejuani does a deceptive amount of damage. We do manage to back our way out, but get a little bit more gold in the top lane. You mentioned it right there, that we're spending a lot of time on top lane, I should say, and there's no reason for them not to.
Yeah, absolutely. You pick a Ziggs like this, it's basically a statement to the enemy team like, hey, I hope you're ready to see your top lane go down 0-3, 0-4, because that's what's happening. Ziggs doesn't need that many resources. He does a ton of damage. He scales a little bit harder. Obviously, when we start getting to 30, 40 minutes and those Zyra feathers start coming through, I'm a little nervous. Normally in this comp, you want to see the Yon be a little bit more fed than he is right now. The fact that he hasn't died and isn't behind, fantastic. You'll love to see it. You just do want to get some gold on him eventually. We're going to start having the same conversation that we did last game with the top side of the map of Avengers this time. Can we make sure we transition this over? But I think if I have faith in 2 junglers to do that, it would be Glada and Coach Silent K. Here comes another gank mid.
Wall Street. Gonna have to watch out for it. Nice predict right there, even though we could not see the Aurora. However, we do have the ult to safety. That's not gonna be available for it later. Cyclone maybe stepping up a little bit too close. That could have been a nice twisted advance and Q, but we decided to have a lot more control on the Maokai, not turning that into a death for ourselves. So not really too surprised. Fighting over some wards and some vision does make sense. We got 10 minutes on the clock. Unfortunately, Fallen maybe in a bad position, but this could turn into a kill. Meep already getting the exhaust down, completely out of mana. There's gonna be the honest ultimate on the other side as Notorious just continues to fight Sulfur. Coach once again here for the gank. Flash forward, but unfortunately the hook just barely does not reach. We could have been out of that fight. Flash W. Unfortunately, Notorious is going to miss that one. Glada is here on the other side. Somehow Fallen managed to keep himself alive just barely to get taken down there, right there by the small little bit of damage going to Coach Silent. So 2 kills on the jungle and 2 kills on the top lane. 0-4 right now is our score. First straight going to be pretty late at the 11-minute mark.
They better thank their lucky stars that Ziggs was out of mana for that exchange. That could have gone horribly for them. He's got the Lost Chapter, so a lot of his mana problems are solved, but I think he'd been on the map for like 5 or 6 minutes at that point. Correct me if I'm wrong. Although he does buy that Ludens, and oh my, is he going to hurt. I'm not looking forward to being Xayah in that lane.
TP back into lane though, super frustrating to have to deal with, and indeed having that full item is going to be super frustrating to deal with. And at this point, Ludacris can kind of just be left alone with the world. Still need to be careful because, like I said, Gnar is strong for a reason, and oftentimes why champions are meta is because of how consistent they are, even when they are behind, and that's something to watch out for Gnar. Not that he's not in a bad spot, but it is something that Ludacris could maybe overstay their welcome just a little bit. And I do agree with you. I think as long as if Cyclone is slightly behind in this lane, then I think he still wins. I think he still comes out on top, especially because he's going to get that itemization. You know, a lot of people say the same thing with Yone as they do with Yasuo, which is you get that 11 death power spike. And what that power spike actually is an itemization coming through. That's just the funny way to say it. And the same thing happens with Yone. I think Yone is a little bit less extreme on that one. I think he needs like 2.5 items to really start coming online, or one really good ultimate.
Yeah, agreed. And, you know, Yon has the same build path pretty much no matter what you're looking at for him, unless you're doing something crazy like going lethality, which I don't know why you would, but I think the current build path for him right now is Blade of the Rune King. Into...
Edge satchel charge. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Just making sure there's any action of interrupting him. But I think the build path is Blade of the Rune King into Immortal Shield Bow, and I would want it into their team. The burst from Aurora and Xayah E, if she has a ton of feathers out, could be dangerous to deal with.
And while we are sitting at a 0-4 difference and things are looking a little grim for, you know, at least with Tug, we got to remember that once we hit that all important 15 to 16 minute mark, that team fight phase, the tempo will really shift. Drakes are really slow here on this one. I'm not really too surprised. I don't think anyone's been able to take a massive amount of plates. Not even Ziggs. It looks like Ziggs still is shy of him getting one plate. The biggest one is Olaf. Olaf sitting at, I think when it says 4, I think that means he's taken 1 so far. So not a whole bunch of difference there. Aurora has taken 2 with it being at 3, so that's going to be some much needed gold for them. So Aurora is ahead just a little bit. I think each plated solo is about 125 or so, somewhere right around there. You can tell I don't solo lane whatsoever, but you know, for that one, so like Aurora's got a decent amount of gold going for it. Nice flash forward. There's going to be the ult. There's going to be the flash there to follow it up. The world is in danger. This is what I was talking about with Ludacris. Ludacris now sitting at 3-0, allowed to be left alone with the Gnar. Gnar playing a little bit too close to the sun. Going to get taken down right there at the end. 6 having to back off for this one. We're kind of in an awkward phase in the game, in a weird lull where everybody's not quite sure what to go for other than a couple of ganks, but Avengers is still doing pretty well with it. There's the bomb to clear out the wave, and Coach maybe looking for a bit of a gank, decides to back off right there at the end and go for the easier target, go for the Nautilus. No reason not to. I don't know if Nautilus has flash. He does not, so this should be a dead knot.
Yep, that's a dead Nautilus. That's a big... Again, it seems like they calmed down a little bit, and Avengers, I should say. It's a 0-6 right now. It's a little bit more dominant, and they seem to respond that way. They either have really close games where it's like, ooh, one fight really changes the temperature of the game, and it could have been anything. Looking at the gold right now, it looks like the Aurora's almost 1,000 gold up on the Yone, but there's about a 600. Oh,
Exhaust comes down. Wall Street already having to worry about a bit of danger. We did try to ult to the other side, but unfortunately just was not going to be able to do too much. Now Cyclone in a good position to pick up a kill for himself, diversifying that gold. 0-7 is our score at the 15-minute mark. Cyclone finally getting a little bit of redemption, pulling one off on Wall Street, courtesy of his friends.
Yeah, Annie gets your gun because it's anything you can do, I can do better. They're doing the exact same style of play that Tug did last game, and it's interesting to see the execution on it. It's a little bit more mistake-free now. Seems like Avengers caught themselves.
There's a twisted advance. Cyclone just decides to ignore it entirely. I gotta say, it's really messing with me that his name is Cyclone because Wukong's ability is Cyclone, but at the very least, Wukong's out of the game, so hopefully that won't mess with me too much. We're gonna try to turn this into another Drake, so we've taken our kills and turned it into objectives, doing everything that you want to. We're not playing, aggressively when we don't need to. We're not fighting over things we don't need to, so things are looking very good for Avengers. It's still not impossible to come back for this. I think that nice little tower shot on the way out, but unfortunately not able to catch Meep. Zig's so slippery and hard to deal with. A couple of free shots, going to turn this into a little bit of hook. I don't imagine too much is going to happen for it. Actually, we're going to prep it with a invade for the other side as we do the flash and twisted advance, looking for the Q potentially for a good amount of damage. There's the exhaust coming down, but it might be a little bit wasted because that Ziggs is mostly out of mana. Now Fallen looking for the next couple of shots, going to run directly into Coach as well as Cyclones. This could be even worse than they want it to. If Cyclone picks up some kills here on Sulfur, things could be in a bad spot. Double kill on the Yone, sitting at 3-0 so far, having to back off, running directly into the Aurora. Wall Street picking up at least some gold, trying to go over the wall, but unfortunately gonna misstep just a little bit. Glada now on the run, jungle v jungle, mano a mano fighting in here. I don't think Coach gets this kill with all these slows, but either way, we're looking at a good spot here. 3-9 right now, Drake on the map. I don't think any jungler is in a good position to take it. I say that right as Shelly gets deployed in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing there. Drop it, let it get some pressure on it, and then start it, especially as Ludacris goes up there. This?
Ludacris into Aurora. I know you're fed, but Aurora still hits like a truck. And if Aurora can kill anyone, it's gonna be the Olaf. Olaf is designed to go in. He's not designed to go out, and Aurora is perfectly happy with taking him down. Give it a kill to Wall Street. Not what you need. Glada maybe looking for the smite fight here as we try to bait it out. I'm not sure why we're not killing him, and he grabs it anyways. This is exactly why you focus the jungler instead. Even if Glada dies here, you take those.
Yeah, that's shades of X-Smithy on both parts there, unfortunately, with the Sejuani ult miss and the smite fight loss there. I feel bad because I don't know how much damage they do to the Maokai there with just her and Rakan. I know she's a 4-0 Sejuani, but there's only so much to what she can do. Nonetheless, that's a very good play on the side of Tug, still being able to get that down 6 kills, only down 500 to 600 gold as the math tends to be a little holy. Oh my
so
God.
Aurora doing Aurora thing. So she did pick up kill. This is what I was saying. Like, remember when we killed Ludacris, that was a shutdown, right? So we picked up a healthy amount of gold plus more kills. Notorious should be able to get out of this, without too much issue. It's Rakan at the end of the day. That's where hooks go to die. Not real surprised by that. But Wall Street getting some kills could be the lifeline, could be the win back in the sales that Tug needs. We've seen what Wall Street can do with kills. We saw what they did on an off-meta champion, so the fact that we have someone as powerful as Aurora, who has got a decent amount of gold, is something to watch out for. Although Cyclone is no slouch, and neither is the rest of the Avengers team.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting, a little bit of itemization off of Cyclone there because he's got the crit cloak and the no magic mantle. He might be going for Wit's End. It's not a bad purchase either, given the team comp. You're trying to block out that Leandry's burn from the saplings. Oh, here comes a gank.
Another gank gonna roll through. Nice flash right there. No reason for them not to blow that one. At this point, the world needs to do everything they can to stop hemorrhaging deaths. They're sitting at 0 and 4, and if they can stop hemorrhaging deaths, they might be able to buy time with Wall Street to transition into the game, because Nar's gonna do well in the team fight space. Speaking of team fight, in the bot lane, we're gonna get picked up here by one hook. There's a flash on the other end. There's a heal on the other end, keeping Meat just barely alive. Notorious wants that E so bad to get out of there, but I don't blame Meep for continuing to run away. It's better for the support to die than the ADC. Would have been nice to also get him out of there, but Meep being able to walk away is huge.
Yeah, he TLP misplayed his I think it was the EW combo there, because the way he did it. Oh.
Fallen's doing it again. There's going to be the assist, and the kill is going to go to Cyclone, going to go to the Yone. That's not what you need. That's kind of one of those things, especially as a support. I challenge you, why are you there, right? Like, why are you warding? What is that ward going to do? What is that positioning going to do? Where is your team? And what is the disadvantage to if you get caught here? And the disadvantage of this one is a lot. Not only do you give a bit more gold over to Meep from the assist, but you give an entire kill to Cyclone, who's now sitting at 4 and 1. Yone is no slouch when it comes to gold, and neither is the player Cyclone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's you ever hear about the stunt 10 Death Nautilus? It's kind of, hopefully we don't have that make an appearance here. Fingers crossed, because the Nautilus being a little useless beyond an alt bot is not really what you're looking for. That last fight with
Cyclone having a weird back. They're going to blow the ult. They're trying to fight into Wall Street. This is not the great position for it. There is going to be the twist advance. There's going to be the Q. This should indeed be a dead Cyclone. Glad it does pick up the kill. Not the worst thing. Would have been nicer for Wall Street to pick it up, but I do like Maokai with kills. I think Maokai needs a bit of gold. I think that can help facilitate a lot of things happen, and we've seen what specifically Glada can do. So not the worst thing, and we were able to pick up assists across the board, plus take Cyclone down a peg, which is huge.
Yeah, the weird back is we'll say the nice way of putting that one. Probably should have at least stepped back to the brush. We do know that he's kind of the next play on the map. Dragon's coming up in a minute, but nonetheless, he'll be all right. Big shutdown, though, or big kill, excuse me, like you said. Kind of looking at it now, they're just fighting for mid prio for the next minute or so. But it looks like Andromeda already has vision set up around there, so they're going to be safe. It looks like Tug's posturing to be able to walk into mid here, given that their map is dark, which is relatively safe to do. But there's Zig's ult to ruin everything for you. I love having my wave disappear.
Definitely frustrating to deal with. The thing I don't like, though, is I know that Glad is trying to get some more gold in their pockets, but I think ideally you want to be at the Drake at the 30 to 40 second mark, as in like 30 to 40 seconds till it happens to facilitate something happening. Meep does get caught, but he does have that satchel charge right there at the end. We're having to blow an ult, though, on Sulfur. That's huge. Twisted advance on to Coach. Unfortunately, knocking us into the wrong direction. Aurora able to take him down to half HP. Not sure why we didn't capitalize on that one. We're going to pick up Rakan where the hooks go to die. Not what you want. The exhaust coming down. It does not slow him down, but it slows his damage at the very least. Now Wall Street into the CC immune Barbarian on the other side. It's absolute spaghetti on each side. Cyclone into Glad of the World here by himself. Not able to transform just quite yet. No Meganar as he gets taken down. That's really, really frustrating. Positioning could have been way, way better on Tug, but they do buy themselves some time here for this Drake. You cannot forget those saplings. They're going to be so, so powerful. They're going to actually pack a punch, deal damage. There's a reset on 2, which means now we're on a ticking time clock. The rest of the team coming down, so we either need to get a kill, get Drake. At this point, we do see Coach. You may as well just turn around and try to get Sejuani, try to get someone else. We're not going to get this Drake in time. This is a very, very risky play. I'm not sure what the goal is. Maybe if we get the smite fight, but what do we lose off of that? Smite fight is one on the other end. Now we're flashed to the other side, so double flash. So we only lose 1. We do take the smite fight, so that's not the worst thing. 1 player, 2 flashes, 1 Drake. And so that is going to work out. No! Cyclone in a bad position, going to run into the Twisted Advance, take a Q to the face. However, we do not have the damage to lock it down. Now Glada going for Predator Prey, going to get taken down as Cyclone completely ignores him, taking down 1 on the other end, 3 down on Tug's end. The tower going down. So even though things were looking good for a second, they weren't in the long run of things. And now we're in a position to take Baron, but I don't know if we have enough time, enough damage, and enough HP.
That was a cacophony of misplays by Tug. The drag call, they got a little lucky that Andromeda didn't decide to push the issue further. If I were Coach in that position, I would have been in there trying to get that Drake because my teammates would have been maybe 5 seconds behind me. Then they go for the bait play by Cyclone. Was a little bit of poor positioning, but they have to remember they don't have numbers in that situation. 2 people were dead, or 1 was just respawning and trying to hex play their way out there. It's just, there's no need to take that fight, and it's the same issue getting exacerbated again and again. 5-1 Olaf, 5-0 Sejuani, 5-2 Yone, and now we have 1 kill and 7 assist Ziggs with a CS. I can only imagine how much damage that Ziggs is going. You were worried about the Aurora, but you forgot the Bomber himself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ziggs can still pack a punch, has plenty of damage on the other end. Plus, we're sitting at 6 and 16, so we've got a lot of gold on the right people as it needs to. Zig will always look for the push, always look for the damage, plenty of things to watch out for. But honestly, I think the biggest mistake Tug made was sort of self-deprecating. It was sort of on their own end. Speaking of self-deprecating, Fallen running into a bit of danger. There's going to be the ultimate for the Ziggs and a kill. Coach able to pick it up right there at the end. Not the best, but it is something as Nature's Grass rolls through, picking up on the other side. Now Wall Street running into Cyclone on the other end. Picking up a kill. 1 for 2, 0 for 2 actually trade on the other side. We go for the full dive, taking down another one. 3 down, leaving only 2 remaining. The ultimate for Sejuani rolling through. Coach picking up another kill, sitting at 7-0, leaving Glada by themselves. Things are not looking good for Tug. It's cascading mistake after cascading mistake, and Avengers is doing a fantastic job turning these kills, turning this gold into so many towers, so many plates, and continuing to increase their lead as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to do a little self-flame here. Oh.
Okay, Central Charge keeps us safe. All right.
Yeah. I want to do a little self-flame for me here. I forgot Crit Cloak builds to Shield Bow, so file. But nonetheless, listen, I was mentioning that before to be able to survive the burst. The Shield Bow did pop there, and he survived by like with an inch, the very skin of his teeth, if you will. But now we're even in a more dire situation. The gold lead has expanded to almost 8 or a little bit under 8 if I'm reading that right. Ooh. I think honestly, like I said, it's the objective fight at 30 minutes, or excuse me, at 27 or 28 minutes. That's really going to decide this thing, unless we die in the jungle.
We're looking to make something happen, and this is something I wanted to try to fit in, and every time I try to fit it in, a fight kicks off, is Glada not being at these objectives well beforehand, before when he normally would be, is biting him in the butt, because one of the strongest, one of the amazing things about Maokai is getting to an objective and set it up. It's kind of like Xayah, right, with her plants, right, but not as aggressive. It's still free ward, it's still free damage, there's a lot of free stuff. Speaking of free, the world almost going to get taken down. Glada is here, but unfortunately, he's going to get taken down for it. Should be a nice knockup, although we're going to make Nature's Grass on the other end, somehow keeping ourselves just barely alive at the other end. No one's gone down. The tower has gone down. Wall Street is here for the damage. Things could look bad for the Avengers as we get taken down. Cyclone going to run directly into a shot there from Wall Street. TP on the other end. Sulfur taking so many shots there. Nice little bit of heal there on Macan. Exhaust going down on the Nautilus shield right there at the last precious seconds. A little bit of lag, unfortunately, stopping my casting, and I cannot see what's going on. Finally catching up right there at the end as Sulfur keeps himself alive. Glada picking up a kill, a nice little bit of shutdown. These trades are not good for red side. You don't want to trade when you are ahead. That's really, really unfortunate. We lost a lot of gold. It's not the worst, but like I said, you do not want to trade when you are behind. But looking at the 0 and 7 top and the 0 and 7 support is not the best look. However, we're sitting at 8 to 22, 46K to 54K, which means that is almost a 10K lead in gold.
Absolutely, absolutely. And given the mention of the 0, 14, and 6 top and support, I think now is a good time to announce Conduit sponsorship with the Red Cross initiative. No, I'm just kidding. But nonetheless.
Oh, no. Are we just going to walk into this? Okay, so I appreciate Glada being here sooner rather than later. Maybe we're looking for the other Smite fight too, but I don't know the rest of the team being here is the best thing. However, if Wall Street's able to pick up a kill or grab someone, there's at least going to be the ultimate there for Nature's Grass is going on the other side. Dragon getting so close to going down. Smite on the other gun. Once again, we're able to grab it there on top of the Maokai. Can we get out of it? At the very least, the Burb does make it out. No way we all make it out of this. This is absolutely worth it. Flash forward. Let the support die. Let the Nautilus die. It does not matter. Get out of there. Do we get out of there? Okay, we get out. Everyone gets out. Fantastic play.
How on fucking earth did all of them live? That's insane. I feel bad for Coach because he smited. I think it was on 190 when he missed that last one. That's depressing. I'm sorry for you, brother.
The Q killed it. Glada didn't even smite it to death. Yeah.
Nice.
Glada didn't kill it with smite. So that's even more frustrating. They both missed smite.
Yeah, that's something. That's certainly something. For those of you who know him, Alf would be losing his mind right now. Nonetheless, another fight coming up.
Avengers overstaying their welcome. Cyclone already taking so much damage, going to fall to pieces despite taking all those towers, despite having all those leads. They're in such a bad position. They stayed way too long. Coach running into trouble. Nature's Grass unfortunately hitting one. You see that? That's a fight. Go for it. What are you doing? No! We're just going to hex. Okay, whatever. That's another 2 kills on Tug's end. Every single one of these trades, every single one of these small victories that Tug's gets is going to be worse and worse for Avengers, right? Taking the inhib is not always a positive thing for your team, because you got to think about it like this, right? If the other team is behind, not only do they have the shutdown gold, not only do they have the objective gold, but they have an additional 90 gold worth of minions rolling in per down inhib. So oftentimes you'll hear people say, do not take inhib sub 21 minutes, and that's exactly why. You don't take it because it's free gold to the other team, especially if you're ahead. And if we continue to do these trades, if we continue to let things be positive for Tug, they stand a very good chance, despite the fact that Nautilus is 0 and 7, despite the fact that Gnar is 0 and 7. They're still very powerful champions, and they still provide a good amount of utility. It's all just going to be on the backs of essentially the other 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Their big 3 of Glada, Wall Street, and Slifer being able to play their champions effectively is going to be huge. And so far, so good, right? This is the same thing that Tug Time had to deal with last week. They were down in these games to Conduit, right? They were making all those early mistakes, and then they were able to catch the throw. It's one thing to not be able to throw the game. It's another thing to be able to catch it and turn it back into your own favor when the enemy makes a mistake. So, again, Avengers, stop making me repeat it all night. Deep breath, Wusa. You got, like, the game is still very much so in their hands. They just need to play around their win conditions a little more and try and get a pick on somebody. That's how they've been playing well so far.
What's so frustrating is Tug has picked some very disadvantageous positions to go in for things they're in the fight for. Both Drakes were not in their favor whatsoever, and the fact that Avengers was able to turn that around, into gold. The fact that not Avengers, the fact that Tug was able to turn that around and not only take the Drake but get some advantage on him is very, very frustrating to deal with. Because, like I said, we were almost 10k gold difference between the two of them, and now the gold lead is much more manageable. It's 55k to 59k. 10 to 21 right now. We're at that 31-minute mark, which means every single death is going to be more critical because people forget that the gray screen scales with the timer.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of us gray screen enjoyers, we're used to being on there a little bit more time. The time spent dead metric is one that gets used very often in E4.
I've been the 0 and 7 Nautilus before.
Yeah. Oh, me too. We've all been the 0 and 7 Nautilus. Everyone's been that person. It doesn't matter who it is. So, just like I said, deep breath. Luda is in an odd position here, given that they're actively doing Baron. Yeah, there you go back to mid lane. But I want to see him there at least be able to protect that, because obviously Glada's walking over there. They know something's up, right? The Tug isn't stupid. It's just that they don't have a way in right now. The Baron is going to go over to them, so that's a pretty huge pickup for them. We'll have to see if they're able to utilize it effectively, because it looks like Glada's going back right now. There's a bunch of backs being channeled, actually. Nautilus, Slifer, Nautilus, Zaya, Maokai, and Gnar, and the push is coming on mid. But, guys, the inhib is open. Let's go top or bot. Let's pick one and do that instead.
Well, I think one of the biggest sort of small differences that I think people forget about is Notorious has had really, really good, very good aggressive wards, and he's had efficient wards, right? Because anyone can put a ward down anywhere in a bush, but he's been prepping them for the objectives to where Fallen hasn't been able to do the exact same thing. He's been getting punished over and over, so I can't really blame Fallen for doing that, and the team has been there to support Avengers. That ward advantage has been helping the whole bunch. It's one of the reasons why they were able to take that Baron, because even taking that Baron 5v5 at that point, if Tug was close enough, they absolutely could have killed them there, because they've already shown they have the damage for it. And having that debuff on top of Baron would have been the extra nail in the coffin. Now, 3 seconds on the clock, and honestly, I think we should just give up this Baron. I know Glada can probably smite steal it, which if he's the only one that dies for it and they get the smite off, it's not the worst thing. But I don't think we really want to force a fight for this, unless maybe we're able to pick up a pit kill. There's a very specific scenario we're going to have to do in order to make this pop off. Getting a nice little spectator cam right there. We do buy our time. We do play it slow. We do back off. We can give up Drakes. We have so much time to go for these, and we just need to wait for Avengers to make more and more mistakes as the game goes on, which is going to happen. Even the pros make mistakes, and it is something you can count on for, especially the lower elo you are. So buying yourself time gives the enemy time to make mistakes.
Absolutely. It's
fight kicking off. Oh, Wall Street gonna get caught there by Notorious. That could have been a dead meep. There's gonna be Nature's Grass. Zig's able to dodge it right there at the end. Unfortunately, Wall Street having to back off. That's a critical amount of damage on the other end. Fallen taking so much double knock up there. A little bit of juggle. Flash forward to the other side. Cyclone taking at least one tower shot on the other end. Maokai, Glada in trouble. There's the smite. There's the knockdown. It may not be a dunk, but it's still a Barbarian to the face. Double kill on the other end. Wall Street able to chunk him. Doing a good chunk on the other side. Cyclone trying to finish up, but unfortunately the tower does so much work. That's going to be 2 kills on the ADC. That's not what you want, as Meeps able to pick up 1 on the other end. That's a 3-for-3 trade, even across the board. But like I said, you do not trade when you are ahead. Look at the gold. Look at the kills. We're able to buy so much time for Tug.
Yeah, again, they're just going too hard, because I smell the blood in the water in that exchange too. You get to 2 deaths down, right? You're like, all right, cool, let's keep doing this. They are going too far. Olaf is committing the classic sin of, oh, I'm fed, that means I get to do whatever I want. To a point. If he didn't go so far ahead, and focus on you're trying to get mid-wave in with the Baron or whatnot, they could have staged that out a little bit more and been fine. But now we're back in the same position where we were before. 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
And it's boiling down to the same problem you mentioned earlier, right? We need to take a deep breath. Although I don't think Avengers have been playing particularly terrible.
Right.
I think that the constant gambles for Tug on paper should not be working. But there's been a couple of small mistakes here and there, like missing the smites, like missing a couple of abilities, or just bad timing that have made this go into Tug's favor. And Tug's really, really playing off of that and capitalizing everything they can. And they're making Avengers fight for everything. And most importantly, they're making them question their own lead because they were almost 10K ahead. This game is still very much their game to end, but Tug has a much larger advantage than they did previously. And I do like what Glada is doing. Glada is playing a bit more on their side. Their team is using their sweeper a bit more. They're utilizing vision a bit more. So they're slowly coming online as a team, and they're also grouping, which is so, so important. I tell a lot of teams that, like, if you're sub diamond, one of the number one things you can probably work on is just grouping as a team, right? If you all go towards one objective, towards one place at the same time, you can make massive things happen, because it's better to commit to one bad plan than two really good plans. And grouping is such a critical skill at this level.
Yep, it's a common thing you hear, like a lot of lower elo coaches say. It's one thing I heard when I was playing in Gold 11 years ago. I'm joking. I more so was playing in Gold around the 2018, 2019 era of Comp League. But one of the big things I always heard is if all 5 of you being committed to the same idea is better than nothing, or split plans. 5 people committed to one bad idea can make it a good idea. Oh.
Not the best spot for Wall Street, however. There's going to be Nature's Grass, at least to grab one. It's only going to get Sejuani. The fight over blue is pretty important. I don't blame people blowing abilities for that, because every one of those little bitty buffs, every one of those little bitty objectives can really, really matter. It can make a big difference, especially once people start completing items and completing builds, right? One of the biggest things is, like, at some point, you're not going to have gold. You're going to stop scaling. You know, with most champions, you are going to stop scaling. And so those little tiny buffs can make a difference in these fights, especially once we're sitting at, like, such a long game right now. I think at maybe the 28-minute mark is a good time to fight over your blues and your reds and be aggressive towards that, not just denying the gold, but that buff is more important than you might think.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Coach looks like he's hunting. He's posturing a little aggressively.
You can feel it. He definitely wants a murder. He definitely wants a kill, but he's playing back a little bit. And this is a good note. Hopefully a fight will kick off in the middle of me explaining this. We'll find out here. Sejuani is my favorite champion. If a jungler is having issues and, like, they need to back off, they need to play their tempo, I think Sejuani is a perfect tool for that one. Not that you can't be aggressive on Sejuani, but because Sejuani's kit makes you play backwards. It makes you play a little bit slower, and it makes you get your tempo back. It makes you get back in step like you need to. Now we're setting things up for a Drake fight, a Soul Drake fight. This is going to be such a critical one, and getting these saplings out. Both teams are in great positions, but the fight can kick off at any moment here. Ooh, look at that damage, though. That's really frustrating from Ziggs.
Yeah, that hurts, man.
Wall Street in a good spot so far. He's just got to watch out the damage. There's Notorious already going down about half HP. Double knockup right there. Cyclone unfortunately going to pick up exhaust. There's Nature's Grass on the other end. The fight is looking good. There's a lot more red than blue, but you can't forget about Wall Street. Wall Street left to their own devices, picking up 1 kill. Would have been nice to grab 2, but unfortunately we're going to get taken down. Now Ludicrous going for Fallen. That Walla diff coming in clutch, buying ourselves some precious seconds and some kills, and a little bit of a just disjointed team is all it takes for Tug to finally start taking some L's. And now we've got to worry about inhibs going down and potentially the whole game ending, because there's only Glada here for the defense.
Yeah, and the AP scaling on the autos, especially with Ziggs. Oh yeah, he's going down.
Not a whole bond. Oh no, Glada lives. But does the base live? Glada has a bit. Nature's Grass there on the other end. We can at least go for a kill. If we can get on Cyclone, that could be a dead Cyclone, but the Nexus is up, and we got a couple of precious seconds. We need to buy 14 seconds, and I don't think it's going to happen. Just focus on the Nexus, and yes, there it is. GG, another point going, or sorry, 1 point going over to Avengers, tying up our score 1-1. Tug, not able to stick the landing in this one, not having the consistency, but things were looking a little grim for a little while for Avengers.
Yeah, and I'm glad they were able to clutch it up and bring it out. Like I said, like you mentioned, things were looking a little bit dicey, a little bit of throw in there, but they were able to reel it back in, take a deep breath, and claim the Game 2 victory. And like I said, this Game 2 was a pretty big one to win. They got a lot of prio picks out, and they got rid of the Yone as well, which, as we know, as I mentioned before, is a huge pick for Earthen. He can be, he can be a little hot or cold depending on the game. He got focused. He was trying to absorb a lot of pressure. Just didn't go his way this time, especially into a champion like Olaf. We saw multiple times where the Fed Olaf was going in on the back line. Sometimes he went too far and killed himself. Just like that last fight, able to get the Xayah out because there's not really anything you can do about an ulted Olaf. And that was pretty much all she wrote.
Looking at the damage, is exactly how I expected. Aurora hits like a truck. Zig's doing a bit more than I expected, but we did see a lot of really nice bounces leading up to those fights. That was one of the big things too that I was worried about as that last fight kicked off. Is Zig's got two people with a very, very solid bounce, taking them down to about half HP, and Wall Street being by themselves. At that point in the game, I feel like your entire team is Wall Street and the Zaya, right? If you're not playing off of those two, things can sort of go for it. And I appreciate what Wall Street was trying to do. They were trying to go for this assassin sort of like behind the scenes play, and I just don't think they had the support for it. Plus the goal difference was too much. Either way, that's going to be end of game number one. Tied up our score 1-1, which means we finally have a series on our hand. Give us a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. And keep in mind, this is a best of 5. Give us a few minutes. Grab yourself some drinks and some refreshments, and we'll return here in a couple minutes.
All you gotta do is just. All you gotta do is just.
Big goals. And all working, man. Still at it. Slim. Get it. Lost it all, made it back, that's the hustle. Fell ain't got up, man. I've been through some things. Going strong, got it all off the muscle. Kill the eyes and the ears that'll judge you. And you know it's really real when you fall out of love and run out of time. But stick to the plan and follow the grind. A loyal man, high in demand. I'm harder to kill and harder to find. I really came from the bottom, I done built up. I be praying when you spill, so I'm sealed up. 600 hard top, let it lift up. Can't forget what God gave me the gift for. So I'ma let it all out like it's meant for. But right now by collecting the green, too fly to fall off, no clipping my wings. Keep the stats, I be stacking the rings. Let me stand up and interview after that. Oh, this here by my ear for my cataracts. And then boost on my hill since you asking that. Off of that though, I'm still at the back though. From 27, my city the Atmo. Underground, but I'm still who they ask for. On the mic, but I'm doing it macro. I'm trying that cause I still keep the Mac code. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level. Eyes in the back of my head, on the move, on the rise, no signs up ahead. I'ma push through, it's divine, it was said that it's gonna shake soon. Keep your mind on the bread. Nothing changed, I done had one dream. Any mind call, get whatever they need. Hop on that plane when I want a quick breathe. Hop in my bag if you want a 16 from the pastor. Yes, it's all work, you can have the rest. They run it back and say that's the best, I'm too cold. Could clear them all in a half a step or lose it all in a half a breath, but who knows? All I know is I'm here for the run. And won't run away from nothing. When it get hit, they keep my head to the sky, to the sun. Even when it feel hellish, it's still a blessing. My releases get out on the road. In the wind, I get back in my mode. It's so heavily, really my medicine. Ain't too much else I can lean on the most. But I can't be too gone and too far, too deep in my getaways to forget the day that I still got a mission statement. I gotta put feet to pavement, yes sir. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level.
Hello and welcome back to game number 3, draft number 3 between Avengers and Tug. I was about to say Aegis and Tug. That's not correct. We're not having. Actually, that would be pretty cool. Maybe like the top Aegis team versus like the top Titan team. Although I guess they have ACL, so maybe that would work. Either way, cool concept. 1-1 is our score though. Tug almost turn that around, but it doesn't count. That's not this timeline, so they're gonna have to do better in the next one. It means we officially have a series on our hands. Sort of thinking back here, Mr. Lean, what would you like to see both teams do differently going into game number 3?
I think for Tug, look, speaking as someone who went through this in the most recent season, losing the early game, then coming back is always a great story. You can't do it consistently. You just can't. There needs to be a little bit more cleanliness in the early game, so that way, whether it be if we're getting a ton of pressure topside, we got to be making another play on the other side of the map. I've been a top laner in that position where it's really hard to get killed over and over like that, but as long as you're making another worthwhile play, but at the same time, got to be a bit safer. But yeah, to sum it up for Tug, deep breath, play early game a little more efficiently. And then, admittedly, for Avengers, it's a little bit the same thing, but just calm down. You guys are making uncharacteristic mistakes, and you're pushing fights in areas that don't need to be pushed. You're trying to get it all in one fight. You can't devour a whale in one bite. You have to do it one at a time. Cut off a slice, chew it, swallow it, and then get back. Keep going from there. I think that's the sum of it.
I think we are sort of shaping up the story as we pull into this series, right? It looks like both mid laners have quite the punch to pack. I think Wall Street has done a more consistent amount of just like crazy damage. Cyclone has done a little bit better. I was expecting a bit more from Cyclone to make those things happen. We did have a lot of gold, we did have a lot of kills, and I don't think we were like the primary thing that was winning this. I think the big MVP that's sticking out for me right now when I'm looking at the team and I'm thinking about the names is not that Coach Silent hasn't been doing really well, but you lose a bit of points in my book for missing smites. That's like 40% of your job, unfortunately, right? Like I flame supports just as hard, but like when you're missing those smites, that's so critical to watch out for, especially when you have the advantage towards taking those fights. That's a little frustrating to have to deal with. So I really got to put it on Ludacris. I think Ludacris is doing a lot of work for his team. Unfortunately, his team has had a harder time picking up. Would like to see things step up a little bit for Notorious. However, Notorious is doing something that he's doing over Fallen, which I think that Fallen could be putting wards down better, could have better positioning, could have better vision, could have better sweeping. I think from like a pure vision standpoint, especially as a support, that's something I'm going to harp on. That's something that's really, really important, because not only has Notorious had more wards, higher vision score, but we have had better, more efficient wards that have made a lot more sense. And Notorious has not died over a ward placement, right? I'm a diamond support. I die over ward placement. I die for pink wards, right? So I definitely get it, and that's I'm gonna call props where it's due. Granted, we have been playing on champions that have been a little bit harder to lock down, but maybe that's your thing, right? We still have Bard, who's good at escaping from these situations. We have Karma. There's plenty of other people who can do that. The only other thing I would harp on Notorious when we're looking at just specifically this is I would like to see Notorious pick a better champion to roam. Like Karma's fantastic. Karma, in my opinion, can out roam Bard because of the movement speed, and that tether is absolutely devastating. So that it could be something to watch out for. Plus, he can play with a whole bunch of stuff. But I think they did do a good job of roaming overall. I think the team's been really, really good. I think Cyclone has sort of locked it in a bit more. Glada has sort of fallen off a little bit, not having sort of the performance on Maokai that I would have wanted, which is kind of one of the reasons why I like Maokai in the support range rather than I like the jungler range. I feel like there's better tools you could have gone with. Like something that kind of baffles my mind, Mr. Lean, is the fact that we have had Zen available every single draft. Why is no one picking Zen? Zen is not hard to play. He has an extremely broken kit. You can play him back and you can play him aggressively, right? Maybe it's like a hands thing, maybe it's a feeling thing, but like Zen is such a powerful champion to sort of just let fall by the wayside.
I agree from a comp perspective. And when it comes to Xin Zhao, he's been a little bit more on the back foot, especially with these recent patches and whatnot. There is some better picks that you can take into it right now. In terms of the Xin Zhao, or better picks, I should say, you could pick in lieu of it. But that being said, this is comp. Some of the quintessential stuff will always work. J4 is always going to be a pick that is available. Same with Xin Zhao, same with Wukong, all that stuff. Like, these are the quintessential jungle champions. So I wouldn't be too upset if I saw a Xin Zhao comp come out, but I can see the reasoning as to why they wouldn't. With that being said, though, I think that we're now at the series crossroads, so to speak. Both teams have taken a game. Game 1 went to the side of Tug. Game 2 to the side of Avengers. It's time for someone to take the wheel, or someone will take it from you. It's time for either team to step up, have a dominant game, and show, hey, we are firmly in the driver's seat. Our foot is on the gas pedal, and we're gonna keep going. I wanted to address something about TLP as well. He has really stepped it up this split, and I want to give the man his props where he's due. He is actually role swapped. Last split he played, I believe, with Conduit Cyber Cuties. It was his first split on support. Did not make All Pro last season, but was regarded as like one of the people who improved the most. And now look at how far he's come. First team All Pro. Like I said, want to give big props to him for the role swap and being able to play it so effectively.
Absolutely. There's plenty of players who've had massive improvements all throughout Titan, all throughout a lot of the leagues. And that's kind of one of the nice thing about all of this is to see a lot of these players develop, a lot of these players get better and better and better, especially if you have sort of those surprise appearances on this role, something maybe that you're not familiar with, and to have a big leap on something that you were weak on is super, super massive. Because you can remember at the end of the day, none of these players are pros, none of these teams are pros. This is basically the for fun league. I'm sure there's a prize or whatnot that we're fighting over. Maybe, I don't know for sure. I haven't looked up this stuff. They just kind of threw the gig at me last minute. But I'm sure there's something at the very least. I think it's fun and it's a lot to play for. You know, I've done a couple, I finally got the opportunity to do a draft league on my end. Granted, things were like much more crazy. We had everything from a silver to a challenger all in one team. And the whole draft league was like that. So it was a lot of shenanigans to have to deal with. Very interesting sort of like game play for it. And, you know, even when I'm watching some of these like lower elo players, do those improvements, I think it's still exciting to see it because you don't really grade on a curve. You grade like per that person, see where they were at and where they've gone now. I think is always really, really cool to see sort of overall. And then something I think important to sort of nail down on too is like when we're looking at improvements and we're looking at these teams getting better, I think it's important to focus on the team because it doesn't matter if you're like the best solo queue player. If you are a very, very, very bad teammate, it just, you run into sort of like this Tony Romo situation to where like the one game you do off is the one game your team absolutely crumples. And I don't think either one of these teams has really sort of faced from this. I think that it's been purely team versus team, and it's been team mistakes versus team mistakes. I would have liked Glada to get in position a bit more, but I don't think those were game breaking. I just think that those were mistakes that sort of led to the overall. Bands rolling through. I don't expect this to be any different whatsoever. We seem to be pretty happy with what we have. Any guesses on first pick now that we have Tug on blue side?
Hyper
Who
carry.
would you want to see? Hyper carry?
I want to see a form of hyper carry. I think Slifer can play it. And it kind of just depends with what you're trying to go for. A lot of them are quintessential picks out. I think someone was victimized by Thresh at some point because they seem to be afraid of Fallen Warrior picking it. But no, I want to see a hyper carry this game. We saw the Metball the Metball Jinx the first game. And like I said, I just want to see something else come out and we can have a little bit of fun with it. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of the scaling side of Tug.
Sivers open. There it is.
Oh,
You
wow.
called it right there. There's
go.
the best hyper carry in the game. The problem is the same problem that it's run into Sivir over and over and over, is we have to get Sivir accelerated or we have to get it towards that late game. Granted, so far these games have gone to that late game, but we have to make it there. Even though we are like the best hyper carry in the game at 4 items, whether you include boots in that or not, it depends on how you do the math, but she is still very, very powerful and very, very good to watch out for. We're picking up another very, very nice pick. We're grabbing the Nocturne. We're grabbing the Zeri. I don't like as much. I think Zeri is very situational, and I think you need the appropriate player for it. But I do like what we're shaping up for. We do have a great ball delivery system for Orianna. I would love to see Orianna get in here. The follow-up to Sivir, though, is going to be the Pantheon. So we got Pantheon, we got Sivir on the other side. So a lot of things to play with. However, one caveat. Even though Pantheon is set up here, we need something to facilitate Pantheon going in. Pantheon can start the fight with his ultimate, but it's better if someone has a root, and we did pick up the Seraphine here for this one.
Yeah, I really like the Seraphine pick, actually. Pantheon goes in with, I believe it's his W, gets the stun off. Seraphine sends the ult in, allows him to extend the ult a little bit further. Definitely makes those front-to-back fights a little bit harder, especially as, it's Zeri Rel versus Sivir Seraphine. This is a pretty rough lane to play into if I'm the Zeri, honestly. I'm not particularly happy with this, especially in team fight perspectives as well. And then, take a look. We got the Mordekaiser and the Talia bands. Excuse me as I deport my cat to my couch. But nonetheless. So, excuse me. Garen, and what's that last pick? I'm kind of, I don't know what they're going to go for mid and top. I'm a little sussy.
If we don't pick Orianna here on Avengers, I think we might be trolling. This is the best ball delivery system. Orianna's going to play so well into this. Orianna's a good blind pick. Victor's not a blind pick. We're going to go with the Shen, though. I guess we're worried about what top lane's going to pick. Shen is a good sort of neutral ground. He's not my favorite blind pick, but he does work really well with Nocturne. We've got Stand United to go in with Paranoia. So turn off the lights, pop in the shield, a lot to play with. And it reinforces it even more. We need Orianna for this comp. This is 1,000% an Orianna game, in my opinion.
Yes, I guess we're not getting a game. It's a Viger. I mean, don't get me wrong. Still a great pick, right? Because the area denial.
I mean, Avengers.
Oh, Avengers. Excuse me. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. I'm so sorry. But wait. Yeah, this actually was a great Orianna game. I don't know why they didn't pick it.
Hui's not a bad choice, but if there was ever a time for Orianna, you have literally the best ball delivery system in the game, which is Nocturne. You have one of the best support delivery systems in the game, which is Rel. You've got Zeri who can keep up with it. You've got Shen who can also deliver it. So like, there's so much Shockwave could do for the team. Because imagine a Shockwave into the knockup and all the stuns for Rel. Plus Zeri has that free damage. It's so much CC. Either way, Hui is still very, very powerful. Hui is also one of my favorite champions for grabbing these consistent early objective kills. If you have a Hui, especially if you have a red side Hui specifically, and you don't take this for Drake, I almost feel like you're trolling. We do have Viger here, which we don't see much as often. I think he's decent in this elo, but there's a reason why we don't see him too often. I think he's a better sort of like game 4, game 5 champ to pull out, while Hui on the other side is sort of good anywhere and a good one to get out early on. So I would like to see them pressure that. I would like to see them do that, especially because Hui is a great facilitator from going from like that level 4 to 5 on Nocturne to that level 6, and then things are set up for Shin and Nocturne to sort of dominate a lot of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus Hui is one of the quintessential champs for Cyclone as well. It's something I've seen him play. It's something that's consistently banned. You know what I mean? It's one of those things, like if you were going to 5-ban a player on this team, I think it would definitely be Cyclone, because his pool is ocean wide and ocean deep. I don't think I've seen something this guy can't play.
Yeah, and having that versatility can do a lot for you, especially in these best of 5. That's going to be one of the critical things, because even if you have like these 2 or 3 champions that you're really, really good at, they can get banned out, or you can make it all the way to the end of the series, and then you can sort of fall flat. So it's one of the reasons why I like the Fearless format. You know, I'm a very, very old player. I've been playing all the way since like season 3. So I remember when Fearless was not a thing. I think the introduction for it was really, really interesting, especially because it's, I won't say justifies coaches, but it gives a little bit more 3D chess to coaches to play with. There's a lot of sort of like mind games back and forward to sort of go into a lot of this. So I like to see that happening. One of the things I want to see is how this boils down. Oh no, Ludacris is already getting really close to going down. The Ignite might actually take him out. No!
Wow.
That's like 3 HP. That's 3 HP. Okay, we saw 46 right there at the end. I don't know if Prod caught how much HP he had right there at the end, or if one of y'all caught it, but that was super, super, super close.
That is the kind of thing that will have you clenching for the rest of the day. And that's not something you want to see on the Shen versus the set matchup either. Normally, it's the other way around. It's actually the Shen going ahead and getting some of that, getting that early damage out. I've seen too many a top laner get baited by that Q percentage of health damage.
Well, the other person who's also like super amazing at baiting overall is going to be Set. Set's perfectly fine for doing that one. We are looking for an early gank for Glada. This isn't too surprising, and this could spell the doom for Meat Beep is in a bad position as we go to the other side of the wall. Flash to the other side as Slifer tries to lock them down. Glada should be able to pick this up with a spear. That's going to be the first blood. Nice. Going to Pantheon. That's going to be some extra gold and some extra deals on the other side. Bit of damage hopping on Notorious. Flash on the other end. Glada is in a position for a spear. 1-2 tower shots rolling through for Fallen. That is going to be an execute, so no kill. Glada is going all the way, and we're going to back off right there at the end. I feel like if we just thrown a spear there, we would have been fine. At this point, we have overextended. Either way, first blood going to the Pantheon at the 2-minute and 30-second mark. Things starting off really, really good. Ludacris down 2 abilities already. Sorry, 2 summoners already. Set in a good position up on CS and still hasn't backed yet. However, he does not have TP to make it back to lane sooner rather than later.
I'm not really too sure what this area was saving Flash for. Maybe she was saving it for the next election, but nonetheless, especially when they start channeling that Q, just press the button. Just press the button. You'll be fine.
Yeah, but what if you need it later?
Oh, no. Press the button. Nonetheless, here we go. This is not a good
extending here. I don't like this. So we blew a flash almost for free. I know we dealt a good amount of damage here to Glada, but what's the goal here? I think Coach did this last time in game number 1, except it was over the Scuttle Crab instead. I understand we've got a good 1v1, but your team wasn't there to support, and you were in the other jungler. I don't think it's worth it. However, we did make it out, and at the end of the day, that's the most important part. Your summoners only matter if you need them when you would be dead instead.
Yeah, agreed. And plus, both mid laners were out of mana. Just not the place to be. Oh, are we gonna see it? Guess not.
Don't think so.
I want to see the top lane kill. Come on, Luda, play your heart out. Yeah, both these guys are out of mana. Just fellas, let's go back. Why don't we handshake it? Say I'll see you next time. The bell has rung. The round is over. Just go back.
There's actually something. My favorite tidbit about Set is he really plays into a strategy that even T1 players fall victim to over and over, right? And my basis for this is I was watching this study a good while ago of Dota players, and there's this guy that made a bot to play Dota specifically to fight pros, and he would challenge pros to fight the bot and give them a prize and whatever, and it was like a whole thing that he would like, I won't say televise, but like it was around in the community and people thought it was fun. And one of the primary ways that bot killed the pros consistently over and over is baiting their low HP. That's exactly what Set does. Set's like, oh, I've got 200 HP. No, I actually don't. I have a massive shield and now you're dead. And so that's something to watch out for. But if you take a tower shot for free, that's not always the best thing, although the shield did mitigate it.
Again, the clenching, man, like both of them are playing with fire in the worst fucking way possible. This is like, this is holding your hand right over to the flame and just sitting there until you start seeing the skin crackle a little bit. They need to be careful. But nonetheless, like you said, a lot of people also get baited by not only the shield from the W, but they also get baited by Set's passive health regen. I have seen that screw a person over many a time over the years. It's depressing, and it's honestly, I think, one of the more tilting things about playing against the champion more.
Glada, looking for a kill. Here on Cyclone, I don't think we have a lot of follow-up for it. Viger is not in range for the bouncy castle. Nope, no bouncy castle. No jail for them, unfortunately. And something to watch out too is not only do we have the Shen sitting at level 6 as the fight kicks off into the top lane. Dash to the other side. The World looking for that shot. There's going to be the ultimate, the hitting level 6 right there at the end. A couple of more shots on the other end as Ignite comes down. World able to almost dodge it, but it does not count this time. Massive blast to the face. Getting baited out by the health regen, by the Ignite, and by the kill. Our score now 2-0 as Coach is playing with fire in the jungle.
Yeah, all right. So I guess second time's the charm for Coach. We're going to do, I think since you're bringing up LCK, I think you remember we saw like a 20-minute, or not 20-minute, like a 1 to 2 minute Raptor dance between jungles where they were still level 1 after a good...
Yeah. Coach taking so many shots there, but there's the Stand United right there. Glad it doesn't need it to, because that's a level 4 Pantheon, a level 6. We're going to turn off the light. That's 2 level 6s for the other side. We're going to get 2 caught in the bouncy castle. That could have been way, way worse, but that sets GLaDOS so far behind. And I agree with you. I know where you're going with there with the chickens, the fight over the chickens, but it's not just LCK that does it. It's also LPL that likes to throw games over chickens.
Yeah, it's, oh boy. Sorry, that threw me off. Something threw me off for a second. Please me. But no, I'm just looking at this here now. This is a little bit of a left lane state for bot lane too. But they went ahead and go and get the dragon. Sorry, I just got to close up and off here. I guess my notifications are making me go a little wacky. Now I'm losing my train of thought.
Trade going down, though. A couple of really good shots here. Sivir sitting at level 6, 62 to 63. If Sivir goes even in bot lane, then she is ahead. If she's slightly ahead, then she's very ahead. Because, of course, one of the biggest things to watch out for Sivir is a investment. Sivir is insurance. She's an investment into your future. She's an investment into the 18-minute to 25-minute mark when she truly comes online and starts doing an absolute insane amount. So if you've got a lot of team to facilitate that, that can be really good. The biggest problem with watching out for that is I don't think having double scale is the best thing. Maybe scale in top lane and scale in bot lane, especially with it being a scaling Sivir to watch out for. I don't like Viger and Sivir on the same team unless you have something to really make things happen. And most of the pressure right now is on Pantheon to make those things happen because Viger needs time to scale. Sivir needs time to scale. Not that those champions can't get kills, but they need help, right? And Pantheon also needs a tiny bit of help, though. So those are things to watch out for. We're still not level 6. We're pretty far behind this Nocturne. Nocturne has had a lot more use, I feel, into this one. Granted, the World is doing really, really fantastic, but he's stuck up in top lane for quite some time. And the same cannot be said for Ludacris, who has that Stand United. Ultimate coming in. I don't think this is going to turn into a kill, but I'd be happy to prove it wrong. Set has absolutely boggled my mind before, and there's going to be the ultimate for Pantheon, which means the map, which was open beforehand, is closed. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Even though Set had a pretty okay ultimate, bringing it over into the other side of the team would have been much, much better to set that up for Pantheon, because Pantheon needs a root. He needs something to start off his fight, and Set taking the enemy champ closer to his tower does not help.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially like you mentioned before, Set stuck up in top lane. Most of the game playmaking pressure is on Pantheon, but it forces him to play top side. They only have the one, quote, winning... I guess it must be KFC night. What's going on here, fellas?
Yeah, apparently there's no reason for him not to. He does have paranoia, and he can go for on him underneath the base. There's absolutely no reason for that to end. He still gets the chickens right at the end. So at this point, there's no reason for him not to go for the chickens, right? Pantheon's behind. Pantheon has blown his ultimate. Paranoia is up, and he's just waiting for an opportunity to pop his way on top of the mid laner so he can take the chickens and he can watch mid like a hawk, getting that advantage to Hui and stopping the scaling even more for Viger, which is not what you need. They're playing into this over and over and over, and now we're rotating down to the bot lane. Taking down Sivir could be really detrimental for the team, but taking down anyone here on this one. There's a TP on the other side. This should at least be a dead Fallen. Fallen does help pick up a kill here for his team. No, Sivir, Slifer is able to grab it. That's even better. That's not what you want. Once again, that's a trade. That's not what you see on the side. Even if we get not, no, just barely. I'm not sure the thought process would. If we waited like a couple more seconds, I think we still could have gotten that kill, and Wall Street could have been in there to support. But now we're down a Flash, and we got taken down, by the Rel, so that's not the worst thing. However, our score now sitting at 3-4, 16.5 to 17.3.
It's a little rough. Slifer's had, I think I can count tonight exactly how many instances Slifer has had where he's way too damn low to be walking as far back up. He has Viger coming. He can absolutely bait him. They didn't see the TP. It's just a little rough. Be a little bit more patient and everything will be fine. But right now, Pantheon needs to start playing towards a little bit more of his top side. He needs to instruct Earthen to stop sending it in so much. Earthen doesn't have the Tiamat the way Shen does, so Shen's not going to be able to freeze super effectively. But I can also understand trying to get him under turret. Shen is a notoriously awful CS under turret as well. There's ways to play both. It's just that there's not a big avenue for Glada to play in except for top lane right now, or hoping Cyclone makes a mistake stepping up. Although you can see his wolf going into his raptors. Oh, look! Now we're doing another chicken fight.
Yeah, we're going to start another chicken fight. Unfortunately, the advantage is much more in red side's. Gotta get the bouncy castle down. The ultimate there on Glada. This could be a dead Pantheon, getting so close to taking a couple more shots. Just 1 or 2 more AAs. Should be all it takes. Cyclone now sitting at 3-0. An accelerated Hui is not what you want to see. Hui is great, like I said, for facilitating the game to that like 15 to 16 minute mark. And if he continues to get fed, he's still going to do a good, healthy amount of damage. And the further and further the further and further Avengers goes ahead, the harder and harder it'll be for this game to turn around, even with all of this massive amount of scaling. Wall Street maybe going to get baited out here. Cyclone almost down. Once again, there's the paranoia. We do take those trades, though. That's not the worst thing, especially we were able to get Nocturne right here at the end. 1 tower shot, 2. Fortunately, not going to make enough. Nocturne able to grab a kill, but the worst part being Wall Street has some gold on the Viger, right? So that's going to be a nice little bit of scaling. It's going to be a nice little boost to his AP, and specifically, we've seen what Wall Street can do with gold. Yeah, Zeri starting to fight here with Slifer. Slifer in trouble. There's a flash there. Encore on none. Really, really unfortunate right there at the end. Nice little bitty engagement. Almost worked out, but it didn't count this time around. Coach in a bad spot. Glada on the hunt looking for him. Going to get spotted by Ward, but I don't think we're going to go for this fight. Coach should be able to get out of there. Sitting at 4-6, though, about a 1K-ish difference in gold. Sivir not doing too bad into the bot lane. And as long as it stays that way, there is still a pretty decent chance for Tug to really be in a good spot.
Yeah, they're really banking on the bot lane kind of being the stable lane right now, which is unfortunate when you're playing with the Viger and whatnot, but it's just... this is not a position you want to be in. There's not really a way for them to exacerbate the lead top lane too, except doing exactly what they're doing. They just need to take a deep breath and let things play out as they are. Andromeda is going to be the one that's a little bit up against the clock right now. This is a bad idea.
The root coming through. Having to pop a heal. I don't really blame him. Meep able to walk out of there relatively easily. The back did get reset, which is going to give a little more time for Sivir to CS. Not what you need, not what you want. Kind of in a bad position, but if we look at the minimap, we got Hui looking to make something happen. We do have wards, though, in the try. We're completely out of mana, and we're trying to stop the back once again. So Zeri should be back sooner rather than later, but Sivir should be able to catch up with that rather on the other end. We're sitting at the 13-minute mark. We do have a Drake up and ready to go. Drakes are a little bit earlier than they have been previously, and that's because Coach has had such a stronger appearance than Glada. Glada's been struggling in this one the whole time around, and I think, like I said, I think a lot of it has to do is Pantheon needs some sort of setup, and we don't have that setup on the map.
Yeah, you're really banking for a huge team fight here.
Right, kicking off. There's the ultimate from Set. Looking for it. Another Ignite, maybe? Yes, indeed. That is going to be a dead Shen. Shen losing again to top the world, sitting at 2-0. 115 to 97 on the other end. Flash over the other side. Bouncy Castle is down. Notorious looking for a nice little bitty rotation here. Glada does not want this heat. This is not a combination you want to deal with, especially because you do not know where that Nocturne is. And I think Paranoia is almost up, if not up already.
Yeah. It is up right now, and that's the third time I've seen TLP miss Q on a target. I think he got it out there. The other 2 times were mildly egregious as well, but have no fear, we have another fight bot lane coming.
Zeri. Yeah, I'm not sure what Zeri's doing. This is going to be the stand tonight. Maybe we're just buying some time for the rest of the team to get in here. So if so, works out in the long run away as Fallen falls down. Another 2 going down on the other end. No Drake to follow this up. However, taking these plates on towers will be absolutely huge. They need to press their advantage when and where they can because Ludacris is really taking a pounding into the top lane. However, Shen just kind of needs to play for the team. If we can mitigate our losses and stop the bleeding in top lane and make it to sort of like this 15, maybe 17-minute mark, the game should open up for them a little bit more, but it also gives time for the rest of the team to scale. Cyclone is here, but I don't think he realizes he is in danger. Cyclone going to run directly into Set, not where you want to be. Now Glada over here in the background. There's the ultimate for Hui. Good amount of damage on the world. World is in trouble. Hui does hit like an absolute truck, but now he's having to deal with the Spartan. Flash over the other side of the wall. Cyclone able to grab 1 kill by himself. Pressure second. Lucas just needs to get 1 stun off. No! Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Hui going to get taken down. Double kill going to Glada. Not what you want, not what you need, because that comes with a shutdown.
Yeah, that's you really.
Fight number 2.
Here we go.
Coach, looking to facilitate something happening. Trying to look at game 4 here. Nice stun on top of 1. There's the ultimate on 2. Trying to wait for the bouncy castle to balance out. As we go on the other side, Glada in danger. Coach should have a lot more gold to play with, but almost gets taken down. Now Wall Street on the run. Rel can take him out if she manages to dodge a couple of these shots, but it is still pretty dangerous to pop off. We do just buy ourselves a little more time. 7-10 right now is our score. Meep having to fight off quite the assault in the bot lane. 29k to 29k. And it looks like we have a tower down, at least on one side. I can't tell because Viger's in the way. Yeah, so it's just one tower down so far. Not sure if my colleague's mic is disconnecting here or not, but I'll take over for a couple of seconds. There we go. Now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I was going to say, just not a very good play on the top side of the map. They need to be a little bit more patient. They didn't really have the damage to take them out there. Then, thankfully, Nocturne and TLP were able to come back up. But again, it falls down to the fact that I understand we want to roam a little bit in this case. But we're a Zeri into Sivir. I know we have a CS lead. I know things are a little bit okay. I need him to be a little more attentive in lane still. But they do swap things down. Set is now on the bot side of the map. It looks like they sent Sivir top, and the turret goes down as well. So we are now equal in turrets and about 1.1, or sorry, a little bit less than a K on a gold lead for the side of Andromeda Esports.
This is going to be Shelly for the pickup. This does make a lot of sense. We've got the Void Grubbies. Getting Shelly would be an extra little nail in the coffin. We're shooting for sort of these longer green micro plays. Shelly is a great tool specifically for that. The paranoia is going to pop off. Going to at least buy ourselves some precious seconds. The smite rolls through. Who grabbed it right there at the end? Looks like it's going to be Pantheon winning that fight once again. Coach struggling into Glada, but the fight does kick off. We get the Shelly, but we lose our entire team for it. Member after member falling to pieces. However, the world looking for one shot. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen now. He's having to deal with the rest of the team. Cyclone being one of the ones that is so low along with Meep, but we just lose so much for that. The world in danger. He does grab one kill, which is good for him, but bad for his team.
Yeah, not really great. And then the TPs come in. I don't know if I would have committed TPs to that. Like, it's 1 kill for 4, possibly 5. Yeah, it's an unofficial ace, but everyone died there at that fight. That was really not worth it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Wall Street stuck around. There was 4 of them there. You know they want micro objectives, macro objectives. I don't know what the plan was. There was nothing you're going to be able to do as Viger. There's going to be the Grand Starfall. I'm not sure it's going to turn into too much. That's a lot of beefy boys. Maybe if it caught Coach. Coach did get caught unawares here on the other end. Seraphine looking for the root. Unfortunately, it's not going to be good. Coach is still alive. You cannot forget this is Nocturne at the end of the day. Glada going back in, looking for a kill on Notorious. Notorious going down wouldn't be the worst thing. Shut down, unfortunately, going to Sivir, not who you want it to. That is exactly the worst person for you to grab it. Now Sivir sitting at 2 and 3 right now. 151 CS. I don't know if Prod would be so kind to press you for us so we can see the gold on that one. I'd be curious to see where along the Sivir is. 8k. Okay, so not a big difference. About 200 gold in difference between the bot lane. But, like I said, Sivir wins if she is tied.
God in heaven, look at that jungle gold difference. That's certainly something. Almost 2,000 gold up. Not really exactly what I want. Not exactly what I want to see from the enemy Nocturne, if you know what I mean. I want that guy to be 0-4, not 4-0.
But Glada's been doing pretty good utility-wise, right? Even though we've been behind gold, we've still been sort of just buying ourselves time, and grabbing this Drake is huge for them. Not only did Avengers have the advantage to take that, granted they didn't have the wards, they could have set that up to where they could have at least pressured it or had control in the banana bush or a couple other things. I know they just died, but sort of getting into Drake probably should have been a priority. Either way, relatively nitpicky in the grand scheme of things, but it is one of those things that's going to matter. Speaking of mattering, Glada running into a bit of trouble. There's the TP for 1. If we're able to get out of that, blowing that TP is going to be super huge, but can the rest of the team make it out of it? We've gone to absolute spaghetti to get out of there, so that's going to be great. 1 ability down, a little bit more resources here to play with, and at this point, I think Avengers is still in a decent spot, but they need to be careful because Glada is not taking this line down, and now the world is freed up to go deal with the rest of the map.
Yep, the world's heading back top lane. We're getting our lane assignments a little back in place. TLP is hovering off on the side of mid lane. There are 3 mid lane right now. I think they're looking for a play. I see Nocturne taking up a post. There they go. The lights turn out.
Paranoia. Yep, indeed. The paranoia is going to pop up. We do have Stand United winning where we need it as Meep takes a whole bunch of shots. The problem is you're playing into Sivir underneath tower. The wave is exactly what you don't want to have to deal with. Rel able to pull Glad on the other end. There's the Stand United. There's an ultimate down on the other side. So we did a bit of a trade of ultimates on the other end. No one going down. A little frustrating. Could have been better. Could have been worse for each side. 2K difference in gold. Coach back in on a ward there. Going to run into Wall Street on the other end. Running into that massive ward difference, which is not what you want to see. But we're able to back off right there at the end. No Drake to fight over. We are in that awkward stage of the game where a lot of those mistakes do begin to pile up and happen rapidly.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's a little frustrating they didn't get anyone off that play. There are ample opportunities for both sides for somebody to die, but like I said, they're playing exactly what they want to with some of those ults as well. Sivir loves it when you group on each other, just like a Brand, just by a Ziggs. Let my Ricochet kill all of you and crit while I sit here and laugh all the way to the bank. So they'll definitely need to keep that in mind as they continue to go in. And they're using a lot of their ults too. I can't see the secondary runes on the side of Shen, so I don't know if he went for Ultimate Hunter or not. It's something I personally like doing on Shen, so I like my ult to be up as soon as possible. But they just need to be careful about using some of those tools a little too liberally.
I think that's a good point to bring up Shen, because if you look at the gold right now, or if you look at the kills right now, and not only does he have a bounty, but he's sitting at 5 and 3, and the world was really, really giving it to him. I don't think Shen is the best person with gold, but they're not bad whatsoever. They do a deceptive amount of damage. That's always been the one thing that got me about Shen top is he does a scary amount of damage. I wouldn't think that he would, but he does a very, very healthy amount of it. But the biggest thing I'm worried about is this ticking time bomb. Slifer doing better and better and better, almost getting close to this 200 CS mark, picking up a couple of plates, continuing the pushing. And you got to remember that this entire time we are going to be sitting on the Void Grubbies, right? Which are going to be paired really well into not only Viger, but also the Sivir. So we've got we got a wave pusher who's got a bit of a boost, and then we've got someone who's great at destroying towers, who also has a bit of a boost. So things that you don't need. So the macro could be in a really good spot. Not sure what Coach is doing. Not sure what the plan was for that one. The team was not close enough for that one. I know Notorious is here. This is into the disadvantage of the other side. There's going to be a Cyclone having a blow flash, Grand Starfall, TP, a lot of resources once again being blown. Both teams playing really, really cautiously, not wanting to truly start this engagement, and I don't blame them. I think we're at the point to where one big fight can really set the tempo in the favor of the other side.
I think cautiously, maybe putting it nicely for them. Coach walked up a little aggressively there. I was a little scared for him, I won't lie. We do have the Sivir ult that was come out as well. Right? That's what I'm saying. He should have died for that. It was a little illegal for him to be there. I don't know what's making everyone so afraid. We are at the 23-minute mark. Sivir does have the Essence Reaver and the Navori, which is a little bit of a large power spike for her. Like we said, we're ideally waiting for the 3rd or 4th item before we really start seeing her pop off. But if I'm the Sivir right now and I see somebody walk up like that, I want to see if we can take the fight. But maybe they called it off. Who knows? That being said, the map's pretty dark on the side of Tug right now. We got Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. They're trying to get that mid-prio.
Once again, Glada is not able to get to the Drake at that 40-second mark, which gives them such a massive disadvantage to these fights. Glada has been winning these smite fights consistently, just over and over and over, or at the very least, his team has come in clutch right there at the end. So that is something to watch out for. We are doing a little bit of backing here. I don't know what the plan is for Rel to back. There's zero reason for that one. You're already committed to the fight. I know that might sound nitpicky, but especially on the support, that matters so much. You're giving up a massive advantage. Maybe to go get your hands on some more wards. If I was Tug and I noticed any sort of backing, I would have gotten there, but maybe that's what they were betting on. This positioning, this vision is going to matter so much. We do spot this pink when Pink Bush. Banana Bush does switch over control, which is going to be something to watch out for. But now Tug has gone from complete disadvantage on top of the Drake to complete advantage, which is not what you want to see. Giving this up for free, I feel like is a little bit of a mistake. However, grabbing some towers is not the worst mistake either. We've got Ludacris in the top lane, so if we're able to turn this into a second tower, or Ludacris picks up some plates on the other end, it's not going to be the worst thing. That's 2 Drakes now on each side as the full team committed for that one. Grand Starfall coming in, but is he going to be there a little bit too early? That's the biggest thing I got to worry about. There it is. He's going to go for 1 as the flash goes to the other side. Set gets 3 as we get an encore, at least unfortunately on 1. Paranoia going to pop their way down as both the top laner and the mid laner are stuck in the top lane. Fight kicking off. Notorious taking so much damage. Sivir happier than a pig in mud. So much for them to play with. Wall Street taking so many shots here on the other end, but hasn't been killing the other side, but Coach on the hunt. Coach out for some blood. Bouncy Castle up once again. Viger finally able to do some damage, but unfortunately, Nocturne just does not care. 1 for 3 trade. 13-16. Blue looking much better than they were before.
Yeah, that was not that decision to go for the second tower there was a little rough. They probably should have grabbed the turret and then peeled off and forced to fight a dragon, because then they would have been dealing with the objective as well. But instead, they go for the second turret, get end around it on, get the Grand Starfall like you were talking about. It's a pretty encore hit. I think 2 people set right in the middle of it as well and able to chase a Zeri off. Just a very poor decision, but it looks like Coach Silent K is at least going to remedy that situation somewhat and get the inner they were hoping for all along. So we have the mid lane inner at, I think it's at 1 plate, if I'm reading my map correctly. It's a little zoomed out for me, but that's okay. That's just a me issue. And then, like I said, the top inner going out as well.
Thank you, Prod. It is indeed down to its last plate. So that's going to be a T2 in top lane gown. Like I said, we're sitting at the 13-16, 2 Drakes on each side. So neither side in a great position to grab this one. No one's decided to contest the Baron. No reason for it. They haven't had a massive number advantage, plus the time there for it. So we're just buying ourselves precious seconds, which is not what you want to do into a scaling team, because the longer and longer this game goes, the better and better Tug is going to do. I don't know if Prod would be so kind to click on Viger when he gets a moment. That'd be super great. We could see stacks. That's going to be something important to watch out for. 244 for the Viger stacks, really important to watch out for. Sivir sitting at 250 CS, getting more and more items. I think we've got 3 completed items, which means we're getting close to the hyper carry range, which means Avengers is running out of time for those advantages, and going even is not what they need to do into a scaling team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting the lead. You know, that Viger starts to scare me a little bit. Especially he's got his Fraud of Ages fully stacked. He's going for that Death Cap. He's got the Archangels. Oh man, eventually that Viger cage is going to be really oppressive for their go-in style team to deal with.
Well, he almost 1v1 Nocturne, which is not a small feat, right?
Right.
He's got a good amount of stacks, but he doesn't have a lot of gold compared to what Viger could be sitting on. And, you know, the fact that he was able to do that much to Nocturne is something to watch out for. And that was right after he just got done with a fight with someone. I think he took down Ludicrous. So it does show that he's starting to really start to hit like a truck and do a whole bunch. If it was almost anyone than Nocturne, he might have actually taken that down. But the problem is the heal. There's the On the Hunt. I'm not sure it's going to turn into too much. We weren't too close enough for that one. It looks like Meep really filling it out. Meep kind of having a muted experience on Zeri, which doesn't surprise me. I don't like Zeri right now, and I put Zeri in the same category that I put Thresh, to where Thresh on paper is against the meta, because the meta is very much so either go in or play back, and Thresh is sort of the middle ground for it. So Thresh needs specific scenarios, like if you play Aphelios and Thresh, that's a really good combination for that, because Aphelios is happy to play forward and backwards, and it actually is in his favor specifically to do that, but normally in the meta-wise, he doesn't do particularly great. And then Zeri is kind of in this weird spot, in my opinion, that is the same sort of thing, where it's like, if you're a really good Thresh, you're probably going to be good no matter what. If you're really good Zeri, you're probably going to be good no matter what. But I don't think Meep is a good enough Zeri, or at the very least, Tug has been doing a fantastic job at keeping this Zeri down. So for me, it's not a big justification for, you know, the Zeri when we have so many other options available for us. I know, like, Caitlyn's out of the deal, but, like, Varus is constantly on the map, right? I know he's a great blind pick, but he's not a hard pick whatsoever. His build has been limited recently, but there's still plenty of options to go with. I'm still even a massive fan of Twitch, especially in this elo. Twitch is a monster.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the Twitch pick. I think with Zeri, the thing I like to see her is the spike.
Oh no, Glada, you're just gonna face check that?
Yep.
Okay,
yes,
we are pretty tanky. We've got the shield, we got the team, we got the redemption coming down on the other one. Coach not able to grab it. Cyclone grabbing some. There's the ultimate on top of Glada. We still do not have vision in that bush. That's really frustrating to deal with. Glada going down about half HP. 26 seconds for this Drake. So once again, we have an advantage on the other side. Paranoia on the other end to try to lock down the world. He's absolutely isolated. Zeri able to get some nice pot shots off, but that's a massive shield. Good ultimate on one, taking him down. That does give us an advantage, but can we stick the landing? No! Into the bouncy castle, into the ult, into the damage. Wall Street chunking players left and right here in Sivir. The two that need gold are continuing to get it left and right. Flash on the other end. Cyclone on the run. Fear for the safety. That's not what you need. Sure, we lost the set, but we gave 2 kills to the 2 people you want. No, Bouncy Castle dead. We're just dead, right?
No,
we're
oh yes,
yeah, we're just dead. We're giving another one to Wall Street. What are we at for stacks now? What do we said that?
300 almost.
Yeah, we've gone up 50. We've gone up almost 60 since we last clicked on Viger. This is now a level 17 Viger. Sivir so close to her 4 items. I don't think that's a completed item. I can't tell down there. And now we're picking up a Drake. So 3 kills over to the carries, over to one over to the hyper carry, 2 over to the scaling champion. I don't even think we win this fight. Maybe we haven't reset. Maybe we haven't back. So there's a non-zero chance for it. Okay. We do a lot more damage than I expected, but this is still Viger. Then just 1 or 2 more shots would have been taking it out. However, we were able to redeem ourselves just barely. There's no reason not to blow that. We could go for Baron here, but I still think it's dangerous because Sivir is going to love to bounce stuff off Baron and the rest of the team to go for it. The wards are going to be super important, so we got to get vision on this extremely quickly. We do have the Scuttle Crab down, so that's at least something TP in. The goal is at the very least to bait this.
Playing caution right now on the side of Tug, it looks like. So it's they're just kind of playing the waiting game a little bit. I think they're baiting more than anything right now because they're gonna peel off. Yep, here they come.
Here. Meep here. Meep in a bad position. There's at least flash on another one. Is Paranoia going to activate once again? That cooldown absolutely means nothing. Sivir does get engaged upon, but set there for the safety. Grabbing the peel, grabbing the damage, grabbing another kill on the other side. There's going to be 2 down, at least on 1, as the other side absolutely falls to pieces. Viger is still down for this fight. That is something important to keep in mind, but Sivir is still doing a good amount. Cyclone looking for that damage, trying to dig deep as Sivir picks up another kill. 3 for 2 down. TP in. Wall Street is here. We could do a good amount of damage. Look at that. Even Shin getting absolutely trunked. No way we 1v3 this Cyclone, barely keeping himself alive. Wall Street looking for the 1v3. The minions right there at the end. Please nerf the casters because they've taken out another one.
Why? The Street Viger is putting in work. That champion is so oppressive. We're at 323 now on the stacks. It was good, but correct me if I'm wrong, Korak. I really feel like Shen is abandoning his Zarya a lot of the time. Now that she has Fiend Hunter Bolt, she can be a menace, excuse me. And I feel like we're leaving her too much. Or am I crazy?
Yeah, I think at this point, we need to be trying to play off of that. Zarya is going to be a good amount of damage. This should be a dead Wall Street. Wall Street has the potential to nuke someone else, but we're getting a little bit too big for our britches. We are very powerful, don't get me wrong, but the biggest thing we're going to have a hard time dealing with is Nocturne, especially as long as we do not have Heal Cut. And I'm looking, and I do not believe we have Heal Cut, unless that's Gladys. I don't remember what jungle item gives Heal Cut, but it doesn't look like we have that. Not having that on Nocturne is going to be really hard to deal with. I know he's like the only one that's got it, but he's a big one to go for, especially because like Nocturne is 100% picker ban. He is. He's so powerful right now, and now he's 6-1. Coach is on it. Coach is doing perfectly fine with him. This is a little bit of a aggressive Baron. This could turn in the other favor, but the problem is like Tug doesn't like to contest these objectives. They don't like to get in there. They don't like to ward it. They don't like to have vision. And so oftentimes Avengers gets one pulled off on them over and over again. I know that Wall Street's down, but Sivir still hits like a truck. The world's going to be there. Looking for some damage on Cyclone. There's going to be Paranoia. There's going to be at least 1 down on that side. There's going to be Grand Starfall. There's going to be down on the other side. And so not only do we have Baron, but we have 2 kills. 2 kills and Baron. That's not what Tug needs. I know that Wall Street was down, but like, where was your Sivir? Where was your support? Where was the rest of your team? You could have at least pressured them off of them. Make your way to Banana Bush safely and threatened. Like you don't have to fight them. You don't have to engage them. If you just hang out there, they might stop damaging it. At least some of them might stop damaging the Baron to buy yourself some precious seconds for someone to make their way over there.
Yeah, it just seems like either very disjointed or some people listened to a call and other people didn't. But I do gotta give Glada props for not letting the world die alone. If I die, my homies die with me, as they always say. But nonetheless, really big Baron power play for them. We have this up for the next 2 minutes. It looks like they're going ahead and push down mid. The side lanes are a little screwed up, so Cyclone, is going to go ahead and take care of that. Never mind, he's walking mid. They're going to take this turret.
Turret gonna fall to pieces. Fallen Warrior running into a bit of damage, but not even Coach wants to take the heat underneath tower. There is gonna be the On the Hunt. Nothing's gonna happen for it. That's kind of a critique I will say is I don't think Slifer has had decent On the Hunts. I think the timing for it have been very awkward. Maybe too aggressive. and sort of not knowing your spacing, not knowing your distance, not knowing where your team's going to be at. Maybe if Set was a bit closer and could have grabbed someone, that would have been really, really nice. This is an interesting dynamic that we've got things set up. Notorious getting caught here would be very, very bad. We do still have a stun. I think we're just dead. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. Paranoia, at least on the background. There's going to be redemption on the here. So much damage coming through, but the problem is that Nocturne is entirely by himself. Glada does take a whole bunch of damage. We're able to do a good amount here on Cyclone. Cyclone does damage after damage, champion after champion. The world does fall to pieces. Meat able to find a good amount of shots here across the wall, but that's a trade. Once again, you don't want to trade. There's so many opportunities there's so many times that Avengers has traded into Tug to their detriment, and when you trade into scaling champions, it's not what you want. Viger sitting at more stacks, Viger sitting at more kills. He's kind of turning into the Viger game. I would have liked to see more of a performance for Sivir, considering what we have, considering the items that we have, but that may be more on Avengers' side. I think Avengers may be playing well into that and mitigating Sivir more often than they're mitigating Wall Street. I do feel like they're dedicating a lot of time to it, but there's been a lot of like, oh, I see this opportunity to go in and I'm going to try to shoot for it, and then we overextend or we do a bit of extra here and there, and it just doesn't work out for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you keep saying, and plus they picked that fight in one of the. Oh, I'm sorry. Nice. Forgive me for talking over you on that point. But I think they just picked a really bad fight.
I think Discord's doing Discord things.
Discord is doing Discord things. So I'm looking off of the Twitch stream here. There was a fight that happened there. Viger did go down, and now Zeri and the Rel are on Dragon right now. The lights go out.
I actually do have to look at Twitch in order to see that. Not sure what's happening here. Okay, so that's going to be Paranoia, and looks like a free Drake. We're probably like, I don't know, 15 seconds behind the stream. Now, we're more than that. We're a decent amount behind, but either way, that's going to be free stuff for them on the other end. Not sure what the problem is. Casters cannot see anything on there. There we go. Now we're back. Not sure what happened. Discord doing Discord things. Another small indie company once again. 23 to 29 right now. 3 Drakes to 3 Drakes on each side. 72k to 73k. 3 Void Grubbies on the other end. Still anyone's game. Viger finally coming back up on the map, and I think this next fight will decide how this game goes. Either team, I think, could end off of this. More likely, Tug, I think, is in the best position to do it because they have more of their towers up, which is going to be a huge, huge thing. Viger and Sivir facilitating a lot of that. It's hard to push into that. Plus, Sivir's great on defense. So I think Tug's in a good position, but they have been making some critical mistakes over and over and over and overplaying their hands.
Yeah, agreed. It's the same thing with them. They get something that they really like, overplay the hand, die, and those mistakes are going to get punished time and time again. Let's get another stack check on the Viger here. So I'm pretty sure he's past 350 at this point, right? Like, he has to be. Yeah, he's close to 400 now. So the longer this game goes on, this is going to get worse. He's at 1200 AP already. You get hit by him, it's like getting punched by prime Mike Tyson, minus losing your ear, of course. I really don't want to be in any enclosed spaces with the Viger. Any fights they take in choke points are going to be absolutely horrific.
The problem is, though, the Wall Street keeps getting caught in bad positions, right? The best bet for Tug is to be grouped as 5 and wait for the rest of the team to sort of go for Sivir, and then Viger picks up a bunch of kills, because that seems to be how it's been going consistently. But the problem is like, Avengers can't ignore Sivir and they can't ignore Viger. I think Viger is actually a bigger threat, but it's hard to tell because we've been spending so much time going for Slifer. We've been spending so much time going for this hyper carry. And while Viger isn't super crazy at the top of the list for the mid lanes as far as like who's good, who's bad or whatnot, they're not a bad champion whatsoever. They're a good, game 3, game 4, game 5. I like him more in the 4 to 5 range. But if you let Viger feed up to 400 stacks and you let the game get to 40 minutes, then there's no reason not to pick him.
Agreed. And I think this is exactly what they wanted, right? Delay the game long enough. This did manage to get a bunch of gold and everything. He is full build, by the way. We got the Crypt Bloom, we got the Archangel Staff, Rod of Ages, Shadow Flame, and the Death Cap. It looks like Cyclone is full build as well. So everyone here is kind of approaching critical mass.
Yeah, and the thing that's a little bit bites when you run into Viger is he doesn't ever fully cap on gold, on skills, on anything like that. So even once he gets, his full build, he still has opportunities to build. He still has reasons to farm. He still has plenty of opportunities to do for that. And we're really, really slowing down. I think I want to say, and I believe I said this last time too, I think we're 1 or 2 fights away from winning this. We're at the 40-minute mark. The Baron is up. There is one advantage here that Tug has not had before, which is control over the objective, which is vision over the objective. This has probably been my biggest gripe with Tug, is that I don't think they've been I don't think they've done a good job of clearing out wards as a team, and I don't think they've done a good job of getting their support to those areas and the support going to those areas and warding aggressively. That's probably my biggest critique. I do think Glada has fallen off a bit as a player there. Was that on the hunt? Okay, no, I thought we were already blowing on the hunt. Really waiting for an opportunity to pop off here. Cyclone already taking a massive shot here on the other end. Still anyone's game. Very much awkward phase right now. About a minute on the clock, so this soul point is coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you keep mentioning, 1 to 2 fights. I honestly think the game's over the next fight.
I can't see how it wouldn't. There's going to be a Paranoia. We're going to walk down the world. This is something I think Tug has done consistently. It was Avengers previously where they were overextending over and over, but now it's Tug. I think Tug is finally starting to hit some of this fatigue. Starting to set a fight now. We do have Coach here, but there's going to be the bouncing castle, at least on Hui getting absolutely melted. So even though we had number advantage, we did not have Viger nuking another one. Double kill on that side. Meat just not able to reach them. Going to flash forward, at least kill on the other side. Flash on the other side. We do have Ludicrous on the other end, double kill on the Zeri. Zeri finally have an opportunity to pop off, finally able to shine, maybe ending the game for this whole thing as we lock down Glada, grabbing a quadra kill on top of the Zeri. We just needed a moment, and we finally had one, picking up 4 kills right there at the end. 40 seconds on the clock, 20 seconds for the next player, and this game might be over if we don't have an amazing set play here in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, that is a little bit of the Earthen special right there. We're bot lane and not in the place we're supposed to be. It's really unfortunate. It happens to the best of us, but it does end up costing them game 3.
Yes, indeedy. Game number 3 is going to fall over to Avengers. Avengers now sitting at a 2-1 lead. Looking great despite the fact that we had Viger. And this is sort of a pro-con thing with Viger, right? Viger got very, very fed, but it's not that Viger can't do well. It's that there are other champions that win more consistently. And I think that if we had someone other than Viger, maybe someone who could have facilitated things to that mid-game, set things up for Sever, because we had an amazing scaling hyper carry. Imagine if we'd been able to win some more of those early fights. Imagine if we had Soul Point right there at that last fight. We could have done so much work, and it's not like Sever needed help. I think that you can rely on Slifer. I think Slifer, for the most part, has done very, very well. I think that they have done consistently better most of the times in the Meat. However, Meat did pick up a quadra kill. It took just one moment. Like, you could just see all of the brain cells lining up. All 3 of them right there, and Meat went in and murdered absolutely everyone. They had their moment in the sun and justified the Zeri pick right there at the end.
I think, too, you have to give credit to how Coach Silent K played the last, 2 minutes of that game. Going down, get the Paranoia, taking out Earth, and then coming...
honestly.
Oh, 100%, 100%. The last 2 minutes was the game-winning play, as Overwatch likes to call it. Killing Earthen, going back mid lane, and he took on 4 people, by the way. Or 3 people, excuse me. 3 people were hitting him while Zeri's able to 1v1 the Viger. That's exactly what you're hoping for. GA gets popped, Shen comes through to stand united, and that's all she freaking wrote.
And I forgot to check, did we even build Heal Cut to stop the Nocturne? Nocturne was 8-2.
I don't think we did. I don't think we
Not
did.
building Heal Cut is kind of a crime. I know it's just a Nocturne, but it's a Nocturne at this patch. So that's really, really frustrating to have to deal with. And we had, what was it? Who was the other? We had Rel and we had Seraphine. Seraphine could have built anti-heal. Seraphine absolutely 1,000,000% could have built anti-heal. Either way, that's going to be the end of game number 3. Do not go anywhere, because game number 4, draft number 4, is coming up. This does mean Tug's back is up against the wall. Grab yourself some drinks and some refreshments, though, because we'll be right back.
You give me clear skies. We're raising the clouds above. Every song is mine to sing. With you, I can do anything. I should be terrified, 'cause I've got a lot to lose. But there's no doubt, whatever I feel, you feel it too. Every song is ours to sing. With us forever, it's just the in every lifetime, in every universe, I'll be by your side, accepting your best and your worst. Ticking clocks don't mean a thing. With us forever, it's just the
I used to struggle, but look at me now. I used to struggle, but look at me now. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I told him I'm locked in. Forever I stuck to the vision. Did me some numbers, I'm talking to dish. Whole lot of moves, I ain't taking no breaks. Whole lot of steps trying to raise up the stakes. I'm in a lane, they ain't built to replace. Neck on freeze and the wrist on lay. They was asleep, now I'm all on their face. Came from the bottom, I handle the weight. Now when I talk, they record a phrase. I'm in that mode and I'm stuck in that phase. Bank account look like a highlight tape. Everything grown, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wade. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. A new move, got 'em studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this pay. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip then came in handy. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna.
Hello and welcome back to game number 4 between Avengers and Tug. Tug really struggling in all of these games, I think, except for maybe game number 1. Could have done a lot better sort of overall. I think there's plenty of opportunities for them to turn things around. I think one of the biggest things is I feel like they lose what their win con is. And I feel like they don't grab the endings when and where they should. And when you're sitting at these like 40-minute games, while last game they had plenty of champions that scale, plenty of champions that do well in the late game, the problem that you're not sort of dealing with is the fact that these players are getting fatigued, these players are getting exhausted, and the games are going on longer and longer and longer. So while their champions might be doing better, the players are probably getting exhausted because at the end of the day, these are just normal dudes playing just a relatively normal game of League of Legos.
Absolutely, absolutely. And like you keep saying, they keep forgetting about their win conditions. But I think the important thing is just a lack of situational awareness. Like I said, respectfully, I don't want to be negative to the players or the team. They've worked very hard to get to the grand finals, and that cannot be understated by any means. It is a pain in the ass to get here. It is a minimum of 10 weeks in commitment and focus, but you can't be there. you can't be there. You can't be there with no vision. You can't be there with no wards. You know the Nocturne Paranoia is up. You just can't do it. And it's a heartbreaking because no one wants to be the player that loses the particular game, but or loses that makes the game losing play, I should say.
And
but,
I don't.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't think that was entirely on the world, right?
Right.
I think that like, once again, like most of the mistakes that have happened, like with Cyclone getting caught like early on and sort of doing the same thing that the world did, that is a key point to point out. But it's also like, what is the game? What has led up to that moment? Like, how has the rest of the game going into that? Because the world started out really, really strong into Shin. Right. The biggest problem was like, while the world was doing really well, Sivir and Viger were scaling, and Glada was behind. And I think that's a core important thing to go over. So where I just don't think the team comp was good. I'm not saying that like Viger couldn't have been good, but I feel like it's not what the team needed. And it goes back to, I think there's a reason why Viger is not at the top of the list of the meta. It's because they don't win as consistently as the other champions. And I think that's a good example for it, especially sitting around right about around this elo. Either way, I don't think it was the worst game. To sort of go over, I think now that we're moving into game number 4, Tug is definitely up against the wall, because at this point, Avengers just needs to win one more. They just need to get lucky just a couple of more times, and it seems like Avengers overall is the more consistent team. I know I've said that word over and over and over, but like despite all of their mistakes, despite everything that's happening, they have made less mistakes than their opponents, which is the key core of consistency, which is a big thing to watch out for. Like you watch it in like T1 and T2, even one of those small tiny mistakes, those teammates know how to capitalize on gold. Those teammates know how to capitalize on like a difference of like 200 gold, a difference of like one small item on your opponent, and they can snowball that. Same thing can happen here, but it just takes a lot more.
Absolutely. I don't know. I think at this point, we just need to play with a little bit of reckless abandon as we go into game 4. We gotta do silver scrapes, we gotta do silver scrapes and go into game 5. I think this is a series that deserves a game 5. With of course, with respect to our prod and you and me, who all have work or something to do immediately after this or tomorrow. Smile.
Yeah.
Nonetheless,
Titan did say I think Sesma did say he had like he was allowed to do like 12 minutes of silver scrapes or something like that. I saw that on the stream the other day, so I'm gonna hold him to it. I don't know how serious he was, but we'll get to see if we make it all the way to game number 5.
Yeah, right. I like I said, I think they need to play with a little bit of reckless abandon. Like you said, your back's against the wall. It's time. It's time to, if you have the pocket pick, to pull it out, especially on both sides. I know Cyclone has something in his pocket that he has been waiting to whip out. I think it'll be a lot of fun if he does. And I know on the side of Tug, their champ pools are pretty deep. Earthen's got still plenty left in the tank. Aside from the set and other picks he's shown. I don't have it right up on my head or right here on my monitor. Please excuse me. But I really want to see Slifer step it up as well and really take control of a game. The way that Mep has in certain cases. Like I said, this area got justified last game with that last fight and whatnot, them fighting in those choke points. I want to see Slifer do the same thing now.
Yeah, I think Slifer overall has been more consistent, has been doing better in lane, sort of in general. But Meep grabbing that Quadra, I think really shows a whole bunch. I would have liked to see more of a use out of Zeri, especially for sitting at. So that was game number 3. Game number 3 really should have stronger champions in it, and I feel like we didn't have a lot of that. Sure, Sivir's good, Pantheon's good, but I feel like Pantheon's better in sort of the beginning part of the split rather than is sort of like at the end. We had Seraphine out. I don't like Seraphine without Ashe right now. I know she still hits like an absolute truck, but the biggest thing is that like Seraphine is just absolutely, there's just better supports. I think is in my opinion. You've got Bard, you've got Karma. There's so many other people you could dive into. Lulu's still very very powerful. That's one of the things I would say too is like the fact that people are afraid to play Lulu with Sivir which in my opinion is a mistake, because what Sivir wants, the reason why Sivir turns it into a hyper carry, is she is one of the best champions, if not the best champion in the game, at amplifying multiplicatives, right? Each item, the reason why she needs those 4 items is they all build off of her kit, and they all add things in a multiplicative way. And Lulu does the exact same thing for her, and she adds more of those multiplicatives, plus she can add plenty of items on top of that to play with. I feel like there's a better option. I feel like Seraphine just didn't really fit the combination. Maybe the idea was like to play off a Pantheon, but like even then, like I think there's better people who could have set up Pantheon and sort of go over like that. I feel like Sivir needed more of a beefy team, need more of a team that would go forward just a little bit more. And when you have Viger, that's not really going to happen because Viger's going to play back. There's a lot of little sort of little nitpicky things that I go for, and that would be one of the big things I would say with Tug is I feel like they need to tighten up their team comps and like when they pick what. I think that's going to be critical.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if we're looking for something to go forward and whatnot, or at least kind of help out a little bit with some of that engage. Tell me, am I burning the food here when I say I think Janna might have been a decent play as opposed to the Seraphine?
So Janna would have been great once again. So the reason why, like I said, Sivir needs those multiplicatives. Janna adds a lot of that. Janna also is good at dealing with Nocturne. Janna is good at dealing with Rel. Janna is good at dealing with Shen. Janna is good at dealing with Zeri. And if your goal is to keep to have Peel to keep people off of the scaling champions, that's another good one. And the other thing too is like if you're going to go scaling champion, people don't realize that Janna is a scaling support. In a lot of different ways. She does better and better and better as the game goes on, especially for me, as like Janna is one of the first people I made it to Diamond with, and I still stick by my build for her, which is I immediately rush Medjai's. It still does so much for your team, and it's another item that scales, and Janna does better and better as the game goes on. Plus, Janna has an amazing gank. People don't realize it. I've literally done Janna jungle, not by choice, but it still had like absolutely fantastic gank. So I think that is something to play with. I think Janna would have been really, really great overall for the rest of the team. Would have bought you so many opportunities. But now, finally, Mr. Lane, we're going to roll into the draft for game number 4. Looking at the sides right now, it's going to be Avengers sitting on the red side, Tug on blue. Sorry, Avengers on the blue side, Tug on the red side. Look below our respective dumb heads, and you'll see all of the champions that are no longer in the game. 10 champions per game, so 30, and then 10 bans. So many champions out of the game so far to watch out for it. We're banning an ASOL. That's a weird one. We're also banning...
The ASOL is a Wall Street ban. Trust me on this. Trust me on this. You want to ban it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. We're also going to ban Plant Lady. Maybe as a jungle, but the problem with Plant Lady is you got to get to the objective so much further before everyone else, and once you have that prep time, you're in a really good spot. Bans for this side are pretty close to the same. We're going to pick up Smolder. I do not like Smolder right now. I think he is basically non-existent. I think he's a lot like Rise, to where he's either really, really good or really, really bad, and I think he's very, very bad right now. Some people might be fine with him, some people might be comfortable with him, but I just don't see the advantage on grabbing him. And this is going to be Meep on it. So I don't know what the thought process is. I feel like Meep would have done better on someone a bit more aggressive. Next picks are going to be the Kog'Maw and the Lulu. Don't like Kog'Maw not right now either, but Kog'Maw Lulu is still a combination to watch out for. The problem is Lulu is a great ganker. Lulu is a great roamer, and you cannot leave Kog'Maw alone. You have to babysit him the whole game, and grabbing a Blitzcrank on top of that means that Kog'Maw is in danger the entire game.
Yeah, I have not seen the TLP Blitzcrank. He might be cooking with here. I've never seen him play this champion before, so I'm actually kind of excited to see this. Like you're saying, the Kog'Maw is in danger a majority of the game with the Blitzcrank there. All he has to do is land one hook, and that shit is over. They come out with a Talia. Again, a very nice send them back. Hey, there's a Xin Zhao. You've been hunting for that since last game. There you go.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I like it here. Last game, I think it would have been way better than the Pantheon, in my opinion. But it's hard to tell. I guess if Blitzcrank does pull someone, Zen can go in and use the Crescent Guard to knock people back. Zen is still very powerful overall. He's still very, very strong. I think that's something to watch out for. But who are you going to go for? Maybe Talia if they get close in range, but if Talia's getting close in range, that's not on Zen, that's on Talia for overstepping. If Kog'Maw gets in range, same thing, it's on Kog'Maw. The other thing that's frustrating to have to deal with too is if Zen goes in and Lulu's paying attention, that's a polymorph immediately. So that's something to play with. I think the goal is maybe to set up some control. This is another interesting pick, Volibear. I'm not a big fan of Volibear right now. I think that there's better options out there. Even the M600 players play him, but I also see them struggle on him consistently over and over because you kind of know what Volibear is going to do. He needs to get the X on you, he needs to get that lifesteal, and he needs to charge at you. And so when you've got things that are good at dealing with that, like right now we've got Zen, we've got Blitzcrank, we've got the Smolder, we've got Ornn, and then we've got the new guy to map everything out. Who, by the way, I still haven't nailed down entirely in my head. Haha, funny nail. But I'm curious what our last pick is for Tug. Zaheem. I like Zaheem. I don't like the Volibear. I don't like the Kog'Maw. I feel like Tug's almost got a good team.
Tug, I agree with that, but this isn't what I meant by like a pocket pick, or not pocket pick, by like one of those big picks by Cyclone, but Locke, I'm more than a little excited to see this, especially into the team that Tug has picked. I think Locke is actually a very good answer to them. The only thing I don't like about Locke is that there are 5 things you have to do for him to be able to assassinate someone the way he's able to. But the problem is that he doesn't have that burst that some of the other assassins do. So we'll have to see. But I'm going to say I'm giving the draft one over to Andromeda. They have the scaling with Smolder. They have the burst with the Locke. They have Ornn to go ahead and provide a lot of value with the Ornn items, plus the ult as well. There's no Mel to launch a Reflect on the other side. I think Avengers at least won the draft at this point in time, I have to say.
I think that if Kog'Maw gets ahead and doesn't get caught, and Galata is able to find purchase for his team and does well, I think that Tug is in a good position to win these. However, I haven't wrapped my head completely around Locke, right? I think he's had one T1 appearance so far, and it was insane, don't get me wrong. But that's also the pros, and usually the champion that comes out early on is broken. I haven't done enough research to sort of lock him down. Really not trying to do that. They're just coming. But we also have Ornn to buy ourselves a lot of time. There's a lot of things I think for Kog'Maw to get caught on. And I've got to boil it down to, once again, like I said, if Kog'Maw does not get caught, I think they are in a good spot to sort of like watch out for this. Talia is a great way to sort of split up a lot of these things. So I think if we want to know how the game's going to go, the 2 elements we need to watch is we need to watch probably the Blitzcrank and we need to watch the Kog'Maw. If we pay attention to both of those 2 members, I think that'll tell us how it goes overall.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And plus, like, with the way Slifer is positioned, some of these fights, I think I didn't see it in the Sivir game, but the first 2 games had me a little bit concerned. We had the flash forward on the Ashe that ended up on that dragon play, another just in general walking forward mistake. Those 2 are fine in those particular games. I think it was less egregious then, but with Kog'Maw, you walk forward even a little bit wrong, your fight is over. That's all your damage right there. Like this is a little lower damage to me, or I believe, unless the Zahen gets very, very fed. So like I said, he plays this carefully. I think he'll be fine. But that Blitzcrank just, God, it's a mine waiting to happen. You know what I mean?
Like Blitzcrank overall, I think is relatively easy to deal with, especially as someone who plays into Blitzcranks, who is a support and has to deal with those. But the problem with Blitzcrank is the same problem with Yone, which is it just takes 1 or 2 pulls for it. I do like this. This is a lot of aggression early on. You know that Smolder is very, very weak, despite the fact that we have a Blitzcrank, and getting some nice little shots off there on Wall Street is going to be super, super great. And most importantly, this is going to be a Dark Harvest Talia, who already has a stack going in the lane, although I think we're going to be down on CS and maybe down on at least a little bit of a level.
Yeah. I wish I could have seen the beginning of that exchange, because I don't know if TLP threw his hook and missed it, or they hooked someone in, and that's how that exchange went. But the TP already being down is not ideal, to say the least.
Wall Street does make it back. Looks like CS-wise, we're down about 1, so we did miss 1 or 2 minions, which means we gave the advantage over to Cyclone. Talia doing a little bit of back and forward. Talia is also one of those ones where it's like, I still see Talia for the utility, but she doesn't have the same sort of punch I feel like she used to. She's not as strong as she used to, but I think she's still a decent tool. And I think if you're going to see Talia, seeing Talia level, game 4, game 5 is a perfect opportunity for it. The thing I'm a little worried about, though, is Ornn. I think that Ludicrous can do an insane amount of damage on that, and Ornn is very, very capable of picking up first blood. I've seen it over and over and over and over again. Even right now, Ornn is capable of that happening. We do have to back off, but we do have TP. There's no reason for Ornn not to back because of his kit, because of who he is, and he sort of got off what he needed. The Ignite is down. The world now has to deal with that, and I think the longer that game goes on, the longer the top lane goes on, I think the better and better Ornn will do, not just because of the scaling, but I think that Ludicrous does better in the late games.
Yeah. Big thing here is going to be making sure that Zehen doesn't have a giant lead, so he becomes that unkillable monster that everyone's so afraid of. But, you know, like I said, going into the Ornn, I think Ornn's got a good shot at taking this out. It's that CS difference, though, hurts a little bit. I hope he's able to capture most of that underneath the turret. The tank champions are always not the best at CSing under turret, but Ornn does at least have a kit to be able to knock some of them up, get a QE out. He'll hit help level here pretty soon, I imagine.
I think we're chilling on Ornn. Being down in CS sure sucks. It's not exactly what you want it to, but Ornn's not the worst at sort of dealing with that. I think there's worse opportunities for that. Sure, it's a 12 CS difference, but that could change rather quickly. We still got the wave crashing into it, so there's deceptively more there than you might think. Plus, there's plenty of opportunities for it to come back, and he can outlast the world into the top lane because he, of course, doesn't need it back. He's got that passive route ready to go. Cyclone and Wall Street happy to duke it out. Wall Street completely out of mana. Cyclone happy to dish things back and forward. Still trying to figure out how lock works for this one, so I really cannot make too much of a judgment. However, Glada is making their way here for lock, looking for another traditional gank, coming around immediately behind them, waiting for the camera to go over. Cyclone taking a couple of shots there, looking for a couple of deals in and out of vision here for this one. Zen going in, looking so close, flash over the wall. Cyclone picking up the first blood, the first kill of game number 1, and that is the reason why Zen does a lot of work, and you see him consistently, in my opinion.
Absolutely. A little bit of a flash mishap there, but it's okay. Like I said, most of these things happen to the best of us. I can count on more than one hand. I'd have to use multiple hands.
Coach looking for more shots, looking for more damage, and I think Coach is probably going to be fitting really good. Oh no, Smolder taking so many shots that looks like Blitzcrank did go down to the Lulu. I think Blitzcrank made the classic mistake of forgetting that Lulu hurts. Out of all of the supports, Lulu probably hurts the most. If she gets her EQAA off, it does an insane amount of damage, and you can even take down people like Braum before they even realize it. Oh, no way. No way that got him. That is really frustrating. He got like his hangnail caught.
Yeah, just like he got his zipper stuck. You know what I mean? Oh, that sucks. That sucks.
Coach. Okay, I thought we were going to get Glada making their way into that one. I don't think Glada wants that fight. I feel like Zen wins that early on, but it could be hard to tell. I don't see Volibear too often. I think there is a reason for that. TLP is here looking for a potential gank, looking for that all-important pool. You can leave Smolder alone, so that is one good thing to sort of play into. And getting your hands on Wall Street and getting Cyclone ahead will be super great. Now we have to predict where we're sitting. Talia getting that invisibility, one shot going towards the other end. But most importantly, now Glada is here for a bit of a gank. Blitzcrank grabbing the nice little knockup is going to go down, but it is going to keep Cyclone alive. The kill going to Glada, unfortunately, instead of Talia. Would have really loved to give that to Talia instead, because dealing with Locke is going to be such a pain in the butt.
Yeah, agreed. Although I would have liked to see TLP just leave almost immediately after he missed that hook. Oh, I thought there's going to be a little more action. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Not going to happen so far. No, go ahead. We're sitting at 2-2 right now on our score. Almost 6 minutes on the clock. Drake is still up. Coach is back for another round on top of Wall Street. No reason not to. That flash is down. Weaver Wall having to get blown. Sure, Talia is alive, but the only thing Coach lost was just a tiny amount of time. Glada is still here looking for the counter gank. I think they can still win this. If Cyclone can stay back far enough, that'll have to watch it, but if we get locked up into a rock, that's going to be really hard to deal with as well, as we take so many shots, and I feel like Coach just maybe over overstayed their welcome and had bad positioning there. They, on paper, should have been in a good spot. Ornn going to go down. I think that was Call of the Forge God blowing right there at the end as World picks up a kill. Things are not looking good for Avengers. They keep making a lot of classic mistakes. However, speed of classic mistakes, we're going to run directly into the Smolder. Going to get taken down as Kog'Maw. Sure, we get another CS, but that's nothing in the face of 2 kills on Smolder.
2 major scaling 80 carry threats in the game right now, Kog'Maw versus Smolder. The Smolder being up 2 kills is a little disastrous. It looks like he won't get punished too much for it in the wave because Glada is there taking the Dragon, showing a little bit of that presence, so can't complain too much. Looks like he may be going mid to gank Locke, unless Locke happens to see it coming.
Locke is down TP. That's such an important resource for them, and Locke doesn't have a lot of escape. We're going to go forward on the other end. The bear is going to move in. No knock-up this time around. No jungler here just quite yet. Zen just a little bit behind on the uptake. Coach is here. Finally, a little bit too little too late, though. Wall Street sitting at less than half HP. The spear rolling through, but unfortunately, we're not able to lock it down as we get another kill on the other end. Locke is indeed dead. We got Blitzcrank here on the other side. Double kill on top of the Volibear. Feeding him is not what you want to need. And all the while, Wall Street is continuing to build up more and more Dark Harvest stacks. So Taliyah looking in great shape. Yeah,
Agreed. Another little bit of TLP was a little bit late on that one. I understand why he was up there though. That was actually an okay play. I think he just needs to be a little bit more patient. Throwing his Blitzcrank hook. He's doing it kind of closer to max range. A lot easier to dodge at that point. So, but I have a feeling he'll land a goated one that will. The pick. Oh, so worth it, just like with.
Yeah, but the Smolder getting fed is not what you want to see. The Locke getting fed is not what you want to see. But you cannot forget that I think Glada, both Glada and Coach seem to really have a kind of tip of the spear moments. They act as, I keep saying this facilitator, but I really do mean it. Both of them are really, really great facilitators for their team. When they seem to be ahead, they seem to direct things. Volibear is really, really great at doing specifically that. If you don't play correctly into Volibear and you continue to get him fed, he can do so much work. And there's few things that are scarier running from your jungle other than, like a gigantic bear. Like maybe you could argue the Barbarian, but Volibear coming from your jungle just to absolutely murk you is still absolutely frightening to deal with, especially if he's able to close the distance and get kill after kill after kill like he has done so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has lethal tempo as well, so it stands to reason he's going to be going the usual Duskin, or excuse me, no, he's going full AD actually. I thought he would be going for Navori. Is that Triforce first, or is there another build item that they do nowadays?
Hook rolling through. Lulu going to get caught here. Fallen Warrior taking a couple of shots, but not the biggest deal so far. CS tied. Looks like across the board, Ornn doing the worst, which is a little surprising. Ornn should do better into Zaheem, in my opinion. But I think maybe at this point, Ludacris is maybe just a little bit tired and playing way for the scaling. This Call of Forge God, but unfortunately, it's going to be too little, too late. One tower shot going to roll through. There's going to be the passive for Zaheem, but he should have plenty of time to get out. Another hook going to get caught on the other end as Smolder calls in Mother to try to take down Fallen. Fallen still alive. Lulu doing what Lulu does, which is keeping people alive. This case, it happened to be her. You got to watch out, though. We have Coach looking for something to happen. Cyclone trying to go for a kill here on the World. World in trouble. Locke able to do a good chunk of damage. Pick up a shutdown. Getting that champion fed is also a mistake. So even though it's 4-7, the 2 champions you don't want to get kills have kills. You've got Locke and you've got Smolder. Things are looking a little grim.
Yeah, this is dangerous territory. The Smolder and Locke are definitely the ones who knock in this case. They're going to go ahead and get the dragon right now, and that is Infernal. So this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. I know the Volibear's fed. I know Zaheem has gold. But that doesn't really mean anything if they get bursted by those 2 or executed in Smolder's case before they get to do anything. All they have to do right now is play a very general front-to-back comp with the Orange, Jin Zhao, and Blitzcrank, CCing people, knocking them up, doing what have you, doing whatever they may. It's they need to be a little careful on the side.
See, I'm actually of the impression where I've seen Zaheem's get fed, but I don't think Zaheem's as much of a monster as some of the other champions in the game that can be. I'd be way more worried about like Volibear or Kog'Maw getting fed than I would be Zaheem. I think Zaheem will do a consistent amount of damage, will be a good impact on a lot of these different fights. But it's not like, for me, when I think of someone like really, really scary, I think of like old school Aurelia, if you're like that old of a player, to where it's like, if Aurelia got fed back in the day, she just absolutely murdered your team. If like old school Kassadin got fed, he just absolutely murdered your team. And I don't think Zaheem is that scary. I think Zaheem is very solid, is a good meta champion, is a solid pick across the board. But I think that there are scarier people to watch out for. And I think even with Ornn being 0-2 and down CS, I'm a little more worried about the impact of Ornn, especially with the gank coming its way over here. The world once again overstaying their welcome. Coach is here. This should be a kill. We no longer have the passive. We're very surprised if we're able to make it out of there. There's the Call of Forge God. We're going for the full dive right now. Giving it to Locke wouldn't be the worst thing. And we do indeed pick up another one. It looks like Locke really starting to take off in this game. 5-7, but we are going to lose a bunch of plates for it.
Yeah, Locke just does a shit ton of damage, especially in situations like that. We've seen that we've had this situation twice now where we're worried about where the gold is ending up on people, only to be proven wrong. But now, what happens in this situation if the gold ends up on what we consider the right people and it's wrong?
Oh, that's really, really unfortunate. TLP does grab a really good hook on top of the Lulu. Should have probably backed off immediately. Didn't have a lot of follow-up. Maybe he was betting on the fact that it could have run into a bit of a bluff. But unfortunately for him, he has to blow flash. Trying to keep the tower alive. Don't really blame him. But now we're sitting at 5-7. That middle tower being down is a little difficult to deal with. We got a pretty late Drake, so which means we got about 2 minutes and 50 seconds for the next one to pop up for that second Drake, which means all of these Drakes are going to be very, very delayed. And we're in another awkward sort of phase where we're not sure what to go for just quite yet, so it's kind of back to laning right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a kind of a lull in the action, so to speak, unless someone gets greedy. But there are 4 people on the bot side of the map right now. Locke and Coach Silent K are smelling the blood in the water.
And there's no reason for these two not to follow each other. It's such a devastating combination, right? Like Zen just being able to close the distance and then Locke being able to absolutely murder people is absolutely fantastic. You have bot side Prio with the Smolder. Smolder can answer with a flap if he needs to get in range. Talia's not the biggest threat. The tower already being gone is not the worst thing. And Locke has gone from lane to lane to lane to try to impact and to try to influence more and more of the team. And I don't really blame him for it, especially if you're able to grab Lulu like that. It's Lulu going in, but they're going to get called absolutely whiffing it, but it doesn't matter because Cyclone Locke does a devastating amount of damage. Coach running into a bit of damage over here. Not the best Crescent Guard, going to get taken down. I understand we got caught, but not the best time for it, and we're going to get taken down. Looks like a kill going to Talia. Talia now sitting 2-0. Our score 6-8 so far. 22, almost 23k to about 24.8 on the other end. Still anyone's game, but Locke being 4-1 is a little frightening.
Yeah, I'm quivering in my boots right now. I won't lie. If I'm playing on Tug right now and I'm that Kog'Maw, that Locke will delete you every fight that he's able. It's pretty much a death knell. I was worrying about the.
He's deleting Zaheem, right? Like Zaheem's not exactly squishy, right? So that's something to watch out for. I think the biggest thing Locke might have troubles dealing with is probably the Volibear. But if he gets anyone else, Locke should be able to murder him. And if he gets heel cut, Volibear will be pretty easy to deal with. Glada in a really, really bad position, trying to force something to happen. However, the fight does kick off. There's the ultimate for Volibear as he just goes for Smolder and absolutely nukes him. Coach having to run underneath tower to keep himself alive, but gonna run directly into the artillery. So Kog'Maw finally finding some purchase in where he needs. There's Call of Forge God, at least knock up on top of the Lulu. Not the best target, but there's probably bad predictioning. Slifer in trouble. There's a TP on the other side. Locke does pick up 1 kill, but we are in a bad position. There it is. Zaheem going for the kill underneath the tower. Cannot close the distance, unfortunately, for the other side. Ornn does have an opportunity to try to grab a kill on top of the world, but the problem is the rest of the team is going to make their way over there. There's the Weaver's Wall. Not sure what the plan is for that one. Maybe for the knock-up. There is at least some on the other end. TLP looking for the grab, but unfortunately it's not going to be good enough. But now Tug coming out looking a little bit better as the game goes further and further and further, thanks to Talia and thanks to Glada.
I owe Tug a little bit of an apology. I wasn't too sure about the die, but as always, get proven wrong a little bit, and they were able to pull it up. But Dragon should be a little bit more favorable for Avengers right now. Locke is just coming up, but everyone's running down mid lane. The top lane and mid lane on the side of Tug, Talia and Zaheem are not going to be there for that particular play. Top lane does have support. Actually, they both have, not support, excuse me, teleport. So it looks like they're going to be able to get there a little bit more quickly. But the Dragon's going to go over.
At this point, I think you just give it up. I don't think Tug needs to force this. Losing one Drake isn't the worst thing. I guess that's the second one they've lost, but still not the worst. There's plenty of teams whose strategy entirely rely on just giving up the 2 first Drakes for other objectives. I don't really blame them. Coach kind of in a bad position. Having to build a flash to keep it away from that. Glad at taking so many shots from the other one. Running into Smolder, not the best strategy, but they are able to keep themselves alive despite blowing the flash. That's going to be very important, but that does mean that Coach is going to be down a flash. Most of the people on, it looks like Ares side, on Avengers side are down a flash. Yeah, we're down a flash. We're down so many resources, but it's not that big of a deal unless you get caught. Once again, it's only a bad idea if something gets you killed.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go.
Wall Street, I think, is just dead. We overextended. You can't do that with Locke and Blitzcrank. That's a particularly deadly game. And this is kind of turning into Cyclone's game. He's sitting at 6-2 on the new champion with a Blitzcrank is really, really devastating to deal with, which is why I go back to the whole Zahim and Ornn sort of matchup here, to where it's like, Ornn is kind of like Sion, where he doesn't necessarily need to do well. He just needs to not have 8 deaths, like further into the game. That's really about it. Other than that, once he hits level 13, he starts having real purchase and real impact on the game. His biggest spike being, I believe, 14.
Yeah, absolutely. You are correct. It is the level 14 spike. Can we get a Smolder stack check, please? We're at 16 to 17 minutes in the game. Is at 165. So he is. Yeah, he is on pace. He is on pace to hit it at the right time. So things are going well. Things are going well. Like you were saying, the Ornn hits level 14, doesn't have 8 deaths. His value starts increasing tremendously. Those Ornn items can be a pain in the ass, but definitely not my favorite thing about the champion.
Push forward, knock up, still have the hook, when and where we need it. Going to pull it right there at the end. Very, very nice and layered as Coach rolls in right there at the other side. World able to get a nice amount of healing on the other side, but it looks like Call of Forge God not going to be good. Still anyone's fight. A lot of back and forward. One going down. Coach taking so many damage. Missing that Call of the Forge God, I think, absolutely tanked that fight. That would have been a different scenario. Getting that juggle would have been absolutely fantastic, because Zahim is a lot like Renekton, is a lot like Olaf, to where if you get the CC down, you get taken down. Oh, nice hook there by TLP. You take those. Trade going to the other end. Actually, Smolder was able to pick up the kill. That's even better. So even though the fact that they lost that, they were able to get some stacks and some kills on top of Smolder, making him even stronger than he was before. Shelly going in for a nice little stack of the buffs there, giving Slifer a bit more gold in his pocket. Hopefully he doesn't get taken down for it. It's going to be, unfortunately, Talia running to the other side. We don't need to win this on the other end. We just need to wait for Cyclone to come in, and we do indeed back off right there at the other side. If we can just buy ourselves a couple of seconds, we are able to make another. So 1 for 3 trade. I guess technically 3 for 2. Long way around. 2 Drakes on each side. 10 to 15 right now. 32, almost 33k to 35.8. Almost 2 minutes on the clock for the next up-and-coming Drake. Entering another sort of like awkward stage as the Baron ticks on the clock.
Now we're just kind of sitting here, like you mentioned, we're just sitting here waiting. Everyone's going to go out their lanes, get prio. It looks like we're going to start congregating people around mid lane. Locke stays top lane, the matches Zaheen. Ornn and Volibear on the bot side of the map. It looks like they're going to swap those lane assignments or get the Weaver's Wall back out to... Oh, no, never mind. She's not going top anymore. Terrific. Everyone's going mid now. Let's play ARAM, ladies and gentlemen, and especially in a spot we're not supposed to be.
Yep. Coach, I think we just let the support die. As a support, I think you just let the support die. Almost every time. Do not save the support ever. If the support's in a bad position, let them die. If the support's trying to save you, let them die. The supports need to be played like pawns. And I don't mean that like in like a negative or like derogatory term. I mean that like pawns are pretty important in chess, but you do sacrifice them to get objectives, to get gold, to whatever the goal is to get your tempo on. Supports are a great facilitator for that. And sometimes the support like overplays, sometimes your team overplays and your support dies for it. It just happens. This is kind of one of the reasons why we don't see Blitzcrank as much. He's great in solo duo queue because there's a lot of champions that are great in solo queue, duo queue that capitalize on mistakes that are constantly made or maybe lack of understanding of champions. But so Blitzcrank not a super crazy one right now, although he does still have a lot of really great purchase. He's just not seen an insane amount right now. Mother gonna get called in, fight kicking off. TLP taking another shot right there as Kog'Maw is able to get a much needed gold. Now sitting at 2 and 3. Conduit not in a bad position, but could be much better. One of the biggest things they're doing is they're avoiding Locke, or maybe more importantly, Locke is not in the right place at the right time. He has 7 kills on an extremely fed champion. He is basically his whole team right now.
Yeah, 100%. They're not playing around the lock as well as what I would say. If you need to play around one of your more fed carries at that point, TLP shouldn't be throwing that hook there. But it's all right. We all make that mistake. I've definitely thrown
Coach in a
few
bad
hooks.
spot. Sorry, I thought we were going to have something pop off there. As Coach already sits about half HP. The same thing happened here for Fallen. I think we just got to give up this Drake. This is something, and I don't know if this is fatigue setting in or if this is actual thought process here, Mr. Lean, but giving up these Drakes is very critically important, and the teams seem to do better and better as the series goes on, giving up Drakes, just kind of recognizing, hey, we're just not in a position to grab this, to give up this objective. Is Zaheem going to get caught here? The world's doing the classic that you were talking about. There's Call of the Forge God, there's Knockup, there's the ultimate on the other end to try to keep ourselves alive. Then get it there, the TLP going to grab the other one, and yep, Zaheem going to get taken down and destroyed. The world playing against himself, unfortunately, putting himself in a bad spot, giving another kill over to Smolder, which means Smolder has even more stacks, getting closer and closer to that all-important 225.
Yep, we'll get a stack. If we get a stack check on him as well, he should be close.
The fact that Glada has to run away from a mage is insane to me, by the way. Just that little engagement. Don't get me wrong, he's fed, but like Volibear should be running away from almost nobody, and the fact that we're running away from mage is insane to me.
Yeah, 100%. Especially a 6-in-1 Volibear, like that should be your license to go in and do whatever the hell you want, right? It sucks, but it is what it is. Oh, Cyclone looks like he might be caught out.
Yeah, Cyclone in a bad position. Nice zoning there from the Vomit on Kog'Maw, but can we close the distance? Can we get in there? This is one of those moments where it's like, what does Lulu have? Lulu has Flash Ignite. Polymorph yourself, flash, get over there, pop the exhaust, and bump him up in the air. As someone who plays an insane amount of Lulu, Lulu absolutely could have gotten a kill there, or at the very least got a kill for his team. Coach going to start a fight underneath the tower, maybe unintentionally. Not the best Crescent Guard. He's going to go for the tower instead. Unfortunately, he's going to go a little bit too little late. Mother going to get called in, but she is not going to be enough health. Now Cyclone in a bad position. His team maybe not having the best follow-up, but we're able to get out of range just in time. Escaping that Volibear right there at the end is going to be very, very good. So that's two people who have been caught sort of in bad positioning. Coach Silent, a little bit surprisingly, not doing well on Zen. And maybe this is something to do with this elo. I see Zen less and less and less in sort of like the lower and lower in elo, and maybe it's just like an understanding difference. Nice knock up there. I'm not sure what the plan is going for this one. There's Call of the Forge God at least on 2 as we try to knock down, but unfortunately we missed the Call of the Forge God, which would have been so great for Cyclone, but instead we get a double kill on top of the Kog'Maw. The 4v5 didn't play off, and we miss another Call of the Forge God, but that had more to do with Glada stopping it rather than it did Ludacris missing it. Either way, that's going to be a Baron.
I don't think I've seen a Call of the Forge God hit yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's gotten interrupted or just in some cases just not been able to do it. It's a really big ultimate, but even then, like you said, we shouldn't have been there. It was a 4v5, our jungler was dead. Just take a deep breath and let them have the Baron. It's fine, you know. Better to let them take the waves into you and keep getting that smolder stacked and everything than try and give them a bigger lead by going for the Baron in a 4v5 play.
This is really surprising me that I don't know if Coach doesn't play a lot of Zen or what the deal is, because his Crescent Guards have been very awkward, and typically when you see that means that the person is not particularly comfortable with it, because it's not like Crescent Guard's a hard one to hit. I would have figured with how good the performance was on Nocturne that those skills would translate over to Zen, because oftentimes the people who are good at Nocturne are also good at Zen at the same time, especially with how strong each champion is and how aggressive they want to be in someone's face. Maybe it's been more of the situation. I don't think that TLP has had the best performance in this one, and TLP in the past set up a lot of different things for Coach to sort of pop off. And another sort of thing that's kind of building into our story is each time one of the supports does really good, one of the jungles does really good and the other one does really bad, that kind of spells the end of the game. Locke picking up a kill. Now, this is the thing I was talking about with Blitzcrank. You get one hook, and that's all it really takes. You can miss 21 hooks, but if you hit the 22nd, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. I do have to say, I think the other problem with the Xin Zhao right now is that we are not building Xin Zhao properly. I see a Titanic Hydra first item. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was under the impression that the build, quintessential build, was still Thundered Sky Black Cleaver for a lot of the tankiness that it gives you, especially from the critical heal that you get from Thundered Sky.
I'm very out of date on jungle items. I can't help you with that one because the last time I really researched jungle items was like a little bit after LTA Grand Finals because I'm lazy and I lean pretty heavily on my color caster. I'm the dumb one, so if you're asking me, we're screwed.
No. Trust me. I'm more so trying to pitch it in a polite way. The answer is that it's Sundered Sky Cleaver GA, as one of the washed up junglers in the chat was so kind of confirmed. But it is what it is, right? He has the Thundered Sky now. I think maybe the Titanic was important to him for one reason or another. But nonetheless, I also don't like them getting a bunch of Chemtechs when they have Lulu on the enemy team.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the things that's really hard to miss out for is like Lulu has... You think it's such a passive impact, but Lulu's best job is she's the second best person in the game at erasing mistakes. Because she just sort of prevents you from dying, right? The first best person in my opinion would be Soraka. Soraka's not a healer; she's a mistake eraser, and she does it super well. Speaking of mistakes, Cyclone in a very bad spot. That's a lot of gold on one man to sort of get taken down. He is still doing a lot of damage, but there's no way he's going to make it out of this one. As Wall Street's got some gold in their pocket, doing better and better. That lead that they had built up, all of that gold on top of the other side. Starting to fall to pieces. Speaking of fall to pieces, Smolder able to grab a absolutely devastating kill on top of the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw going for the CS on the other side. Coach trying to find a distance, trying to go in on the other side, completely ignoring Glada. If you're going to be going for anyone, I don't know why we're spending so much time on top of the Lulu. Go for Wall Street. Wall Street right there. Call it for it. Got no! Hitting the wrong target. That would have been a dead Wall Street. However, we did get a nice knockup right there. Wall Street is going to go down. This is blue side's fight as I absolutely have a heart attack here in the background. The world now going for the back line, taking down the Smolder. Smolder falling to pieces, and despite the fact that we started that fight off so well, the majority of the gold on our team is on Cyclone. The majority of the gold is on Zim picking up a triple kill in the background. Majority of the gold is on Locke, and Locke being down spells the doom for the fight. Smolder is up, but this is the problem we run into with Smolder is the spike he hits. I guarantee you he's at 225 stacks right now. He just doesn't have the impact like he used to. He doesn't have the justification. There's other better ADCs out there for this game overall. And I know maybe they're trying to shoot for some sort of scaling or something to happen, but I just don't think Smolder's it. I think there's better options. However, Locke still doing Locke things, finding an absolutely devastating amount of damage, but the entire game, I think, is going to depend on where Locke is. If Locke gets caught, then it's over for blue side. If Locke is in a good position and picks off one person, it's over for red side.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And the other part of this too is that Locke has either not been with his team a good portion of the time, is late to the fight, or in some cases is just outright getting picked, which is not really what I want to see when the next closest person on my team has 4 kills. Granted, it's a Smolder, right? But you have to remember, all of the gold is on you. You are the GDP of Greece right now when it comes to your team. You need to be there with them. So just like I say, you just gotta take a deep breath and group a little bit more with his team.
Oh, and by the way, we got rated by Titan. So thanks, Titan, for rating Titan. We really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We are in an absolute slugfest between Avengers and, of course, Conduits. Things could still go either way. Locke has so many kills. If you hadn't had an opportunity to see Locke in a 5v5 competitive, this is a good example of how absolutely insane he can be, and also a good example of how Smolder just doesn't do what you want him to anymore. I understand a lot of people like him. I don't even think he's a game 5 pick. I feel like I would rather see Vayne, and Vayne is devastating when you are behind. Vayne is super fun when you're ahead, but it's probably the worst champion to be behind on.
Yeah, I'd agree. I don't actually. I take that back. I think Xin being behind on you feel pretty piss useless in my opinion. You kind of just exist to press R and die in some cases. But
well, I think a lot of that, in my opinion, has to be with one of the things that's so strong on Zen. Like, so Zen's got a good kit overall, but it's also depending on how you use your ultimate, right? Your ultimate on Zen is so important. You could split up an entire team, right? If you have the accuracy to hit your Crescent Guard when and where you need it to, that does so much work for your team. The world, once again, getting caught in a really bad position. There's Call of the Forge God, at least knock up on one, grabbing the Volibear right there at the other side, getting the number advantage. Meep not picking up a kill on the Smolder, despite the fact not being meta, is still picking up kill after kill after kill, and probably doing a healthy amount of damage. So maybe they're going to find some purchase in this game. Hard to tell. Still plenty of opportunities for it to go either way, because despite all this back and forth, despite the fact that we're at 30 minutes once again, with the game nowhere near being over, we're only about a 3k gold difference. And for this elo and this late in the game, that's not that huge.
No, it's not. And this has been the same story all 4 games. Hey guys, do you want to play for 40 minutes and then end the game? It's been like this each and every time, and we keep repeating ourselves here. It's only a 3K gold lead. It's 30 minutes into the game, right? It really seems like both of these teams just have a preferred style of play when it comes to that. It's, hey, let's kind of do our thing. Once it gets to 30 minutes, let's start punching each other until someone falls over.
Well, and that's been my chief complaint about everything subbed. Oh no, yeah. Lulu's gonna fall for it once again, but that's a knock-up on the other side. We spend so much to go for the Cyclones, able to get so much gold on their side. Coach almost gonna get taken down. That Kog'Maw hits like an absolute truck. Talia trying to close the distance, but you gotta remember this is a Zen. At the end of the day, we can regen this. There's Call of the Forge God flash forward as we try to get that, but we do get a knock-up on 2. We are almost gonna take the Kog'Maw, but however, Locke gets absolutely nuked by the other end. Absolute shenanigans, kicking off left and right. Volibear trying to dig deep, trying to find the distance. Meep gonna get taken down by Zaheem running to the other side. Volibear trying to do so much for his team, but more and more members of Blue falling to pieces as Kog'Maw takes out member after member. Wall Street picking up a triple kill right there at the end. Conduits finding their moment. Conduit having the caffeine hit their brains, and now they should be able to take the Drake.
4v5 there is a little depressing. I think they could have tried a little bit harder to go after the Kog'Maw, but I digress.
They tried really hard, to be honest.
Did they? Maybe they just missed it or whatnot.
So the biggest breakdown for it, right? So if you missed that one, the biggest breakdown that I saw was the fact that Blitzcrank missed his hook, right? Not that it wasn't a good try. TLP really tried to get in there. If Blitzcrank had hit that hook and got the Kog'Maw, or anyone, if he had gotten a second person, it would have done so much for his team. But the problem right now is that Locke has monopolized the gold. So as soon as Locke goes down, the rest of the team follows. Smolder does a good amount of damage. Don't get me wrong. He does a good amount of damage, but there's a reason why he has fallen out of meta. It's this exact situation. Smolder is not like Sivir. Smolder doesn't do like super well at like the 30-minute mark. Smolder is supposed to do really well at like 22 minutes to like 28, maybe 25, maybe 26. Depends on who you ask about that. That's where he's really supposed to shine, unless he gets super accelerated. No way we can copy this again. Okay. Lulu's probably learning from that one. But like that's where Smolder's supposed to be doing good. And he just hasn't been doing that over and over. And there's a reason why we see him less and less. He might be fine in solo duo queue, but solo duo queue is not the same thing as 5v5 competitive. I think there's a good and valid reason why we don't see him, especially with how many ADCs are still available. And going with the fact that like right now, APCs are back. You could play Mel, you could play Brand, you could play Karthus. There's so many other APCs you could have got. You could even gone. I would even preferred to see like Seraphine as an APC. Seraphine's not a bad APC. She does an insane amount of damage. Sam's not too bad. MF's still MF. I don't think anyone's picked Lucian. Have we gone through Lucian at all?
Through Lucian yet. So that one was a pick. That was a pick open as well. Like I said, that fight was just tragic just because it was a 4v5. Well, you get the pick on the Lulu, the polymorph, and the ult is out. It's just depressing, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Either way, there's still plenty of opportunities for them to turn it around because, like I said, we're getting that 30 minutes and 30 seconds, or 3 minutes, 33 minutes. I'm having a stroke. 33 minutes and 50 seconds. Got it. First try. And we're getting a pretty long gray screen. The world's starting to fight. There's going to be the Crescent Guard. Not the best one there. Mother going to get called down. Unfortunately, no execute on that side. Meep having a hard time getting into range. There's going to be the Weaver Wall. Cyclone is completely isolated. The grouping is much better on Tug. However, if Avengers is able to make out of this, this could go in their advantage. The coach does need to make it back. Cyclone doesn't even make it back. Another nice hook. Getting exactly the right person you wanted to. Talia falling to pieces. Another double kill as Kog'Maw stepped a little bit too close. Triple kill on top of the Smolder. That's less on the Smolder and more of the team just letting their fall to pieces. They let member after member die just trying to get out of there. I know that Volibear's got a lot of gold, but like you're not going to win it by yourself. However, Kog'Maw can definitely stop a Baron almost exclusively by himself. I guess there is Blitzcrank at the end of the day. Either way, great plays here from Avengers as Conduit's really starting to fall to pieces.
Yeah, TLP went ahead and did that was a crazy hook on Wall Street to pull it back in there, and then just the Smolder burn. Let's get a stat check on the Smolder. Oh, you already pulled it up for me. Yeah, we're at 461. Like, we are approaching beyond critical mass here. Regardless of whether or not there's an extended fight or whatnot, a 500 to 600 stack Smolder, which honestly could be in the cards for us, given the way this night has gone for you and I so far. He presses Q and half your HP bar disappears. This is this is going to be very interesting once this game hits the 40-minute mark.
Well, and that's sort of the other critical thing, too, is like not only did Talia get caught, which is really, really unfortunate because Talia is a good source of damage for the rest of the team, but then immediately after that, Kog'Maw got grabbed. Fallen almost going to get taken down. There's that damage you were talking about. Zen going in. able to do a good mount. Mother going to get the execute right there, so that's going to be a Lulu down. TP on the other side, but we're only going to deliver ourselves directly into Uber Eat. Kill after kill. Zaheem trying to turn it around for his team. Smolder going to get absolutely isolated, not able to escape from the Zaheem on the other side. Sulfur able to do so much damage on the other end, but Cyclone is here to try to kill things for the rest of the team. It's only going to be World versus the rest of them. Cyclone able to buy himself so many times now. It's going to be mono a mono 1v1. The World into Cyclone. Dash forward there. The knockup Zaheem coming out on top. Zaheem pulling the ace for his team. 25-34. The game's on the top laner's shoulders.
Yeah. Crazy Zaheem Holt. The World played that super well. This is what I was talking about before with him just becoming outright annoying to kill. He's got the Death Stance. He's got the, I think that's Unending Hunger, the second item there in red. Once he gets that, oh my word, it's just impossible to deal with him without some form of heal cut. And it looks like the only heal cut they do have is, oh no, they have the Executioner's Calling. Excuse me. I was about to call it and say it's the only one on Ornn with Thornmail. But they do have it both, so just...
We do have the orb on lock, but I just...
Oh, yeah, they have 3 versions of it. Cool, I'm blind. Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is... so, like, I don't think heal cut is the issue this time. I think it's just purely team comp. I don't like the Blitzcrank. I don't like the Smolder. I think that there's better options. I know Smolder is 10-4. I know Smolder is doing a lot of damage, especially into someone like Zaheem. If Zaheem gets close to you, like you saw right there, you're just dead. Like, you're just dead. Both Locke and Smolder are absolutely dead. Mother going to get called in. I think we should have Call of the Forge God, but no one's going to pop it just quite yet. This is going to be a really important Drake. This is going to turn into a smite fight or maybe just a regular fight. Smolder getting so close. Unfortunately, we've got our timing down just a little bit incorrectly as Zen goes in, gets taken down. Not the world's best Crescent Guard shut down. Smolder able to grab kill on Zaheem. Finally, one of their big threats gone. The bear in, but that's going to be a double kill on top of the Smolder. TLP looking for the fishing hook. Unfortunately, not going to pick up what we need. 1 for 2 trade. Coach going down, but so is the World, so is Glada.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth discussing, too, that the team that does their healing, Zaheem, Volibear, and then the shielding from Lulu, all benefit from the 3 Chemtech drags. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's 6% per drag, so that's 18 total. That's pretty large. If they had gotten Soul there, I would have been really concerned for how the rest of this game was going to play out.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We're in a good position, I think, if Avengers want to do it, but we're also not in a bad position to stop it. Do we have Weaver's Wall? We do have Weaver's Wall, so we can... Weaver's Wall does give us finishing, but we're just going to let it happen instead. Not the worst decision, but I feel like between Lulu and Kog'Maw and the Talia, we could have taken them out, but maybe we're not feeling confident in our abilities. This is a very, very long game. Everyone's tired, but that's going to be 3 Drakes on each side. Gold at this point is really starting to not matter. And both teams are tied up, sitting once again very, very close to another 40-minute mark. Really, really dragging on. I feel like every game has gone on to 40 minutes, plus the time in between. What our stream is almost like 5 hours, and we're not even at game 5 yet. So we're getting up there for sure, 27-35, but I don't think the kills matter too much. The biggest thing, once again, is boiling down to position. Who gets caught first? Is it the Kog'Maw? Is it Talia? Is it Cyclone? You know, is it Meep? Because those are the 4 that you got to worry about. Cyclone. Speaking of, who gets caught? It's going to be Cyclone. Lock going to go down. Lock going to get taken out. That's not what you need, as that's going to be another kill on top of the Kog'Maw. There is going to be one on the other side. Coach goes in to try to save the rest of the team, but I think it's too little too late. There's so much to lose from going in on that one. The rest of the team was not grouped up. Unfortunately for them, there's an inhib sort of just free and there for the taking. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for a Baron. We can't end, but we can do what I think Avengers has been struggling to do and what Tug has been struggling to do. Take this inhib, get some kills out, and prep for the Baron. I guess we could. 26 seconds.
Or dies here. It's over.
Call Forge God. I think we're just buying time. There's no way we fight this.
Oh no!
Okay, the world going in. Yeah, Meep's gonna get caught. That's dead. Volibear in on the other side. Your turrets do not matter. Ludicrous gonna fall to pieces, and this is gonna be indeed gonna be the end. As we're going all the way to game number 5. Our score's gonna tie up 2-2. Blitzcrank's gonna spawn just in time to watch his Nexus explode. GG on Tug's favor as we roll into game number 5. Let's see those stats.
Give me silver scrapes. Give me silver scrapes.
No, give me bed.
You're not the only one, brother. Fatigue is not just a player thing. I'm fucking
I
tired
just switched to
too.
coffee.
I've just about fucking had it. But
Look at the damage. 74k
yeah.
on Smolder.
That's just depressing, right? Like I said, it was a dangerous call on the side of Raptors there. It was actually kind of similar to the play that ended Game 3. I won't lie. We're just in a spot we're not really supposed to be in. That just isn't safe there, even if you have your support hovering you in that case. You know, the game was playing too fast at first. Then they slowed things down. Tug got it under control. Can't complain about the way they played the last 5 to 10 minutes of that game.
I just worry about a couple of these picks the more I look at it, right? So we decided to go Smolder instead of we list off a bunch of other choices, right? So like Kai'Sa's still on the board, Lucian's still on the board, Mel's still on the board, Sam's on the board, Tristana's on the board, although I think both Sam and Tristana are not as strong as they used to be. Varus is on the board, Yanara's on the board, Twitch is on the board, right? And then for supports, we've got a lot. We've got my favorite Brand, but a lot of people don't like Brand, so that's fine. I see that. Camille is still very powerful. Janna's very powerful. Karma's very powerful. Alistair's very powerful. Can't do that. I think Melio is still up. So we had Melio Lucian, that combination going. Poppy's up. Poppy's very powerful. Nico's still up. Nami's up. And we decided to go with Blitzcrank. I don't see the thought process for it. And maybe it's just because like I'm a Blitzcrank hater. I just never thought the champion was that impressive. I know we see him in T1 over and over and over, and I'm pretty sure there's plenty of pros that swear by him. I just don't see him doing the trick here, and that does seem to be the case. And we did pick up Smolder. There's just a lot of subpar picks for this one. Any closing notes though before we go into break and then game number 5?
Agree with you. I think in the hindsight, I do agree with you. The subpar picks. I liked what they were doing with it, but they were just like I said, either they get caught or TLP would hook someone too early, or sometimes you just end up hooking the wrong person. You know. So I definitely agree with that. But like we said, silver scrapes. It's time.
All right, everybody, give us a couple of minutes. We're going to run to the little caster's room, grab yourself some drinks and refreshments. I know I needed some caffeine, so do the players, but we'll be right back. And with 4 hours, 47 minutes, and 38 seconds, we are now rolling into game number 5, draft number 5. Roll the silver scrapes. Not even sure if it's copyrighted, but either way, thanks for sticking along with us. All 82, there's actually more of you than I expected to. All 82 viewers for sticking around for almost 5 hours as we roll into this next one. And I'm going with, it's going to be a 20-minute game. Mr. Lean and everyone else disagrees with me. I have hope. I have faith that I'll get to bed at a reasonable time. It's already midnight, though. But either way, welcome. Any predictions for this one, Mr. Lean, or you need to wait for the caffeine to hit your brain?
No, the caffeine has hit my brain. It's just that you thoroughly jinxed the game. So now we're going to be here for a 60-minute banger. It's 12:49 a.m. for me. I want to go to sleep. For the love of God. I'm hoping for a 20-minute game. As far as like actual genuine predictions go, jokes aside, I honestly think this will probably be another slobber knocker from what we've seen. It's the play style of both teams. I'm curious to see what they'll get up to in draft, but I'm going to see another front to back comp. I feel it in my soul. That's what I'm going to see. You've been talking about like Varus and Twitch and Yunara. I'm betting I'm going to see Yunara this game. I'm betting on it.
So the problem with Yunara is you need something to facilitate them getting in range, right? Because this something I think people forget is Yunara's ganks, right? So when she was extremely 100% picker ban, right, was all my knowledge goes back to like when LTA was still a thing. So the LTA Grand Finals was around the last time she was like extremely picker ban. And the only thing they've super changed about her from now or from then all the way to now is her ability to get into range. So if you have stuff like Alistair, who is my favorite pick with Yunara, if you have someone like Alistair who can bring stuff to you or knock out 2 people at the exact same time or grab a stun, that ability to get in range still doesn't matter. You still do the exact same amount of damage you did all the way back at LTA. However, Yunara at this point kind of needs to be played into, right? Yunara and MF are a good example of champions to where it's like, if you're funneling into them, they're in a perfect position to absolutely nuke your team. But the problem is you have to teach your team to sort of like fall back with Yunara sort of taking point and in this sort of like back to front. So you have to kind of like feign a retreat. And that can be harder to do in the heat of the moment. Because right, we're sitting here and we're judging and we're casting and we're doing all this stuff here in the background, but it's easy to do that from the casting chair. It's much harder to absolutely execute that, therefore. But I think we have plenty of champions out on the board. I would like to see the Lucians, the Melios. I would like to see Sam. I don't think I know she's on the board, but I don't know how powerful she is. I still think Twitch is always a hidden gem. I'll almost never be upset about seeing Twitch. I think it's very powerful. We still have Ezreal. We've got Jen. I can understand people's reservation for playing Jen. I know Corki has kind of fallen by the wayside, but he shows up mid every now and then. I think he can still be very powerful. And actually, one of my favorite combinations in the game is actually Corki and Gragas. Even though Gragas isn't super meta in the top, his utility is still very powerful. And when you knock someone into Corki and Corki's got that armor shred, whoever that person is that you knocked into them is going to get absolutely melted. I've seen that happen time and time again. And I believe it was Cupid was the team that was showing me that over and over. And I liked that combination.
Yeah, and I agree. And you're right. All of these picks, maybe except the Corki, all of them are still up. They're the quintessential AD carry champions. And honestly, who hasn't been touched by a Twitch once in our lives, or a Yunara or an Ezreal, right? I think especially Ezreal, like, I don't know, maybe I'll swap it a little bit. I'm thinking maybe we'll see a Twitch this game. What do you think? What are your bet on? What do you got? You want to put some RP on it, $10?
So I think Twitch is pretty diversive. If I was the support, I would definitely be pushing for Twitch like pretty hard. I still think he's powerful. I think he just needs to be played right. He's also very good at making comebacks. There's plenty of things that he can do sort of in the background. I think I would have liked to see sort of looking at, because I've got Draft Law here on the other side looking at who's left. I would love to see like Neela, but I know she's very weak right now. As far as chances of Twitch, I'm doing this to sort of buy myself time. I don't think it's very high. I would love to see it, and I think that it has a great opportunity, especially when we're looking at the Emerald range, right? Because Twitch has an insane amount of range. He has the same amount of burst damage, and he does well in the same reason Nico does, which is people kind of forget that he's there, right?
Yeah.
I want to say like he's almost like Shaco, to where he scales with low intelligence, right? Where it's like, I don't think Shaco is good. I just think he's good against people with low intelligence or people who don't learn. Because you chase Shaco once and you go, okay, I'm never doing that again my entire life. And that's kind of where you're going for it. And I think it's the same thing with Twitch, except for Twitch can be aggressive with it. Twitch can just show up and nuke your entire team. And most importantly, if you're having troubles with positioning, Twitch has such a great tool to do specifically that. Like walk around the entire team, pop an ultimate, destroy people over the side of the wall, and sort of go from there. But I understand people not wanting to dive into it. You know, we still have people like Kaisa and Aphelios. You know, I could even see an argument for Draven. I don't like Draven right now, but I can see an argument for him. Ezreal's still very, very powerful, but I'm also of the opinion that I don't think you should touch Ezreal if you're sub Diamond 1, in my opinion. But Jin's still up there. You've got Curtain Call to play with. You've got Lucian. Lucian's not a hard one to play. Lucian's still very, very powerful. And then MF is like the quintessential, like really, really great one to play. So there's a lot of ADCs still on the board. Who would you like to see? I want to see Twitch. Who do you want to see?
I think MF would be a fun champ to see. Braum is out of the game, so you don't have to really worry about that specific counter. Admittedly, there's not a whole lot of setup for it, except maybe Alistar. But I've seen TLP's headbutt pulverize combo. I'll pass on that one. Stick that man on Soraka and get out of the way. No, I'm kidding. But MF would be one I'd like to see. I doubt we'll see it. I don't think I've ever seen Mef play it. He's definitely a lot of more of the hyper carries. Like I want to be able to attack, move, and whatnot. And MF's a little bit more of that caster or AD caster, excuse me. But I think MF would be my pick.
And I guess we were also forgetting all of the AP champions that you can still play in the bot lane. I've seen Aurora played a couple of times, less than 5v5 competitive, but I can see an angle for that one. I know that of course Karthus has made plenty of appearance into the bot lane. He's kind of like been consistently on that. We've seen that less and less and less, but there's plenty of AP champions that do really well. Syndra, even though she's no longer in the running for it, she's also on that list. She's not a bad one whatsoever to pop down in the mid lane. I'm very, very surprised that we haven't seen Mel, and maybe it's only because like I'm casting and I'm talking to a lot of the different challenger players, and when I constantly look at the like top 50 of the board over and over, spectate their games or I'll do their games for casting practice, whatever it is. Mel is a constant one that shows up. I did see a TF ADC. That went about as well as you could expect. That was an M600 this Tuesday, actually. And I was really, really not impressed with it. LeBlanc APC is actually not that bad, in my opinion, especially because the ADCs and the supports in the lane are not used to dealing with LeBlanc. So if you get a good little LeBlanc down there, it can absolutely wreck your face. But finally, we're going to roll into the draft. Going to see our first couple of bans roll through. Jarvan is going to be the first up on the list. Orianna, by the way, is also still available, which I'm very, very surprised we don't have, because Orianna, in my opinion, from what I've seen for numbers, she's still one of the best traders in the game as far as like trading damage back and forth. She usually comes out on top, and she's so devastating to deal with. She's not exactly difficult to play. The Moo there for the ban, Twitch for the other one. What are you predicting for Tug's first pick?
80 carry probably. If you want something more specific, I know we were talking about Twitch MF. I think Slifer is kind of that caster player a little bit. He could also, there's other quintessential picks up as well. There's fucking Varus, there's Ezreal. But I think it'll be 80 first. I want to see MF on Slifer. Varus would be good here. Varus is a great B1, especially with Sivir being down too.
Varus and Lucian, I think would be great solids, or Mel. There's no like Mel would be a great flex pick. Maybe people are worried about hitting rebuttal, but even without rebuttal, okay. So it's gonna be Varus for the open. There we go. I like this, even though Varus has the last 3 patches, I believe, has taken a nerf to one of their build paths. That build path is still available. It's still there. It's not the worst. Yes, we're getting Twitch. So Twitch into the Varus. Super happy about this. It won the entire series for Aegis and M600 for me. So I'm happy about that. Well, I won't say the entire series Tuesday. And this is another good combination. We're going to get the Twitch, and we're going to get the Nami. Now, people don't know this, but Nami currently is the strongest single target healer still to this day in the game, even beating out Soraka for that one. But there's a really nice counter. We're going to grab Nico right there at the other side. Nico, very, very powerful. The only thing I'm worried about with Nico is the same thing I'm worried about with the Cito players, is if you're paying attention, that Pop Blossom can be deceptively hard to hit. Ooh, and we're going to turn this into Skarner. I love Skarner, but I don't love Skarner here. Skarner is not an efficient champion. It is very easy to mess him up and have really bad plays. I think he has a higher skill floor than people give him credit for, and we're going to turn that into a Poppy. Another one, I'm getting, like, so far all of my favorite champions. Not necessarily in the order I want or on the game I want, but we're getting a lot of like here. Poppy is absolutely massive in my opinion. I think she can do a lot of work, but she's a bit more specific.
Yeah, Poppy's definitely like a game 5 pick. A whole bunch of stuff's down. Let me pick this out. I'm gonna slam you into the wall.
I'll pick game one.
Does Skarner E get stopped by Poppy anti-dash?
Ooh, that's a good question, chat. Do you know if Skarner E gets stopped by Poppy? That's a really good question. I wonder if Poppy stops the item too. What is it? Rocket Belts? I think they changed the name to it. But the item Nico picks up to dash forward, I feel like it stops that too. Either way, it'll be interesting to find out. There's not a lot of stuff that's not Poppy's entire kit. She's still, like, granted that it is a counter ability, she can still do an insane amount of damage. We're going to pick up the Victor. Super happy to see Victor. There's almost no reason to pick Victor. Good answer to Victor. Could be Orianna. Could be Ryze. Okay, I think Ryze is pretty weak right now. He's up there in like my top 20 champions, but I'm pretty sure he's taken a lot of hits recently, and I think he's still in the sort of the category where Ryze is either really good or really bad. We're going to pick Garen for the top lane. I think Garen's perfectly fine for this elo. He's very, very hit or miss. I know a lot of people that play in the European servers and the Indonesian servers in like the challenger range that really, really love Garen right now. And here's someone that I used to play back in the day when he was numero uno, but we're going to go with Mordekaiser here for the last pick. And I am still wrapping my head around Mord currently. I've heard a lot of good arguments for and against Mordekaiser, why he's really strong, why he's not really strong, why it's got a lot of this back and forward, and I can agree with both. I haven't played top lane since season like 6, so I'm slightly out of date, so I can't really have a dog in that fight, unfortunately.
I like Mordekaiser in his current state. I think a lot of the matchups that he struggles into are ones that you can lose gracefully and still be useful, especially with your ult, right? If you're playing it, whether you're playing it in top or jungle, the ult to be able to take out the jungler or take out someone more vitally important and turn it into a 4v4, you do it to the right person, your team's going to win that fight every time. It's the same thing with like taking Poppy ult and ulting 3 people away in the fight, right? So it's one of those champions where if they can ult someone and either win the fight or prolong it long enough to where they don't die and the ult goes its full duration, it's a good pick. I like Mordekaiser in this current area. I'm sorry for looking up earlier. My smoke alarm was going off when they picked Ryze. Like you said, I'm not a big fan of that particular pick for mid lane.
How dare you look in directions? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, my smoke alarm's going off. They're burning it, dude. They're not cooking.
So I can see where Runic Prison, I think it's called Runic Prison, where Runic Prison can do a good amount of work, but it's not that Ryze cannot be good. It's just that he kind of runs into the same issue that Brand runs into mid lane, where Brand still hits like an absolute truck, but the problem is like people do what Brand does better inside the mid lane, and I think that Ryze kind of runs in sort of the same situation. I think there's better options, and I think into someone like Victor, he's going to be looking at a uphill battle, but it'll remain to be seen. These games are entirely different, so it really just boils down to what we're looking at and how these players specifically pull out this, that, or the other. The execution is going to be way, way more important than the actual draft itself.
Agreed. Oh, look at this. We're starting his chickens this time. Nice little invade on the Poppy to take the money away from Skarner. Skarner's a pretty gold-dependent jungler. It looks like he's just completely starting his bot side, so I guess we'll see a little bit of vertical jungling this game.
Right, kicking off right now. Ludacris already sitting about half HP. Not good for Ludacris because, of course, this is Garen with a built-in Warmogs. Already popping a couple of pots. But I'll be happy to be proven wrong. Mordekaiser still has a very powerful, I believe it's his Q that comes down and absolutely wallops whoever. So that's a little frustrating. I'm so old, by the way. I remember Mordekaiser's old voice actor. If you don't know it, the original Mordekaiser voice actor actually passed away. A little sad note there. But he's a very old champion, so it's not too surprising.
I remember when Mordekaiser could alt dragon and get it as a pet. That was
Yep.
egregious.
Those are the days. It's still
Those
not
were
as
not the
bad
days.
as I mean, there were worse options there. So
True,
I started
true,
playing
true.
in season 3, and season 4, me and my buddy did rank, and like me and my buddy started the exact same time and the exact same game. Season 4, I made it to gold. Season 4, he made it to challenger, so there was a small skill gap between us two. And when he would play mid laner and I would play Heimerdinger at the time, I could consistently beat him because Heimerdinger was broken. You could consistently get off damage for free once you were down to 2 minions because it did not work the old way it used to. It used to hit whatever 3 targets were within range, and you could outrange Xerath. So he was absolutely ridiculous.
Yep, absolutely.
Glad-
No, Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying Glada is on a ward. Go ahead, take away.
No, it's more so the fact that I started playing around that time frame as well. I played when Yasuo came out, or I started playing when Yasuo came out, and well, release Yasuo was certainly an experience for all of us. For those of you old enough to remember.
Oh yeah. It was not great. I mean, I still remember, full stacks of Sunfire capes on Rammus when the ability used to stack. So that was absolutely great. Just walk up to someone and they melt. It was always super, super funny. Nothing real big here on this one. It looks like downtime for Skarner is going to be spent into the bot lane, and downtime for Poppy is going to be spent into the top lane. I think that Poppy has a significantly scarier gank, in my opinion, but it is situational. We need to get close to that wall for something to happen. But not if Cyclone walks up immediately into this death. Wall Street does not have a lot of mana. Glad I might be able to get in range just in time. Poppy should be able to get there in time. I think this should... Nope, we're going to bop him directly into the wall, pull the other one out, flash on the other side, giving Cyclone that much-needed reprieve in order to get out of there. Sure, we are down flash, and that's going to be a 5-minute timer. So for the next 5 minutes, all the way up to the 8-minute mark, Cyclone's going to have to be very, very careful if they don't get taken down by Rise right here.
He's not going to.
Oh, he feels it. He knows it.
Oh,
We're
maybe
down.
he is.
Cyclone, one more shot. Do we have a flash for it? Rise, if you're ever going to flash, it would have been right there. Okay, turning the fight around to try to help Glada is going to be so hard to deal with. Poppy is a great 1v1er going in for the kill. That's first blood as Coach picks another one. This should be another kill on Poppy. We have red, we have blue. Wall Street doesn't know it, but he's already dead. Double kill on Coach, starting the game off strong.
Holy
Gotta get taken down by the snipe. There's the Twitch down on the other end, as it looks like Notorious taking a couple more shots on the other side as well. I think that was a flash backwards from Fallen Warrior, a little bit overzealous. I don't think Nami was going to kill you there. I don't even think we had Bubble. But either way, that's going to be a Twitch down on one side and 2 people down for Avengers.
Again, I really got to say this. Paul, stop saving your flash for next game, bro. Press the button. I promise. But nonetheless.
Did he? Oh, yeah, you got a flash to the wall.
Yeah. There are, like I said, we flipped to it late, right? So we didn't see the full exchange. So maybe he was snared by Nico or whatnot. But I think we can press that a little bit better. Or press it a little bit sooner, I mean to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And we actually have Aussie in the chat. I don't know if he's still floating around. But Aussie, you know things. You're a ball knower. Does Poppy stop Skarner? That's the question. And I don't think she does. I feel like, but I've been wrong before. So we'll find out right here. Twitch, though. Doing a 1-for-1. Okay, Prod's telling me she does. Okay, cool. Now I know. I don't know everything. I don't know every interaction in the game, all right? I'm a human. I know some things. I know weird stuff like Cho'Gath stacks used to reset, which was a nightmare. But looking at what we have right now, 1-for-1 in bot lane right now. CS pretty even across the board. I would be very, very surprised if Nico doesn't try to go for some ganks across the lane. Nico is very, very good at facilitating stuff like that. I would love to see Nico make their way up to try and kill Cyclone and get Wall Street some kills to accelerate Rise. That would be nice to watch out for, but then that means you would have to leave Slifer alone, which could be a little unfortunate. Still, anyone's game. The Drake is finally up. Been up for about 45 seconds or so. I don't think anyone's in a great position to grab it just quite yet. Poppy's still sitting on those 2 kills. Once again, we're kind of running into the same problem where we need to get that gold on someone else, but it's not the worst thing because we're still pretty early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 6 minutes, right? Like, unless we start having an 8-0 Poppy and the Twitch goes down to like 1-3, 1-4, I think we're okay here. I actually didn't notice he picked up a kill in that most recent exchange bot lane, unless I just completely missed something. And I think it was on the Nico. Am I correct, or was that an earlier play?
Nico seems to be the only one that went down. I'm not sure when that kill happened because they were both alive right there at the end.
Right.
Either way, I think as soon as Twitch gets about that third kill, that's when they get in sort of the danger zone. Oh no, Notorious going to run into a very, very bad position. We did try to do the bubbling ourselves, which is good instincts on top of the Nami, but it's not going to save you from 3 people inside your tri-bush. We did not have a ward here for this one. That's really, really unfortunate. But honestly, you shouldn't have been going to tri-bush if you knew they were taking Drake. Skarner going in. Nice little knock up. That was very, very well timed. They sense a disturbance. No, they actually had a ward. Okay. Nice. W for the pink ward as Wall Street gets pushed out by Cyclone. No kill for Cyclone, but honestly, Rise having to get pushed all the way back to the second tower is going to cost him so much.
Yeah, that was a good play by Coach Silent K to not give up a shutdown because he was 100% dead there if that went off. So, you know, just what you want to see out of the superstar jungler. But in this case, looks like we're getting pushed down. There's a play coming here. There's a control ward, but they're backing off now.
I think we're just popping a pink down, saying hello. This is something that I see higher and higher level play do, is sometimes we'll buy pinks for the bot lane, and one of my favorite things to do as a support is to, especially if your top laner is getting ganked over and over, I'll rotate right around Void Grubbies, and I'll go grab a pink for my top laner. That's also something that T2s and T1s do. That's also something Sito really harped on, and I think that's a small thing as a support that you can really do, and I feel like if you are not roaming, you're not doing half the job of a support, which is one of the reasons why Kog'Maw is not in a good spot. Ludicrous popping the death round, going to run directly into the world. Flash to the other side, and that's going to be a kill on the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser doing an insane amount of damage, showing that there's a reason why he's still kicking around. Garen not really doing exactly what they need to. Cyclone going to run into the other one. Not sure what the thought process is there. We ran Cyclone. Oh, good. We tried to run Cyclone into the other tower. Okay. I got sides completely mixed up. Glad I picked up the kill, though. Would have been nicer for Cyclone on the other end. Going to grab at least one to pull him away from Wall Street, making the good guy play. No kill for Coach, unfortunately for them. Glada having much better hands on Skarner that I was a little initially worried about. So it's always nice to see a good Skarner. Now Twitch is here. Twitch could potentially get a kill. I think we have level 6. We have an ultimate, but I'm not sure we have the damage just quite yet. We're going to pop Poppy into the other side. Wall Street is in danger, but unfortunately, Meat not able to get close enough. 1 or 2 more shots. A kill going to Twitch. Nice rotation. Nami doing Nami things. Grabbing a bubble here on Sulfur. Honestly, you take those. If you can die and get your Twitch a kill, that's not the worst thing. Twitch should be able to start taking off. He needs 1 more kill and a little bit more gold, and he can really start doing some shenanigans.
Yeah. So the other top lane play that just happened with the flash Q on Luda, missed it, reoriented himself.
Lost 1-1. Notorious is in trouble. Cyclone is here on the other side. Nice tidal wave on the other end. If Cyclone's able to get this kill, another one, that's going to be another one that we absolutely take. Yes, indeed. Trade after trade going to Avengers. Looking better and better. Sure, the support went down, but Cyclone has a kill, has some gold in their pocket. So that's going to make it even harder for Wall Street to actually make things happen. And you got to keep in mind, Wall Street is very important for Tug. Tug is such a good player for them and is often a main source of damage. Glada making another really good play here onto the other side of the wall, having really great timing, going for Ludicrous. Ludicrous in trouble, gonna go down, gonna get taken down. There's that much needed revenge. World getting not only a morale victory, but also a nice little bit of gold on top of grabbing the plates.
That was definitely where he needed to be for that top play, and now they can go ahead and try and secure Grubbies. It looks like, yeah, he's hitting on them now, or will be here shortly.
No, I mean, they do make a cute couple, so that makes sense. 6-6 right now is our score. 10 minutes on the clock. 17.5 to 17.6. Void Grubbies, yes, indeed, going over to the Skarner. Very happy to see a good Skarner. I don't expect to see good Skarners. Sort of the same way I see Ezreal. I don't expect to see them sort of like sub Diamond 2, Diamond 3. I just normally don't see them, so very happy to see that. I'm glad to see them pull that out. I would love to see that Skarner more if they have the hands for it. I think that's a very solid champion that a lot of people don't know how to deal with. Nico going to spot the fake Twitch and sort of do a little bit of bullying. I keep forgetting you can do that with Nico. Nico's one of the ones I'm still sort of working on. She's not hard, but I just never spent the time to nail her down. Poppy here for the rotation. 4-man heading down to the bot lane. 40 seconds on the clock for the next up-and-coming Drake. So we did get a pretty early Drake on the other one. So we are trying to start this game out sooner rather than later. Coach being a bit aggressive, probably expecting that Glada is on the other side. I think both Glada and Coach have been on the same wavelength, just different sides of the map to where they've been very aggressive, and that's really good because I think their team does depend on them a lot to make a lot of these fights happen.
Yeah, Coach Silent K, like you were talking about his role as a facilitator, Coach is the voice for this team in many ways.
Nice pairing into the wall. That is going to be a dead on the other side. Pop Blossom on one, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Twitch just needs one more or two more shots. That poison doesn't get him? No way. What is that, like 3 HP? Super frustrating. 3-man gank heading up to the top lane. Twitch now sitting at 3-1. This is now a very dangerous Twitch, a very dangerous Poppy, and very dangerous most of the team. Ludacris maybe could have been doing better, but it did take 2 people to gank him down. Now we're looking at a Drake on Avengers side, so even if we don't take the rest of the Drakes, that's going to buy us 5 precious minutes on each side, because 1 Drake per player, or 1 Drake per team.
I think Twitch saw the ghost of Twitch miss passed on that one with that flash. I actually thought he was going to flash forward and guaranteeing the kill. It probably would have been the play, and he just keeps walking forward and lives maybe with a tower shot to go before he dies. But I digress. We've all done it before.
Honestly, even if you die, I think it's worth it on Twitch for that one.
Wait, flag
Cyclone?
on the play. Why does my Garen have Serpent's Fang first?
Goodbye, Cyclone.
Yep,
Glad looking for another kill. There's I think we popped the ghost a little bit too soon. I think we spooked Cyclone. I think that's what it was. If we get Glada like a couple of more seconds, Twitch in a really bad spot. Nami looking for the heal, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough on the other end. We do have Poppy come in order to make a couple of things happen. Did Twitch, what happened bottom? Did we miss something catastrophic there? Because both Varus and Nami are both Varus and Nico are down, but so is Twitch.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but it broke my brain. Ludacris in danger. Garen able to do the spin to win, grab a kill there. It looks like that 1 kill really helped him. And this is the second time I've seen this, by the way. And I think I had Aussie explain it to me briefly as a fight kicks off over here. Glada in trouble. We're fighting once again for the chickens. It is indeed going to be KFC night. Nice little bubble CC after CC, but you might be overstaying there. Welcome. Going to get pulled into the wall. There's going to be a tidal wave on the other side. Flash on the other side. On the damage, going to grab 2. Keeping Coach just barely alive. Can the rest of the team make it out in time? Another nice bubble from the Nami, but this is most of the team here on the hunt. The problem is you cannot chase a Victor into anything. That beam does an insane amount of damage. Meat gonna pick up a kill here on Glada. Glada is all but dead. Shield right there at the last second. The poison is on them, but it just does not matter. We so close to grabbing a kill there. Twitch is definitely scary, using his mobility to his advantage. Classic Twitch plays. Very happy to see it.
Yeah, that was tragic, like a Shakespearean play. The Skarner all going through on the 2 of them, and them just being just out of range for the Pop Blossom. You hate to see it. That's definitely a little bit of a tilter.
Yep, but only about a 1K difference right now. The biggest things I've got to worry about is I don't think Garen is real high in the meta. I don't think seeing him at game number 5 is the worst thing. I know he's great in solo duo queue, and I know there's a lot of people that really love him, and I know he can be good in 5v5 competitive scenes and right around this deal, but I feel like Mordekaiser is more consistent. I feel like Mordekaiser does more. However, his 2-1 into the Mordekaiser, so, maybe I'm missing something there with the top lane. Wouldn't be too surprising. Like I said, I'm very out of date when it comes to that one. Now we're sitting about 2 minutes for the next up-and-coming Drake. Should have a Shelly here sooner rather than later. However, Poppy is in trouble, running into a lot of team, popping back 1 on the other side. So now this went from a 4v2 into a 2v3, and we did not have time to buy it. Poppy having such great ability to sort of knock people out. 4-1, by the way, Coach, sitting at a much better score than I expected them to. Having a great game on this one, but Glada hasn't been doing too bad either. Despite our KDA being less, we've had a pretty good impact.
Yeah, one thing that was worth noting as well, especially when it comes to gold, is that there's a 30 CS lead on top lane, close to 30 now, I should say. There's a CS lead on jungle. Every lane has a CS lead with the exception of ADC. So the gold's a little bit more equal than it.
Yes, indeedy. And now Shelly is up. We do back off just briefly. I think this fight does favor red side. I don't think we want to deal with this. There's going to be ultimate now, but can we lock down? Ooh, yes, Pop Blossom on top of the Twitch. That's not what you want to see in a really bad position. Now Skarner grabbing the other 2. TP on the other side. That was just not their fight. Twitch stepped way too close to the sun. Got burned, got Pop Blossom, and that damage really rolled through. You cannot forget how much Varus will absolutely chunk you if you are in a bad spot in Twitch. And that's one of the things that's not as bad as Kog'Maw, but the positioning on Twitch is so important. If you're getting caught in positionings like that, you're just in a bad spot.
I 100% agree. He's melee range to the Nico. That's just not the spot you need to be in. Twitch works his best when he's obviously hitting you from 30 feet away with his ultimate. So, reset, and we'll try to remember that for next time.
Well, he's a literal rat, right? Wait for your team to get a couple of hits off and just like wait a couple minutes. Like do the thing like Rambus does, like because Rambus will go into a bush and he'll prep his rev a little bit, and I think Twitch needs to do the exact same thing. However, something to watch out here is we're losing a good amount of plates, a good amount of towers across the board. The macro so far on Tug has been a bit better. The tower shots, most of these towers are down to like 1 or like 2 plates. Top tower is indeed down. 9-9 right now is our score. Goal tied up. So these teams continue to be pretty even, and it's coming down to a couple of mistakes here and there. Less on the champions, more on the players, more on where they're standing, more on what they're doing. But I think everybody's doing relatively well across the board.
Yeah. Everyone has their own little mistakes. Ooh, big snare there on both of them.
I don't think Nico dies here. Twitch is here. There's a Pop Blossom as we flash on the other side. So unfortunately for Twitch, we're going to run into that, but that is a nice trade. Nico not able to grab a kill, trying to make the best out of a bad situation. However, Garen is here on the other side. There's TP on the other side. There's a bubble on the other win. Now Cyclone is here. We do stand a chance to do a good amount of damage, but we cannot get Twitch in range. I don't think we're pretty low on mana. The rest of the team is here. However, Cyclone able to facilitate a lot of this. Oh, Ludicrous able to take out the Garen finally on there, and Glada going over there, but it's just 1 Q for the death. Now Wall Street left here by himself to deal with 4 men potentially coming his way. Now we're able to get some much needed plates. Then this is right before Drake. So if we can turn this around and grab our hands on Drake or push the tower or do something, we need to facilitate something happening. However, Twitch does indeed need to back. I think we did spot them where they're at. We guessed incorrectly. Okay, we do back up. I think that was going to be pretty aggressive. Although that back delay is probably going to cost them Drake.
Yeah, that's not exactly great. What's the one thing I've seen them as well is they just back in like the silliest of ways or in the silliest spot possible. I get the meme, right? I love backing in people's faces too, but come on now, let's not play aggressive when we don't have to.
I mean, is it funny when you're giving up a Drake for free? Although it might be worse if Tug's not taking advantage of that. Looking for a nice little gank here. Wall Street not in the best position. Actually, I got juked out. That's going to be Nico instead. Plant on the other side. That's going to be Pop Blossom on 1. Unfortunately, doing a whole bunch of nothing. Wall Street in a lot of danger. That's Death Run. Ludicrous is out. Glada is here. Twitch is sitting on the other side, ready to do rat things. We do miss our first little shot. Slifer taking a whole bunch of damage on the other end. We're not able to find the right targets here for it. Glada is caught here on the other side. We do have 2 down. Glada looking for a way out. The rest of the team just needs to make it there in time. I'm not sure why we're going behind. We should be cutting off the advance either way, but this should be a dead Glada. So that's going to be 3 kills overall, looking better and better and better. Cyclone now has some more kills in their pocket, and despite the fact that Tug had such a massive advantage to grabbing the Drake, we just didn't utilize that. So it's like you can have the board set up entirely for you, but it doesn't matter if you don't take it, and I think that's a good example of that. That was Tug's Drake to give up, and they gave it up.
Absolutely. They definitely could have capitalized on the poor back timers and all that stuff and just tried to get it as quickly as they can. Wasn't the case. Glada was also dead. It was probably like a few seconds when that whole thing happened. I think he had like 3 or 4 seconds left, but it's not Hex Soul, so getting out there is a little bit harder. But nonetheless, I do agree that was theirs to give, and they certainly made that choice.
Getting close to the 20-minute mark, which means they've got 30 seconds to end the game, and they're going to do it, right? They're just going to quit. Whoever's ahead at the additional 20 seconds is just going to end. That's what I'm going to go with, and then I'll be correct, and then I won't be wrong on camera for the 800th time. Either way, 2K gold difference right now, sitting at 11 to 15, 1 Drake to 2. Things are looking pretty good for Avengers, but it's not the first time that the Avengers have assembled and then immediately got Thanos snapped out of existence, so still could go either way, and we're realistically probably setting up for another 40-minute game.
Yeah, well, I hope not. God, for my own sanity, I hope not. But that CS lead I was talking about before has only grown. Now we're up to about 50 in terms of top lane. I think it's also pretty much 50 in mid lane, and then it's exacerbated to also almost 50 in the bot lane as well. I honestly think the farm advantage is going to be one of the bigger pieces of the story, if I'm being honest.
I can see that. And speaking of, Twitch is actually further behind on farm than I expected. And for him being relatively even in KP with Varus, that could be a problem. Although I think Twitch, when he's even with Varus, should do perfectly fine. But I can't do math this late. 50, so 40. It's about a 40 CS difference between the two of them. 30 CS is 300. It's worth about as much as gold. 10 CS is that. So it's about 400 gold difference between the two, which is nothing to scoff at. It's not a bajillion, but it's not to scoff at, although we don't know what the plates are. Prod, can we get a nice little U hit, please, so we can look at gold for the ADCs? That'd be great. Thank you, sir. Okay, so they're
Wow.
They're 100 to 200 apart. That's not bad at all. So Twitch has had to have some good plates in there.
Look at
Yeah,
mid
and
lane.
bot tower's still up. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me though. It's Rise. Like Rise is not meta right now. He's kind of a trash can, which is really unfortunate because I love seeing Rise get played off. Wall Street taking a very, very solid hit. Do we even have Rod of Ages? No? Is Rod of Ages not meta on him? Wall Street going to get chased down. Ooh, looks so close to going. Ooh, we get the dot anyways. Now I'm going to pop a Root, going to pop a CC down here on Glada, providing much more time here for Victor to get away. That's why Victor is such a pain in the butt to gank, because he can do the same thing Nami can. He can put his CC down on top of his feet. No, don't go towards the wall. Okay, we don't get the knock up there. So we should have at least one man knock up. We're going to go into the bubble on top of Nami on the other side. And this should indeed be a dead Glada. Wrong place, wrong time. Trying to support our team, but it was too little too late as more and more mistakes roll through. And honestly, I don't blame them. We're, 5 hours and 22 minutes in. I'm exhausted, so I've got to imagine the players are right up there with us.
Trust me, we're all in the exhausted club together. I can imagine, especially with some of them work particularly early, keeping your eyes open during this game, let alone making good decisions, is a struggle and a half. Luckily,
I think they're just happy to hit keys on the keyboard, to be honest.
yeah, I get a dopamine hit every time I land my Q, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Every time I get a CS, it keeps me going just a little bit longer.
I live for the noise.
But not a massive difference in gold. Still, once again, very, very consistent. And that's the thing I really, really enjoy about this. Despite the fact that these players have been tired and they've had ups and they've had downs, the games on average across the board, I think, have been pretty consistent. There's been a good chance for each side. Maybe like game number 2 to game number 3, they've kind of blended into one at this point. But game number 2 and game number 3, I think that it went not super well. I think that Tug was just doing really, really bad right up until Avengers won. And there was a couple opportunities for it to happen, but it was more on Avengers really in that one. And that was probably the most lopsided one. But other than that, like I said, I feel like average-wise we did pretty well. But looking again at CS, 150 for the Garen, 200 for the Mordekaiser, 130 versus 170 on the other end. Yeah, just massive CS leads across the board. I mean, I guess Nami and Nico are pretty close. That's something.
Someone fact check me on this Garen build. We have Last Whisper and Serpent's Fang. I can understand the Serpent's Fang. I haven't seen the Last Whisper second item though, so I'll need someone to fact check me to see if I'm smoking crack or if that's something we're doing or if that's something people are doing. Yes, I'm
18 seconds
aware
of
of
the
the
clock.
heals.
For the Drake, Coach already sitting at half HP, not what you need right before fight, but still plenty of things to happen. We do no longer have the invisibility on Twitch. That's going to be a big one to watch out for. Banana Bush in the control of red side, blue side, really wanting to make something happen. They're in a much better position. This is one of my biggest critiques of them, is they've had very, very, very bad positioning when it comes to taking the Drakes, and now is the opposite. However, Avengers has turned this around a couple of times. TP there in the background. Fight kicking off. This is a 4v5. They got a couple of seconds. Pop Blossom going in. Someone already down. Varus Cyclone going to get taken down. Spin to win on the other side. Notorious so close to going down. Bubble on none. Pull back on the other side. Rooted, stunned, murdered. Ludicrous going for the back line, but unfortunately, I think it's too little too late. Even if we get Slifer here, double kill, triple kill on the Mordekaiser. Take it back. We may have not won the fight, but that's 3 kills on a Mord. Unfortunately, the Drake is going to fall to Tug.
Yeah, a little bit of a not clean fight, but the Mordekaiser is doing Mordekaiser things. I gotta say this though. Twitch did die with barrier flash up. I think he might have been CC'd and whatnot, but I'm seeing a lot of positioning issues, especially with the Twitch, that does make these fights a little bit harder.
When it's the thing is like, you know, you really got to get into the RP when you're playing Twitch. Like, be the rat, 100%. Like, just be the rat. Play like a rat. Play for yourself. Be greedy. The entire team exists for you, the rat. And there's plenty of other targets to go for. There's plenty of other people to focus on, because it's not like the rat is the only one doing damage. It's not like the rat's, like the biggest threat right now. I would argue Mordekaiser's getting up there, but Cyclone's doing an insane amount of damage too. It's a very, very target-rich environment. But the problem is if you get 2 members caught by Pop Blossom, you get 2 members caught by Nico, it doesn't matter if Nico dies. Nico's already done her job. She could die 5 more times, and she would have done her job. If she catches 1 carry, then it's fine. If she catches one carry plus someone else, it's really not good. However, we're looking at a bad spot right here. However, Slifer is on the other side. Coach trying to make something happen. I think this is a little aggressive. Not sure I really want to go for it. We're going to throw the coin down there right there at the last second. World going to run into the rest of the team. Mordekaiser's not here, but we do have TP up and ready to go. 15-20 right now is our score. Almost 48k to almost 50k. So still not a big difference. 2 Drakes on each side. Game can go either way. The biggest thing is just going to be positioning and execution once again.
Well, we're also talking about item spikes too. I think especially for
Oh, nope. We can also get pop awesome, but Twitch doing Twitch things. Twitch taking down one. Twitch grabbing another one. People say Twitch is bad. Are you sure Twitch is bad? He grabs another kill on the other side. 2v2 in top, but I don't think you really want this heat. Ludacris still hits like an absolute truck, and this is why Twitch is such a freaking rat. He does a lot more damage than people expect him to. He is still hands down my favorite gem to play with. He's still hands down one of my favorite ADCs over and over and over again. Even when he is bad, I still find opportunities for Twitch to do absolutely insane things. Granted, if you've got a really, really good team, Twitch can be bad, but like I literally just got done seeing Twitch dominate my M600 game. So, you know, I stand by my Twitch.
Yeah, well, the other part of it is too is that like someone else just pointed out, he crit like pretty much almost every auto in that fight. That was luck stat 10. Luck stat 10.
Yeah, true. Absolutely. I mean, but you know, you gotta take into account for luck. Wall Street taking a whole bunch of damage. A nice little root here, right there. Coach able to take a good chunk of damage once again. Pop Blossom rolls in. Somehow Poppy's still sticking alive for a couple of precious seconds. Cyclone gonna run forward. No. Unfortunately, we're gonna flash for the Nico. Get baited. Get taken down. And wait, Coach is still alive. All right. I mean, I don't think that's gonna last.
No, he's.
I mean, we get taken down by Garen right there. Then I don't know why we were there. This is another one of those moments where it's like, why are you down there? I get that this is hard when it comes to letting people die, especially like as a support. I definitely feel this on like an emotional level. I have a hard time letting my team die when they do dumb things, but I think Coach has sort of like pushed their way into like bad engagement. And I'm not sure if Coach baited Cyclone or if Cyclone baited Coach. Either way, they both should have not been there. And whoever was the one at fault, they should have just let that one down. But, you know, this is getting sort of nitpicky. Like I said, we're like 5 minutes and 30 Jesus. We're 5 minutes and 30 seconds, or 5 hours and 30 minutes. That's a slight difference. 5 hours and 30 minutes. Can you tell I'm tired? Into this game. 18-22 right now. Still could go either way. The biggest thing I'm worried about is, what is this Ryze doing? Have we even seen this Ryze ult? I think we've seen an ult once, if I remember correctly.
We've seen the ult once. It was in the mid lane. I also got to nitpick the flash into the Nico, among other things. At first, we critiqued him for not using flash or saving it for next game, and now we're using it for that.
You can overcorrect.
Yeah.
Oh, Slifer's just dead. Slifer's just dead. Yep, there it is. Twitch doing Twitch things. However, it looks like Ryze trying to close the distance on the side so that we did grab one. So that is going to be a dead Varus. That's going to be an important chunk of damage. Unfortunately, I think they killed them a little bit too early. If they turn this into a warding advantage, this could be really, really great. They need to get their hands on these Drake. I think this is Cloud Soul, which, oh my god, if Twitch gets his hands on Cloud Soul. Coach, once again, overdoing it. There's going to be the tidal wave as we go for the absolute chase. Here's the damage on the other side. Little bits of kind of nitpickiness. Neither side really, really wanting to engage in this one. I don't blame them. 30 seconds on the clock. But the biggest problem here for Avengers is I think we've just given up this Drake. Losing our jungler right before that. There's no reason Coach needs to be there. I know we want to make things happen, but Poppy can't really pull people into the team. Poppy needs the team almost to already be there and then to smash someone in the wall or to launch their ultimate at someone and pop on the other side. But Tug has been notoriously bad at setting up their own Drakes. Wall Street, no, my friend. Gonna pick up the stun. There's Pop Blossom on one. We did catch one of the carries, but there's not a lot of follow-up, unfortunately, for that one. As two go down to about half HP. Garen there for the spin to win. There is Twitch gonna get absolutely silent. Nothing he could do for that one. Skarner grabbing another one, despite the fact that Tug was in a really bad position. The spin to win. Grabs another one. Triple kill, double kill. I think for that one, Garen doing so much on the side. Top lane after top lane doing so much. Ludacris now getting hunted down by the jungler and the rest of the team. Poppy taking on Garen on the other side. Somehow Ludacris still sticking it alive. Almost taking down the Ryze. Now it's a 1v2. Poppy is the only one remaining. Getting caught there really bit his team in the butts.
Actually not contesting this. Wall Street is so low.
He's smite too.
I don't understand. I don't understand that play, and for the love of God, Twitch, stop walking into people. It's past nitpickiness, man. We've done it 3 times.
Well, I mean, the third time, obviously, it's gonna work. My biggest gripe, right? And I'm not trying to flame, but like, I feel like the last 2 or 3 plays, Coach has done himself and his team very, very dirty, getting caught. I know fatigue's a real thing, but like, you know, our job is to yap about the game, and that is a very clear glaring error. Not only did we pick up an insane amount of gold on Tug's end, but we were able to pick up another point towards soul, bringing us to that soul point, those 3 drakes right there. And each one of those, I want to say it's like 2 to 3% movement speed per each one. That doesn't sound like a lot, but people forget that movement speed is one of the best defensive abilities in the game, especially if you're struggling with positioning. If Twitch had been able to get more of these drakes, he would have had more opportunities to escape from like little dumb movements here. Now that Skarner has it, it's gonna be even harder to do it. Poppy able to grab it would have been super great. They need every single one of these drakes is gonna be super, super precious, and I don't think they realize that. Ludacris is doing a lot of work to hold his team up by their bootstraps as they're trying to actively drown themselves, but there's only so much he can do.
Like the
Coach. Yep. Okay. We managed to get it. I thought we were going to get taken down there. 32 minutes on the clock right now, Mr. Lean. I don't know if you're feeling it, but I am definitely feeling it. I'm pretty sure we're going to make it to the 6-hour mark. I'd be very surprised if we did not on our stream. Nice little flame bubble on the fake Nico, just for, can't say that word, and giggles for that one. But 3-2 on the Drakes. Take it away before I have a stroke.
You're fine. Trust me, I am also feeling it, Mr. Krabs. If this game goes any later, I think I'm actually going to start committing crimes, and I'll start with TLP first. But nonetheless, the win condition at this point for this team is play around Twitch ult, don't do anything else, fucking stop doing anything else, and play around Twitch ult. That is the only thing you need to do. This is a choke point right here. This is perfect. Play here. Just for the love of God, play somewhere in this area, because Mordecai's coming on the side.
Overextending. Ludacris is here. That's going to be a nice tidal wave on the other side, but there's a pop blossom, or so there's the plant for safety as Glada just sort of skates their way to victory. We do have Wall Street kind of in a bad position. Not sure why he's all the way over there. Maybe going for tower on the other side. Coach, once again, in a really, really bad spot. E to safety. Still trying to watch out for it. He really, really needs to watch out for that. He's been overplaying his hand over and over and over again. So hopefully he's able to rein that in. Now he's sitting in a ward and starting to fight with absolutely none of his teammate around. That's really frustrating, but he's got an E. He's got a lot of defense, so he's able to make it out of there. Wall Street taking some damage, but honestly, if Wall Street dies and we're able to catch someone like Ludacris, that wouldn't be the worst thing. There's going to be a death realm now as the fight does kick off. Not sure who we were able to get right there at the end. Wall Street is indeed going to be the one we're going to go for. There's the Q. That's going to be one down, but Rise isn't the biggest target. There's a knockup of 2 as the rest of the team falls to pieces. Slifer going to get picked off as well. Member after member going down. Ludacris is not going to let his team lose this. He's going to pull them, kicking and screaming all the way into victory. 22-29. Tower going down. No Drake, unfortunately, but the ping is out for the Baron. Grab the Baron, get out of there, and maybe take the Drake.
Wait, they could have... There.
I think you cut out there. They could have what?
They could have ended there. What are they doing?
I don't think they could.
I 100% think they could have ended there.
I think this is the... I would have made this play.
It's 45 seconds. No, they 100% should have ended there. That was endable.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Either way, we're not getting that timeline. They get the Baron, they get the kills, they get the tower, they get out. Now they are set up in a good position to grab their hands on their Drake. The problem is, once again, we're getting close to that 40-second mark, and nobody is at the important objective right beforehand. I guess our goal is to push a couple of these waves out, get that passive pressure. Not the worst thing for that. Fake Nico sitting on the other side. Coach maybe in a bad position, but if we can play this, it is indeed going to be Coach. The rest of the team here is not here for the other side. Nico looking to make something happen, running into the Nami, not the worst thing. Now the vision war has begun.
Oh, here we go. Slifer.
Nico getting caught. already less than half HP. Meep just allowed to walk over to the other one and kill the Slifer, so that's really unfortunate. There's a tidal wave. That will catch too many, but we do have Twitch here on the other side. Going to take down Fallen. Unfortunately, there is going to be at least a little bit of mitigation right there. That is going to be a dead poison as Meep takes out 2. Now we're going to go for Glada. Glada going to fall to pieces. They possibly could not have ended before, but they could definitely end now. They have the Baron. They have 3 kills, and I think we might already be looking at a GG. There's only a Rise and a Garen left here for the defense, and I do not think it is enough.
Yeah, it definitely looks like game to me. We'll have to go ahead and give it in about 20 seconds. Oh yeah, they demolish these turrets.
Wall Street getting pinned into a bubble. That should be another kill. There's a spin to win on the other side. Not sure it matters too much. Wall Street might be able to get away, but this indeed is going to be the end of game number 5. Tug, unfortunately, not able to hold up to Avengers. Avengers are indeed going to be our champions for this split. Doing a fantastic job. The Twitch coming in clutch, but I think the MVP of this whole series for me was Ludicrous.
Absolutely, pardon my French, but Ludicrous absolutely drug at some points the other 4 people kicking and screaming to the finish line, and I don't think this game was an exception. The Darius plays in game 1, the other places and everything and whatnot, just Ludicrous is my boy, and I think he deserves the MVP.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think Garen was a slouch right there. I don't know if I was exhausted and sort of missing it, but Garen was sitting at 10-4, 30K for his team. A little surprising that Varus isn't higher up on that, but I feel like his positioning was kind of bad. The other thing though too is like it's kind of hard to have good positioning when you can't figure out where the rat is. And we saw multiple times Slifer just stepped a toe out of line and got taken down because like when it wasn't the Twitch stepping out of line, it was the other side. Like so. It was either one ADC step in a line or it was the other one.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not gonna lie, Twitch had me real concerned with the way this game was going in some cases where, like I said, he's just walking too close. 4th time's the charm though. After the 3 times, he didn't do it anymore, thankfully. And then Slifer just kept getting got by the Twitch ult, and it sucks, right? Because once he gets to that point, it's just wraps. That's it.
Yeah, and it's kind of a little sad for me because I love to see a good Skarner, and I think that I think both junglers were really, really trying their hardest. I think it came down to the top laners and the ADCs. I think ultimately were like the key deciding factors. We mentioned Mord, we mentioned Ludicrous a million different times, and I think for good reason. I think Ludicrous did really well, but I also think that Meep finally had their time to shine in the Shun, and then so did Coach. Coach did such a phenomenal job on the Poppy. I got like essentially almost my full wish list of everything I wanted to see here for this last game with really great plays. We got Victor, we got Nami, we got Poppy, we got Twitch, we got Mordekaiser. Want to see all of those. And like, don't get me wrong, I do want to see Rise too. It's just he's not strong right now. He's not in the meta right now, and it was very, very prevalent that like just not a lot happened. And this was Wall Street, right? Because at the beginning, all the way to draft number 1, stat-wise, Wall Street was indeed going to be the one to watch out for. Tug was all over the award board. Tug was doing so well. They looked really, really great on paper, but like they just fell to pieces once it came to game number 5. And I think that's why it's so interesting that we have these best of 5 fearlesses. Is it really tests your champion pool, it tests your mental, it tests your teamwork. It's such a great exercise. And like, even though we're like almost like 6 hours into this one, it was a phenomenal cast. It was a whole bunch of fun. I am very much so out of practice. So this is pretty good practice for me for the upcoming weekend. Happy to see it. I don't want Tug to feel bad about the performance. There's obviously things that they could do better, things that they could do worse, but ultimately they came down here, they played League of Legos, they spent almost 6 hours of their day just to do this for us to cast, yap, and essentially tear them apart. Nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second. I'm coordinating an interview.
Okay, so it does sound like we're doing interviews. I don't know how any of this works. I got sucked into this cast last minute, so we're sort of figuring it out as we go. Big thank you to everyone watching. Obviously, Titan can't do really any of this without y'all. I don't know when Titan is doing it currently. Stay tuned to a couple of the deals, but Titan usually does like a proving ground, right? I'm sure plenty of you already know. But if you're interested in having your own team, and you're like, hey, that looks fun, or hey, I want to do better, or hey, I want to cast thing, look into building a team. It's not hard to get a team set up. The really biggest thing is just like consistency, and it's a lot of fun. If you've never had a 5v5 competitive experience, and you're not, even if you don't think like you're good, there's iron and bronze, silver, gold leagues. You know, there's emerald leagues, there's diamond leagues, there's masters leagues, there's challenger leagues, there's leagues all over the place. You know, even if you don't check out Titan, I really recommend checking out some of these grassroots ones. There's tournaments, there's all kinds of stuff that you can get involved with. You know, have some fun. You know, spend some time out of your day to go dive into you know, a couple of these deals would be super great. Give us a couple of minutes though. We're gonna be setting up an interview. We're gonna roll into a small little break. Don't go anywhere because we're gonna bring back the champions. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back for the final time tonight. I'm still your local casting cowboy Korak with Mr. Lean here, and most importantly, we have the winners. All of Avengers are inside here. We're going to ask them some short, quick, painless questions as we roll into the final minutes of the night, because we're getting so close to that 6-hour mark. Starting off rather quickly, I've got a question for Coach. Coach, words are hard. We're going to go this alphabetically here for everyone else. Coach, so in my opinion, you were a great facilitator for most of your team, right? When you were down and sort of dealing with like whatever the issues was for it, were you hemorrhaging on sort of like your shot calling? Like, what was your strategy for dealing with the fact that like maybe you had a bad game or a bad engagement, and because you were so integral to your team and making those moves happen? How did you sort of come back from a lot of those like harder moves?
I just want to give a lot of credit to the team and Coach Stizra. I mean, there's just a lot of trust, and I mean, I honestly think I had a pretty solid series. We're not going to talk about Game 4, but
Doesn't exist.
I'll never forget that one. But I mean, this is just a really good group of guys. Like, this is a good group of humans. They're just the nicest, and they all care, and just everyone bought in. And so having that all season, and like, yeah, we had a couple tough weeks the last couple. So having that just confidence that even though I was flaming myself out loud, everyone's like, dude, it's fine. Just move on. So that like trust just makes a world of difference, because we've all been part of teams where that just isn't true. This is just, these are players that, you're always happy to play with.
Yeah, and that's something we kind of talked about on stream, was how important it was when you're playing behind, because everyone's going to lose at some point. Everybody's going to have a bad play or a bad day or a bad game. So it's nice to hear that you guys found a way to bounce back from some of those not great situations. Take it away, Mr. Lean.
Perfect. This next question is for Cyclone. Cyclone, after shedding yourself of the weight that is singular bread, I wanted to ask about your particular thoughts about winning 2 finals back to back. You've won BOL Platinum with Tilt Shadows, and now with Andromeda Esports. So I just wanted to get your idea of what it is to finally have that feeling after chasing it for so long, and what your plans are after the split. Because I'm pretty sure you're moving up to D4, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure if I wasn't moving up, I'd be getting yeeted right now. With that kind of split I just had. So honestly, fucking amazing feeling. Like I'm on top of the world. Oh, holy fuck! Shit. Cursing.
You're fine. It's like 2 a.m.
The first thing we said.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't think anyone cares.
But yeah, like it's definitely
I'm getting fined.
incredible. You're 100% getting fined. I'm gonna pad my pockets with this specifically, but yeah, no, like you said you're feeling on top of the world and whatnot. Did you do anything differently from the last couple splits? Was it like a commitment thing? Were you ramping up solo queue much more? Were you VOD reviewing, doing the JC method? Give us a little bit of your secret.
I guess honestly something just clicked, because I went into Ember League and somehow tore that up and became like one of the best mids randomly. I'm sure it's because a lot of people moved up. Because really the only person who's given me trouble this entire time, I've got to say, is like Wall Street. He's minimized the lane the most in like just one-on-one, I'd say, and not letting me just get away with everything for free. Con series they did decent about that too, but Wall Street by himself, I'd say like he could probably move up with me.
Yeah, I definitely think Wall Street put on a particularly great performance, and I'd argue he was probably the MVP of the other team there.
I think so,
because he just played his lights out, and playing against you is definitely always a little bit of a huge challenge. Any other closing thoughts?
I get to go from being the best mid in Plat to being like top fucking maybe 10 like Conquerors. So we'll see how I do moving up.
Sure,
well, good luck moving forward into the diamond. Sorry about that, Mr. Lean. I'm gonna take it away here. Just trying to get us out of. Yeah, everybody's fired. You're all fired. Bring us over to Ludicrous next in alphabetical order. Obviously, we saw you had some bad games, and then you had some really nice redemption games, and then at the very end, you had a very, very, very good game on the Mordekaiser. What I want to know, and this is more like personal on my end, like obviously we know you did well. We know you pulled your team up and did a lot for them. Not that your team didn't do a lot of work too, but like you really came through when they really, really needed you to, and that's very apparent. But what I want to know is, what are your thoughts on Mordekaiser? I've heard a lot of arguments back and forth. Obviously, you just had a super good game on it, so it's probably a good time for it. You also have a similar build that I've seen literally on Tuesday, where you start off with the Riley's Crystal Scepter first. What are your thoughts just in general on Mordekaiser in the meta?
I think he's pretty strong. Obviously, he did get a really big buff to his R last patch, which was immediately reverted. So the net gain is a bit of a small buff on his E cooldown. I think he's stronger, especially in lower elo. People don't really understand how to play around him as much. Play around his power spikes, particularly the Rylai's spike. It just gives you a lot of sticking power and dueling potential in lane. You can kite, space a lot easier with that item. I used to kind of look down on Mordekaiser mains who built that first because it's like playing the game on easy mode, in my opinion. But I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah, no, I don't really blame him. Once you get that Rylai's, it's next to impossible. Even if you skip it for boots, it's next to impossible to get away from it. And like I said, I literally got to do M600 this Tuesday, where I saw the exact same build and sort of the exact same scenario. And that was my first thought, as I saw Rylai's first, and I was like, "There's no way that's going to work." And then I was like, oh, they just pop the passive for it over and over and over and make it a nightmare to get out of it. So absolutely devastating to see. Still kind of a working pot for me for Mordekaiser. I've seen, like I said, a lot of arguments back and forth on why he's really good or why he's really bad, all the way from like T1 down to like Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold. But thanks for your input there. I got to pass it over to Mr. Lean for our next question.
Yeah, of course. This next one is going down to Mepal. So you mentioned last week that last week wasn't one of your better weeks, and that you said you struggled a little bit, didn't play as well as you normally did. Aside from a few hiccups this series, I think it's safe to say you kind of turned that around a little bit. Did you do anything different during the week to prep? I know you were away for a little bit, which is what led to the reschedule and whatnot. But was there anything changed in your preparation that kind of brought that back from the edge, so to speak?
Yeah, I definitely did. So last series, I was feeling a little sleepy on the first two games, just kind of not being able to lock in and focus for a reason. And so at the end of the third game, I popped the caffeine pill, which is 200 milligrams of caffeine, and was absolutely wired, ruined my sleep for the night. And tonight, I said, screw it, we're doing it game one. And so at like 4:45 my time, I popped the caffeine pill, and I'm going to be staying up for another 5 hours or so tonight.
Well, I at least hope you managed to get some sleep, but that makes sense. We were talking about on the cast as well. Fatigue and tilt are kind of the two biggest things in a series that goes this long. 3 games, you're in and out and can be done and over with, right? But when it goes to 5, especially on game 4 and game 5, I can imagine most of you started feeling it at that point, like, oh, it's midnight, it's almost 1, I have work in the morning, I want to go to sleep. But, a caffeine pill will definitely resolve most of those problems. Back to you, Korak.
At least temporarily, because I'm also drinking caffeine on the back of caffeine pills. So I've got 2 hours worth of renders, so I definitely get that feeling. To close us out, though, I'm going to pass it over to Notorious for any closing notes for himself or his team, any shout-outs you want to give, anyone you want to call out, anything you're proud of, any good improvements, just anything you want to pull as we close out the night.
I finally fucking want a chip. Holy crap. I've been playing in Divinity for so long, and it's always eluded me. So I want to thank my team. I want to thank my coaches. They've been immensely supportive and been great resources in helping me improve throughout the split. Because she asked me to, I got to give her credit. Paige for helping me when I had questions, especially on enchanters, because I suck at them. But honestly, like, this team has been great. They've been extremely supportive and understanding when I'm griefing. And they just, honestly, we've had strong mentals throughout the split. And honestly, I wouldn't want to play with anyone else right now. This group has been great to play with. But yeah, I'm just glad that we were able to bring it home at the end, because staying up till 1 a.m. and not bringing it home would have definitely sucked.
Thanks for rubbing it in, buddy. Anyway, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we didn't win the game. None of the casters won the game, so just rub it in.
I'm making a joke because I just came off of losing a finals to Cyclone in a similar fashion.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
Hey, you made it up for it. I got a bench chip. It's all right.
There you go. There you go.
Just give me my gold roll, and it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. Give me my gold roll, Sems. Now Sems is going to completely just destroy Divinity now because I want a chip. The script is finished.
Well, either way, guys, from the casters to the producers to the viewers to all the other teams, we really appreciate not only y'all just winning it, but y'all playing it, y'all spending your time. Most of us are adults. It's very hard to find a lot of free time, so time gets more and more valuable. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching, participating, talking in chat, everything. We could not do this without every single person and all the hands working behind the scenes and watching the shows. Everything's been absolutely phenomenal. I've had a blast. I've been your local casting cowboy, Korak. We've had Mr. Lean on color. We've had Chris Sangan. Hopefully I said that right. On production. Sorry if I slaughtered your name. But most importantly, everyone, this has been Titan Esports. Thank you so much.